Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hi, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon. Hi, Cindy, Stephanie, William, Nancy, Denise, everyone. Welcome. Good morning, Roba. Hi, my friend.
Good morning, Katya. How are you as well? Let's just say hi.
Hi.
And hi. I would say how are you? I would say how are you, but that's a loaded question.
That is a loaded question, definitely. You might be thinking what's going on or why are these two I'm not calling you weirdo, Rubber, but this weirdo here.
This weirdo.
In the middle of the screen. Oh no, you fell through a whole very old launcher, Stephanie. I'm so sorry. But yeah. Hello, ladies. Good morning, my friend. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I'm just gonna probably do a little bit of a chit chat before anything, but just to make sure people come in and take their seats and get comfortable, because there's still couple people that I would like to be in the chat that they are not yet. But yes, Stephanie, I hope you're okay. But anyway, good morning, Case One. How are you? Hey, it's Tuesday. Yay. Well, by my voice, probably know, and why Robert is here. You probably might know already what's going on or what's gonna go on. Um, but hey, Stephanie. So if I cry, I'm sorry, but I'm probably gonna cry. So you guys know that me and Garden Bot have been looking for a house, and we put an offer on a house, and we had our mortgage meeting on Saturday with the bank, obviously, and we got declined. So basically that means that we're not gonna get the house we were hoping for. But does that means that we already had spoken with our landlord about it, and we already given notice, which she already had started to look for someone for this house we are currently are. But we because good morning, Zio, because we thought everything was going to be fine, that we were going to be accepted, so we signed. So that's not going to happen no more. But that put us in a predicament. That put us in a situation that we don't have a house no more. Where we currently are, where we've been, our landlord wants the house back because she has someone else for the house. So we have to be out of here in a month. And that means that we are going to have to go and move in with my in-laws. And my in-laws are wonderful and they are great. They have their quirks, everyone does, but one of the things that I cannot do there is YouTube. I obviously, because time difference is um my father-in-law house and everything. That means that I can't do this. I can't do YouTube no more. That doesn't mean that I'm going away. That means that you're just not gonna see my face. I'm gonna be in chat. I'm gonna be still on Discord, still on Facebook, still doing like little videos, maybe like as a vlog. Um, but that means that Robert is gonna take over for now. I might still do 2 Fridays. They are coming up, but I still have to talk to Robert about that.
It's
That
okay if
means
you can't. I'm kind of letting you talk for a minute. It's okay if you can't do those Fridays. I've already got them fixed. So that's not a problem. Me and my husband's already talked about my Fridays. If I'm doing a trial and it's a Friday, that's an understandable thing. Hi, guys.
so that means that I might not be on camera every day. I'm still gonna pop in and say hi. I was just talking to Robert that I'm still gonna come in and probably um during Brian Kopeck's sentencing because I want to watch that, and I'm gonna be in chat. Even though I'm gonna be packing and getting rid of all of our stuff for this, so to move in with my in-laws, I'm still gonna be in chat. I'm still gonna be me. I'm still gonna be coming in and scare Robert while she's on stream, and everything. But it just means that you're not gonna see my face on streams for a little bit, and well, for a while, because uh, we don't know how long we're gonna take to put money together to find a property to get our situation better and everything. And but yeah, I mean, it's not a goodbye, it's a see you later. I'm still gonna be here. I'm gonna be in chat. I'm a moderator on the channel. But yeah, I mean, Robert's gonna just have small little changes. She's gonna explain to you guys what she's gonna do. But it's not gonna be major. We're still gonna carry on covering trials, being ourselves, having a close family unit type thing in here, because that's what we all built, not just me. But I just wanted to yeah, to say thank you. And it feels like I'm saying goodbye forever. I am not. um Morning, Lois. To figure out why I'm crying, you can just maybe rewind a little bit, just to catch the announcement. But if you have any questions, you can just DM me on Facebook, um, Discord, email. You can just find me on chat. But yeah, yeah, it's a small setback. It won't be forever. Yeah, I know. Thank you, and I appreciate it. I appreciate every single one of you. Sorry, Crystal. Good morning. You came in and I'm crying. Um, but yeah, I appreciate every single one of you. Robert's gonna take over for the rest of the days because I need to stop packing. Um, I need to stop packing my whole life. So I'll see you guys
It's
soon.
it's hard. Let me talk just a second. Don't run off. Don't run off. We know you're emotional. Excuse me. It's emotional for. See, there goes my throat again. Damn it. It's emotional for me too. I've been here. I've tried to be here. I don't want to change a whole lot, but I do want y'all to don't make you come in here, Hio. I know, right? Could you imagine Hio up here too? She's gonna bring in her. Honey, we had pitchforks, throat punching, swords last night. We were ready to kick some ass. We were watching some stuff. But anyways, yeah. The only thing I want to say is I know Katya has worked very, very, very hard for this channel, and me taking it over. Yes, it will be run by me. It will be changed over and I will be the owner. That does not mean Katya will not be in the background doing a lot of things for me. And she's going to have to teach me a lot of the ropes because
And I will, obviously. I'm
I
still
I
here.
have
I'm
my
not
own.
going anywhere. I just have to pack my whole life and live with my in-laws for a little while. So, it's life. Life is never easy, and you guys know that. But it comes to a point that I can't, and I have to be respectful to my father-in-law because family comes above all, and you guys know that, and you always tell me that. And hey, it will be a little bit of a rest that you guys are always telling me to have. So I'm just gonna be forced to have a rest and be on a computer. So, but I'm still gonna pop in. I know Brian Koberger's sentencing is just around the corner. I'm gonna come to that because guess what? It is on a Wednesday, but it's on a Wednesday that we don't have date night. I've already talked to Garden Bot and I said I need to watch this, and there's gonna be other occasions that I'm gonna be popping in, and I'm still, if Rubber allows me, because it's gonna be her channel, I'm still gonna do members videos for you guys. I'm still gonna, all the gossip and everything still gonna be in the members videos. I'm gonna have more time to do members videos and actually show you the UK and show you things over here. So yeah, there's a lot of plans and there's other solutions. You're not gonna get rid of me. It's just
Right.
not maybe sitting in a little corner with my reactions to the trial, but it will be in chat because believe me, I'll be talking again in chat.
Yep.
But yeah. But I
Um,
appreciate everything you're doing for me, Robert. I do really do. And yeah, I mean, I'll leave you to it. I'll be in chat and I'll see you guys around. I will be here.
okay. Give me a minute too, guys. Give me just a
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front.
Okay. I'm back. Hey guys, sorry. I had to go gather myself, pull up my pages. Yeah, things there'll be some changes. And oh, see, I went behind the grid scenes to dry up. I know, Hio. I thought I had this. Damn it. I'm going to read that, Cindy. I'm going to read that out loud. Katya, the journey of life. This is a bump in the road. I'm sure it is all a shock. You will settle and keep working towards your goals. This is exactly things we've been telling her these last few days. We've supported each other. Okay, let me try and do it with the camera off for a few minutes and dry my eyes. Okay, before they come back in, because I see the. We'll look over here at this clock instead for a minute. It's a prettier clock. Oh, now it says it lost connection to the audio. Good God. Go figure, right? This is what I need to happen. Something for a distraction. My video lost audio. So see, there you go. Okay. Mixed rubber. Reset, Sheila. Reset. So just so y'all know, there will be very few changes. Okay. Turn your camera on, Sheila, while you're doing this. There'll be very few changes. The only really off the bat thing that I can tell you we will have to change, even now starting this month, that Katya and I were talking about. She's going to help me out for the first month on the back end, making sure that, you know, I'm figuring out how to get everything set up as far as with the smaller stuff that I don't have knowledge of yet, because I have not been a larger channel. Cindy, thank you. Hey, Cash. Good Lord, Cash made his way into a stream of mine. My crazy ass Cash. Check that out, Hio. Why the tears? Well, Cash, because you're not around a lot, and I know you see me in other chats. And case one, since we got you, I'm not a monetized channel. You may be under. Yes, Cash is here, but I think Cash is in my chat, in Rubber Ramada chat. So if I can get a mod, one of you mods, to drop Katya's chat so I can explain to Cash, because this will probably make it out there a little further than once Cash knows, it'll get out there. I love Cash. But I'm going to go ahead and explain it while he's there, because I know he's over there. So I have a small channel, Rubber Ramada Room. My Rubber Ramada Room started out as something fun for me to do. Cash, can you see that link, honey? There you go. Hio says, come over here, Cash. See, Cash? Wait, hang on. Let me come back up here. Cash? My damn thing won't let me go. See, this is a typical Cash message. He's taking notes. I'm telling you, he's taking notes, because he's gonna go tell all the other animals. He's gonna hide in the bushes, but he's gonna spill the beans. See, this is Cash. This is why I love it. See, here he is. Hey, folks, he made it. He made it to the TCA side. Yeah, and then now, okay, Cash. Guess what? Hi, this is my new channel. Let's just go that way with it this way. This is my new channel. It was kind of like an apartment that I rented for a few months, and then I decided to like it. So now I'm buying it. I'm moving in. I'm taking over. I got the keys to run the joint. The original owner is still going to play in our sandbox. She's still going to mod. She's still going to. Katya is like a daughter to me. I've adored her. I have a sandbox. The sandbox. I keep think like these are my toys over here in my sandbox, and those are your toys. But we're going to join our sandboxes. We're going to all play together in the same sandbox. And I might be a little all over the place talking right now, but I'm emotional. This was not something that I had. I'm going to tell everybody, and I'm going to make it very loud and clear. I'm having a problem with this isn't something I earned. And Hio will tell you, I've had a lot of conversations on the back end with her. I don't have a lot of subscribers on my channel. I do small things. Sandbox party. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. Take your shoes off, Lois, because I got a river right down the road. We can, throw out our little tents and our barbecue pits. We can redneck it all the way. I'm in Texas, So, but I do want to let y'all know that I say rebranding. There'll be a few things I'll do different. We will be having later start times because my husband does work night shifts. So, we will be starting probably at like 10 in the morning instead of 8:30 like Katya likes to do, because that's middle of the day for her in the UK. But sorry, babe, here in Texas. Cash, let's just say that not right now. This month is going to go to her. I know a lot of people are going to have questions about that, want to know how all the monetization and everything goes. And Katya, if you need to chime in to help me explain this. Yeah, basically I was given a monetized channel. It has over 1,000 subscribers, so therefore it is monetized. It's not something I was anticipating. It was something I felt I needed to work for. Thank you, Lois, for that. This first month of income for July, I want to go to Katya. All her move, everything that she's going to have to go through, restarting with everything that's going on in her life is going to be a lot. July will be my payment to her. Cash. See, this is why I love Cash, okay? Out of the blue, here I am. This is why I adore him. Thank you, Cash. Thank you for that. I know, because I know there's going to be rumors, there's going to be people speculating and talking out there when they hear about all this. And, there's going to be changes they'll have to get through because they're going to see me back here. I mean, I've been helping out. I've been doing every Wednesday and then filling in here and there in the evenings. Yes, I have worked hard here, helping out as much as I possibly can. I have worked hard in my life for many things, but I've never been given something. And right now, this is something that I feel like I've been given. And I appreciate that. So y'all are going to have to bear with me on learning how to do a lot of this background stuff. Hio's going to help me too. Katya is not going anywhere. See, Katya was right. She saw me put my makeup on. She's like, why are you doing that? And I'm like, I don't know, because I had leftover from yesterday going to the doctor and all that. And I was on stream yesterday with makeup, and I still had. There you go. Cindy just answered everybody's question. Rubber, you've been in training. You just got a promotion. Thank you. Thank you. There'll be a few different things because we don't all do the same thing. I know that Katya doesn't pause and talk a lot when she streams and talks about the trial. You'll see that change a little bit because sometimes when something's happening and we're listening and we're going to stream the whole way through, but if we need to stop and talk about what they just discussed, I feel like that's important. So that's something that I have done on my streams when I stream trials on my channel on the Rubber Ramada Room. Now, the Rubber Ramada Room is just going to be all fun and games and just enjoyable. Who knows? I still have it. I'm still going to post from it. I'm still going to do stuff on it. So that's not going anywhere. So I just wanted to let everybody know that too. And yes, there is merch still available. All Katya's old stuff will not go away. None of the merch stuff will go away. I will, as long as I can leave it there, I plan on leaving it. Hey, beginner crafter, how are you? So, okay, so while we're waiting, let me just say good morning. Good morning, beginner crafter. Good morning, William. Yo, my honey. Stephanie, Katya, who else is in here? Becky P, ahí vamos. Cindy from sunny South Florida, K Swan, and Cash William. Anyways, I just want to let everybody know, Lois, and I appreciate all of y'all and being open to the change. There will be a vlog channel that Katya is going to start. It's going to be Our Life, Our Way. It's going to be it'll be a second channel for her, but it's something that she's going to try to grow. And this way, I want everybody who's subscribed here to take that moment when I get a link to that, when she gets that set up and I get a link, we're going to drop that in the chat, just so everybody knows, where she is and can watch her and kind of keep up with all her vlogging of what she's going through and how she's dealing with things in her life. I think that's very important that we talk about it when we have things going on. So, excuse me a minute. I'm going to mute. Okay, sorry. Had to blow my nose. So, there you go. Katya's got it. Our Life, Our Way 8. There you go. That's the link. That's that second channel that she's been talking about. So that is her second channel. So until, you drag her into Oh, the clock case, Cash. This is Karina Cooper. It's the Karina Cooper case. They should be starting any minute now. We're also on verdict watch for Raul Valle. Raul Valle is, and see, I lost audio on that screen again, so I have to remove it. Take it out. I don't know why my thing is, I think that's something in StreamYard right now. But the Karen Cooper, she murdered her husband on God, my words are not coming to me. I'm having a hard time. Oh, it looks brass. Oh, see, I misread. See, what material is that clock case? Yeah, it looks brass, but up close, I can tell you it might be wood carved. Yeah. So with the Raul Valley, they're still on verdict watch. They came in and went straight to verdict watch this morning. They didn't even say anything. I don't think they've said anything, so I assume they went straight to verdict watch. I still got it on in the background. Nobody said anything. Um, and the Karina Cooper, we're on day 4. She is an Iowa woman who was charged with first-degree murder in 2024 after the police alleged she was responsible for the death of her husband, Ryan Cooper, who was found shot in the head with Karina sitting on top of him at the scene. Witnesses claimed Karina had made suspicious comments about wanting her wanting her husband prior to the murder. What I'm kind of, Cindy, with that, I was kind of thinking that too. We need something put together that we can drop in Discord and Facebook stuff. So if they want to come watch the beginning and all that, they can do that and be able to see. Why am I showing 2 StreamYard screens? Give me just a second, guys. I've got way too much open here. Yeah, I don't know why I have. There we go. There we go. There we go. I fixed it. Hey, I fixed it. I fixed it all by my big girl self. Sometimes little things like that are exciting to me because I don't. I'm still learning, guys. I'm still learning. And see, and I learned how to do this. See, I want to make my box. Where did my box go? Oh man, hold up. Hold up. I want to make this box a little bigger. Oh, no, not that big. Yes, Stephanie. Yes, yesterday, they seen a half a day of deliberation. They delivered. Look at me, I'm saying delivered. They deliberated. I can't tell you how many hours because I got lost in all the confusion of everything that was going on yesterday. Because I had doctor's appointments and stuff, so I tried. So with this kind of was all thrown together fast, and I had doctor's appointments 5 hours and 30. Thank you, Katya. That's what I needed. 5 hours and 30 minutes yesterday. We had originally we're going to do this yesterday and talk to everybody yesterday, and I had me and my stepson doctor's appointments planned for the day, so that put me in a predicament. So I wasn't available yesterday. So that's why we waited till Tuesday to do all this. This gave us a little extra time to do some more talking on the back end and everything. You think they're going to be deadlocked after 2 hours? Really? Oh, if almost, thank you for the gifted memberships. That is so sweet. I need to look on my phone so I can see where they went to. Yeah, I haven't set up I didn't even set up my phone yet to watch trial today. They went to K Swan. Nope, K Swan was typing. Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, Stevie, Starfish and Coffee, Josie H, Disha Sutter, Beginner Crafter. Look, Beginner, you got one. Becky P got one. Norma Guerrera, Ronnie, and Life versus Money 68. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of Almost. That's so kind of you. Yeah, yesterday they were after 2 hours, it was an 11-1 vote. There was one holdout and on the Raul Valley. And let's see, where did I write that? Where did I see that number? Katya sent it to me. Katya, I saw you write it 6, but it got lost in all this stuff. Post that again. Hi, Lydia. How are you? Yeah, if almost Cash showed up. Cash of all people. Cash be reading shit in chat. I can tell y'all that's what happened because he seen me talking to somebody that somebody was asking me what was going on with my channel. And I told them that there was an announcement that would be this morning. So see, that's where I know. I know Cash listens, Cash pays attention. So this trial should be starting anytime. Let's see. Yeah. And on the Raul Valle, right. I'm still trying to find that time. Katya, please tell me that time again because I went to write it down and I don't know what happened. This chat scrolled too fast and I lost it. Was it 6.5 hours or 5.5? I know Evamos. I mean, Dutch did hers. 5 hour, 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know a lot of announcements this week. It's really been these last couple days. I've seen a lot of creators saying, hey, this is what I'm doing instead, or this is what I'm, planning on. So yeah, there's been a lot of announcements this week. So, like I said, the only thing different really right now off the jump is we will have to start a little bit later during the mornings, which I'm saying 10 o'clock Central. And that will give us a little bit of time to fast forward through some of the breaks, fast forward through some of the lunch and stuff like that. Because as everybody or most everybody knows, my husband works night shifts, so my hours here are not are a little off. So, oh, you're a Nightbox stalker, Cash. Oh, good. Well, ours gets a little attitude sometimes if you scream. If you do use all caps, it gets a little bit bitchy. But other than that, yes. And everybody, I want y'all to know that I appreciate this so much. And this is the last I'm going to talk about it. And I want to just turn and roll like normal. Um, the channel will be it's still going to be a true crime channel. We're still going to stream trials. They're going to be more in a short format. Good, Katya. Good, Katya. It'll be in a shorter format to where we can fast forward through some of the breaks. I know a lot of people don't like that because it's not in real time, but sometimes we have to bend for others. So this is the way we have to do it in order to make it work for me. So you enjoy your time here. Thank you, Abamos. I do too. And I've enjoyed Katya hosting all this time and everything and letting me learn on her back end. So I think this was a hard decision for all of us, but we're here. And she'll stay forever. You see that? She'll stay forever. She's not going anywhere. So just keep in mind, y'all can always check out her other channel. And so let's see. What time is this? 9 o'clock. They should be starting any minute now. They're actually late. According to their clock, it's 9:05. Hey. I wasn't. Yo. It was just her back end. Y'all know me. I always come in the back door in your chats. I always come up on screen through the back door. I'm like, hey, knock, knock, knock. I'm coming in. No, that clock's not made of bronze. It looks, oh, sound. We have sound. Oh, let's see. I think it's coming from that one. And y'all know I will have my coffee in the morning. I'm not sure which.
All right, good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat.
Okay, it said it lost connection to sound, so I got to remove it and do it again. Hold up, give me just 1 second. I'm sorry. I don't know why it keeps doing this. I do know why. Right now, Google Chrome is having an issue with
On parties.
Google Chrome's having an issue with StreamYard right now. I keep getting pop-ups about it, so I think that's why the sound issue. But all right, we'll fix it.
Present. And you may recall we let you go a little bit early yesterday because we moved fairly quickly and got through all the witnesses the state had available yesterday. I believe the state now has a witness here ready to go. Mr. Ringel, do you have a witness to call for the state?
Yes, Judge. The state would call Ken Martin.
Good morning, sir. Come on up here to the chair to my left, if you would, or far left. Sir, that microphone's got a little button at the bottom of it. There you go. Yep, and you can adjust it however you'd like.
Sure.
All right. And first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And then, sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell
Sure.
them
My
for me?
first name is Kenneth, Kenneth. Last name Martin, Martin.
All right, Mr. Ringel.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Mr. Martin.
Morning, sir.
Sir, how are you employed?
Presently, I'm employed with Bevel Gardner and Associates as a forensic analyst since 2007. I'm also employed by the Boston University School of Medicine as an adjunct instructor in their forensic program, graduate forensic program. And I just took a position as an adjunct instructor with Oklahoma State University in their forensic program.
What are you doing for Bevel Gardner?
As a forensic analyst, I conduct trainings across the country in the area of bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, crime scene processing. I also receive cases from not only the U.S., but from internationally as well, both for the prosecution and defense. So I'll review the case. In some instances, I'll testify. Also in civil cases as well, I'll review cases and provide testimony if necessary.
You said you're also employed as an adjunct professor.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing as an adjunct professor?
Both at Boston University and Oklahoma State University, I'll be teaching a course in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Could you describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a master's degree in criminal justice, and I'm presently a PhD candidate at Oklahoma State University.
Could you outline for the jury your training and experience?
As far as training, I have attended numerous courses. I started as far as attending courses. In 1980, I joined the Massachusetts State Police, where I spent 1.5 years on the road. Essentially, the Massachusetts State Police is a little bit unique in that we handle all of the law enforcement capacity across the state, in that the district attorney, we call them district attorneys, you call them county prosecutors here. The Attorney General's office, we essentially have persons assigned there. Likewise, Logan Airport, even for the medical examiner, we supply all the forensic services. So again, I started in 1980. In 1982, I ended up going to the Bristol County District Attorney's office, where I spent 9 years there as an investigator. And basically, we investigate all homicides throughout the state, any sudden unattended deaths. Basically, by statute, the district attorney's in charge of all cases. That's where I first started forensics, my forensic training. Ultimately, in 92, I wrote a letter to the agency, my department, and said we need to reorganize. Based upon that, they created what's called the Crime Scene Services section. I spent the tenure of the rest of my career there, which was almost 33 years, not only within the section, but also in charge of the section. And I spent 7 years at the medical examiner's office. Again, we supply all the forensic services. So all the forensic services entail processing bodies for latent print evidence, hairs and fibers, trace evidence. Not only that, but I had the duty of, where it's the medical examiner's office amongst the teaching hospitals as the residents would cycle through. I would also do training with them regarding crime scene processing, bloodstain analysis.
Okay, we're going to pause this for just a second.
I would ask council to please first place their appearances on the record for purposes of today's proceedings.
We're going to go over here. We're going to see what they have to say to get this one started. This is the one we originally were watching. This is the Raul Valle. Let's see what they have to say, and then we can go back and we will go back to Karina and we can fast forward through some of the stuff. Let's see what's going on here.
A matter to put on the record at this point in time, and then we'll call the jury in. So council, as you are aware, the court received a note yesterday evening at approximately 4:45 while taking the bench to dismiss the jurors for the day. Due to the lateness regarding the hour of the day and the closure of our court facilities at 5 p.m., the court decided to address the note on the record this morning. Council has had the opportunity to review the note, and it will be marked as a court exhibit for ID purposes only, as it does contain the deliberative process of the jurors. The note does, however, indicate that the jury remains deadlocked as to count 1 and also cannot reach a verdict at this time as to counts 2, 3, and 4. It is the court's intent to instruct the jury to continue its deliberations. I did have an opportunity to informally meet with counsel in chambers this morning. It is my understanding that both the state and the defense are in agreement with instructing the jury to continue on with its deliberations with a short instruction to the jury regarding that continued process without at this time giving a Chip Smith charge or accepting any verdicts that may or may not have been reached. So I would hear from counsel on the record.
The state is in agreement with that, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right. So with that, I do intend to instruct the jury to continue their deliberations. I will call them in. I also had an alternate juror, just for purposes of the record, indicate that the alternate juror had a medical appointment this afternoon. As you are aware, I have not discharged the alternate jurors. That alternate juror asked to be able to leave for his appointment and or be dismissed. I know that I met with counsel informally in chambers as well relative to that issue, and it was the decision based upon conferring with counsel to allow that particular alternate juror to leave for his medical appointment, but to keep the alternate juror on board with respect to his role as an alternate juror in this case. So the jury clerk is relaying that information to that particular juror. All right, does counsel wish to be heard on that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Very good. So at this time, I would ask clerk to please bring in our jury.
Yes, I do feel he is guilty on a lesser charge. If you want my opinion, and this is my opinion, I do feel he is guilty on a lesser charge, that he committed a crime and needs to do some time for what he did. I don't feel he intentionally set out to murder this gentleman. That I don't think that was his intent, but it did happen. These are my opinions. And please, everybody in chat, nothing will change. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. You can agree to disagree.
All right, I would at this time ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of our jury.
The state will stipulate to the presence of the jury.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you for returning for us today. So I do want to acknowledge that I did receive a note from you late yesterday afternoon, early evening, as I was taking the bench to dismiss you for the evening. It does appear from your note that you indicate that you are deadlocked as to count 1, so you remain deadlocked as to count 1, and also deadlocked as to certain charges at counts 2, 3, and 4. It does, however, appear to the court that you are deliberating as your duty requires. By the court's estimate, you have been deliberating a little less than 5 hours at this point in time. I would simply suggest that you continue with your deliberations. Again, you should review the evidence and the position of each juror to determine if any evidence has been overlooked or any juror's position misunderstood with respect to either the evidence or the law. I remind you that you may have portions of any testimony read back to you if you deem it essential for your deliberations. You have all the full exhibits with you in the court deliberations room. Kindly explain your views and listen to the views of others. That goes for everyone. Ultimately, of course, you will make up your own mind and decide this case upon the basis of your own individual judgment and conscience. So at this time, I am going to redirect you to the jury room to continue on with your deliberations relative to this case. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Do either of you wish to be heard on the court's instruction to the jury?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, the court will move into recess. Thank you.
Do you think so, Lois? Do you think so? I mean, you know, knowing that they're deadlocked and this could be a hung jury, there may be that one holdout that yeah, you know, yeah, Katya, you think so too? Yeah, he's got to be elated knowing that they're deadlocked, because this could be, prosecutor might not want to retry it. They may not. All right, let's switch over here to crazy Karina Cooper, guys. You know what? I do too, K-Swan. You remember I showed y'all, I looked for that one picture of him without so much facial hair that we showed that one time, but you know, I want to see him with his hair down in the back. I couldn't find any pictures with his hair down in the back, so I don't know. That's just us checking out these people wanting to know a little bit more, being Matiche people. So anyways, okay, I'm gonna hit play on this. We're going back to crazy Karina sitting on her husband after she did what she did with all her Snapchat. What else? What she have? The Snapchat. She had a $500 life insurance policy, I believe, that she was trying to get. She didn't have any money in the bank. We knew that. That was yesterday.
Analysis for their part of their education.
Outside of your work as an adjunct professor and what you've just outlined, do you engage in any additional training or teaching?
Again, I belong to various organizations, forensic organizations, so I annually attend meetings of these organizations. For example, the International Association for Identification. Excuse me. I was actually the president from 2007 to 2008 with the International Association for Identification. I'm certified as a senior crime scene analyst, bloodstain pattern analyst, as well as a footwear analyst. I also belong to the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, as well as the Association of Crime Scene Reconstructionists. And each one of those organizations has an annual meeting that I will attend, either one or multiple during the year.
Do you publish?
I've published in the past. I published an article regarding latent prints and how latent prints can transfer onto various surfaces in the reverse position. I've also published with the Boston University Engineering Department in two areas of bloodstain pattern analysis, looking at the length of the tail of a bloodstain, and also on, it's called micro coatings on a surface, which essentially you could literally get a blood droplet to bounce off of a surface if you had the proper coating on there.
You have a CV, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
Judge, may I approach?
You may. And to the extent you want to come up again with this witness, you don't need to ask.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit number 14. You recognize that?
Just a minute, please. Yes, sir, I do.
And is that your CV that fully outlines your training, experience, and educational background?
Yes, sir, it does.
My stipulation of the parties to state includes the United States exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibit 314 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Martin, you're here to testify about bloodstain pattern analysis, correct?
And reconstruction, yes, sir.
And have you prepared a demonstrative exhibit that outlines the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
Would that assist you in testifying here today?
Yes, sir, it would.
Judge, with permission of the court, I would request to publish the demonstrative exhibit just referenced.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Presumably you can see that okay, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, so what is bloodstain pattern analysis?
Just, would you back up a moment, please, just to the introductory slide, if you don't
Certainly.
mind? Thank you. Again, this is my introductory slide. What I would like you to take note of here, that happens to be a right hand, but also we can see, essentially, this is an artist rendition of an injury to an index finger, and we can see 3 droplets of blood as they're falling due to gravity towards the, in this particular case, towards the ground. So essentially, when we take a look at bloodstain pattern analysis, it's the scientific study of blood in motion in flight. Basically, we're talking about fluid dynamics, which is a subdivision of fluid mechanics. And what we look for is the size, shape, and the distribution of the stains, the resulting stains. Because what's interesting about bloodstain pattern analysis is that it's reproducible and predictable. In other words, blood will act or react from a force in a predictable fashion. In other words, if I were to place some blood in my hand, blood is a fluid. Basically, it's a liquid. Fluid encompasses both gases and liquids. If I were to place some blood in my hand, it's a liquid. If I were to slap it in this fashion, well, I can tell you right now, it's going to react in a predictable manner. This is called impact, so as I impact it, it's going to radiate out. So depending on the stains that are left behind, we can go back and based upon the size, shape, distribution, and the location of the stains, we can identify the mechanism. In this case, it's a impact spatter. So from the mechanism, we can tell, or we're able to deduce what type of implement may have been used or what caused this type of event to occur.
And so what is crime scene reconstruction then?
Now, reconstruction is slightly different in that reconstruction involves bloodstain pattern analysis. In fact, I look at bloodstain pattern analysis as a lesser included discipline because overall, crime scene reconstruction holistically looks at the scene and what we have for evidence. So not every scene includes bloodstain, but we do have bloodstain if we need it. Shooting incident reconstruction is another sub-discipline which is included in crime scene reconstruction. Not only that, but we look at medical legal death investigation, in that if I were to look at a case and say I have some type of arterial spurt, you may have heard the term, first of all, I need to know that there's some type of artery breach in order to create that arterial spurt. Not only that, but we have to have some knowledge of basic crime scene. In some instances, you can go back and retest evidence, again, to get some indication as to, number one, is it blood? Whose blood could it be? So you have to have an overall understanding of the forensic sciences and what you can do or can't do. And then lastly, you have to have a methodology, because all scientific disciplines have a methodology involved in which you can actually look at all of the evidence. And that's the one thing in crime scene reconstruction. Ultimately, you have to consider all of the options. You know, many times you hear the term bias and that you're only looking at, or you're looking at information that you shouldn't. Well, ultimately, that gets to a point in crime scene reconstruction where we have to entertain all possibilities. And let's just say we have 10. Through the examination of the evidence, we may be able to eliminate 7. We may be left with 3. And of those 3, one of them may be the most likely possibility or the most likely occurrence that happened to have created what we have as far as the resulting scene. Now, the other interesting thing here, and I have a photograph, it's a photograph that I prepared. We have a diagram on the left, and what you have to remember about bloodstain pattern analysis, it's different than most of the other forensic disciplines if you think about it. And I'm sure maybe you've seen some type of show where they You get square over the evidence. You have to be perpendicular when you take your photo. We're looking at the north wall, the east wall. Well, in my diagram here on the left-hand side, if you notice in that lower right corner, I have some red, and those are to illustrate so-called bloodstains which are left behind. On the case that I have here, bloodstain evidence is different in that, in this case, and let's just say north is at the base of the diagram here, so that would be west on your left. Here we have a pattern that extends across from the west wall across the north wall. So my point is, we're looking at not only one wall, but we have to encompass or take in the entirety of the scene. So one of the biggest mistakes is that people focus on a small area when you need to back up and look at the big picture. So what I'm saying here is we process a scene, we need to, again, look at the scene three-dimensionally. Now, on the right-hand side, these are two photos that I took that when you look at photographs, as I did in this case, or if we have videos, you need to look at all of the photos. And the reason being, and let's just see, this is the typical laboratory photo you would see when clothing gets submitted to the lab. I think you would agree, it appears that I put the scale that's called ruler tape in there. So we see the tape. And basically what I'm trying to note here, those could be potentially blood stains. So initially they appear to be on the front of the garment. Now, when the person puts on the garment, if you notice, the stains are actually on the side of the garment or on the side of the wearer. So we need to be very careful. And so one of the things that we need to do is to look at any and all photos available, any videos available, autopsy photos. So again, the photographs, especially if you don't get a chance to go to the scene, and even at that, if you go to the scene, many times the victim may have been already removed from the scene. So what I'm getting at is we have to look at everything. A good example right here, if I were to take a photograph here, arguably my fingers are, let's just say, 10 inches apart, but depending on how I hold my fingers and take that photograph, because a photograph essentially is a two-dimensional format trying to depict the three-dimensional scene. So in that photograph, my fingers appear to be 2 inches apart, two-dimensionally, but when you look at them, when I twisted them around, they're really 10 inches apart. So again, we need to consider all of the evidence.
And just to be clear, the image that we see both on the left and the two images on the right of the garment that you referenced, those are not related to this case in any way?
Not at all. No, these are just generic images just to understand what we're looking at.
What are we seeing here?
Well, what we have is essentially some blood, and you can see here that blood is an interesting, it's a fluid, so essentially it has to obey the laws of fluid dynamics. But how it's comprised, roughly 55% is plasma, and also we have the 45% of formed elements, which are red cells, white cells, and platelets. And based upon that, certain things do happen. For example, blood, the viscosity of blood is greater than that of water. You've heard the term blood is thicker than water. So there's some various aspects to this which is exclusive to blood. Not only that, for example, platelets are involved in the clotting process, which is very important too, because ultimately, sometimes before blood can dry, or many times, it will actually clot prior to it drying, and platelets have a major role in the clotting of blood.
A couple of terms that you use there, obviously you're applying scientific principles to the study of blood and blood stain patterns. You mentioned fluid dynamics. What is just generally sort of a layperson's understanding or explanation of what fluid dynamics is?
Fluid dynamics is just fluid in motion, okay? And again, fluids, just to make it clear, liquids of fluids, likewise air. And the only thing I would say to that is that here I have a droplet that's falling. Air is a fluid, so it has to make its way through the fluid, just like a boat has to make its way through the water. There's the two things, or the two major factors when a droplet falls, is aerodynamic drag, pushing up on the droplet, just to make that.
And so, just apologizing for the noise. I'm not sure what it is. You may hear that. I know that they're doing a little work on our air conditioning equipment here. You may have noticed it's a little warm in here, has been. We have a very old air conditioning system in this building. I know they're doing a little work on it today. So that may be it, but I don't know. But just apologizing for the little background hum you hear. Sorry, Mr. Engel, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So you're applying scientific principles to the study of blood.
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe this is animated, is that correct?
Yeah, and if you think back to that first slide that I had, we had the droplets, literally, and if I were to prick my finger and I tried to recreate that, and we had those droplets. Well, this is an actual droplet of blood falling from a finger, and basically this is high-speed video, and I'm sure you've seen that. In this particular case, we have 1,000 frames per second as this droplet. What happens is the droplet begins to amass on the tip of the finger, and ultimately gravity is always pulling down. So ultimately gravity, as it's pulling down, the mass of that blood, what's going on here is there's cohesive, in other words, there's an attraction between the blood and the finger, and there's also something called surface tension. It's holding the blood together, and as that blood amasses, it just can't hold on anymore, and it pulls away. And what you saw in the initial video is that droplet. Well, here's actually what happens, because once it pulls away, you never really see what happens, but I have it here. If you notice, here the droplet, that's called the ligament. It begins to stretch out. But interestingly enough, once that snaps, once it pulls away, if you notice, the droplet immediately becomes a sphere, or, for another term, a ball. And basically, that's what happens. All liquids are going to assume that sphere or ball shape, and that's why it's predictable and reproducible. Because, again, it's following the laws of fluid dynamics. If you noticed, there's a couple things. There's a little bit of, it's called oscillation, is the droplet. In fact, if you've ever thrown a water balloon, sometimes you get this going on by the water balloon. Well, it dampens itself down and ultimately assumes that sphere. But ultimately, as that ligament pulls, if you notice, there's a little follow-on or accompanying droplet that forms, because it's almost like an elastic. It snaps because that surface tension pulls that droplet back together.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit for our court reporter's sake. All right. Moving on to the next slide. What are we seeing here? I think you just referenced surface tension.
Sure. So this is a photograph that I took. I took a pipette, basically a dropper, okay, and I had some blood in it. And here I have a piece of foam. So what I did was very carefully tried to put the droplet onto the foam, because as I mentioned before, blood wants to stay together. It doesn't want to separate. It wants to hold itself together, and surface tension does hold it together in that sphere or ball. And again, what I did very carefully was put it down on the foam, and you would think, if I asked you beforehand, that the blood would just flow through there. No, if you're very careful, there's the actual droplet sitting on top of the foam. So again, it wants to stay together unless it's acted upon by some type of outside force.
And again, this is the application of the concepts of fluid dynamics to blood and, again, blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And essentially it's physics. These are the principles of physics.
Yes, sir.
All right, what are we seeing here?
So before we start the slide, there are two slides which go together. The first slide is a smooth cardboard surface, and it's roughly 100 centimeters. So 100 centimeters, that's roughly 39 1/3 inches. So roughly 40 inches off the ground. What they've done in these high-speed videos is they've let a droplet of blood go. And ultimately, gravity is going to pull it down to the ground, and this surface, that cardstock or that cardboard. But what we're looking at here, or the purpose of the two slides, is surface texture. In other words, the surface that it strikes is going to, for the most part, govern what the droplet looks like. So in other words, you'll see here on a smooth surface, it's going to assume that circular shape. Whether I drop it at 10 feet, 100 feet, it's going to come down. If that surface is smooth, you're going to get that circular shape. Likewise, if I have a rough surface, it's going to break up. Think about it, it's hitting that rough surface, so basically it's going to break up. So the first one is hitting a smooth surface at roughly 40 inches. Notice what happens, it stays pretty much circular. And that's a typical drop that you might have on a smooth kitchen floor. In fact, the smoother the surface, glass, polished glass is probably the smoothest surface, you're going to get that nice circular stain. Now, if we move to the next slide, Same 100 centimeters, roughly 40 inches. And what we have here is a blood droplet hitting, and you can see it off to the left-hand side. That's cement board that you could buy at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever. Again, same height, same size droplet, and you'll see what happens. Major difference. And again, it's the surface texture that that blood hits. Many times it was believed in the past that when you saw something like that, it's because the droplet, say, was flicked, that had some type of energy as the droplet's hitting. But essentially, it's actually the surface texture that the droplet, in this case, the cement board, which causes that breakup of the droplet. Now, what's important with this slide here is we saw those two previous slides. And again, this is cardstock. Now, this is something that I put together, and I have 10 through 80 degrees. And what we're looking at there, if I were to take blood right now and I were to drop it here on this countertop, that's 90 degrees. You would agree with me, right? Ultimately, it's going to fall and hit. That gives you that circular stain. As I change the angle, okay, 10 degrees being the most acute, so 10 degrees is this, something like this, okay? So we see 10 degrees here. What's happening is the droplet, as it hits, basically that sphere or ball, it remains in that shape. So my example was if you were to go to Michael's or one of those home places where you can buy styrofoam balls, and I would take a piece of sandpaper, take a look at that 10 degree, as I would take that styrofoam ball, and if I slide it down, now remember it's at 10 degrees, as I slide it down at the midpoint of that styrofoam ball, it's going to be its widest, right? Likewise, as I continue to slide it, it's going to get back to its narrowest. And what that allows us to do is there's a relationship between the length of the stain and the width of the stain where we can go back and get what's called the impact angle. Now, this is looking at something like this, okay? If you look at my, if you look at my arm, now we're talking about a surface like this, okay? 90 degrees. We're talking about 10 degrees. But on the other hand, we could do the same thing if I had a wall. Now let's just say this is my wall here. Remember I said if I do that, if I do this is impact. Well, when I do this impact, essentially the blood that's coming out from between my hands, it's going to shoot straight out. So that's going to hit straight on, so that would be 90 degrees, correct? So if I hit something like this, it's going to force it out straight on as 90 degrees. If I hit it sufficiently and it starts to go up, because what's going to happen is it's going to be directed, say upwards, because I have it directed upwards, you're going to start getting that stain going something like this. So my point is, even though I have a stain here, if I were to take a pool of blood, and let's just say I hit that with a hammer, I can tell you right now, I'll have some stains here, 90 degree circles, but I'll also have some climbing up, and the more they climb, the more elongated they come or become. The tail always points to where it's going. The tail points to where it's going. So in this instance, if you notice the tails are on the bottom, and as I told you before, I created that with the cardstock in this fashion, so we know I dropped it from above and it's going downward. But again, when we look at a scene, there are occasions when I actually have these elliptical stains going up a wall. So again, it's telling me tails going up, it came from this direction. Not only that, but I can estimate or I can approximate the angle of what they call impact. So again, the shape of the stain is very important. Oh, I'm sorry. In this last photograph here, that's an example of the tail. If you notice, that green arrow goes down, and you can see the head of the arrow is in that downward position. So essentially, all of those stains are going downward. These two videos, one's taken straight on and one's taken from the side. And we can see on it's 2,000 frames per second. Basically, it's 10 degrees. So if we take a look in the middle, that cardstock, we can see that 10 degree, and I've put it in there. And what I want you to take a look at there as we play the left and then the right, remember I told you before, that sphere or that ball, as it skids along, it maintains its overall shape. It just paints it as it goes along. Or consider that styrofoam ball as it slides along. And you'll see here, if we play the left one, as that stain, notice as it hits, it maintains its shape. And ultimately, notice there's the tail. So again, it's maintained that shape. We have that ellipse. If I had to, I could measure they call that the leading edge at the top. I could measure the base of the stain, and I could actually estimate, or I could calculate the impact angle. In this particular case, it's 10. Now, in the right side, if we take a look at it, this is just to show you that it maintains its spherical shape as it skids along that surface. And again, why that's important, if I have a vertical surface, it's not uncommon to see stains. Think about it, is that spatter goes along that vertical surface. It's not straight on, so it's not circular. Instead, it's coming in at an angle. So when I look at those angles, it's going to tell me that that stain came in at an angle. It's not straight on. So I can position items. Think about that. Just one quick example. If I take a Coke can, which I've had numerous times, or a beer can, any type of can, cylindrical, right? It's round. If I have that on the table and I have something go on, let's just say I do this same thing. Well, that Coke can where it directly faces that spatter coming in, I'll have circles. But on the sides of the Coke can, you say, well, why do I have these stains skidding along and I have these ellipses going this way? Well, guess what? Even though this one hits straight on, these are skidding along the side, so I get those elongated stains. And what that allows me to do, if you think about it, is position the can, because let's just say the can got knocked over, position the can as to where it was at the time of the event. The other important thing to remember is that the harder or the more force I impart on something, just a quick example, if I were to take two water balloons, if I take a bat, say I have a water balloon here, and I hit it just sufficiently enough to break that skin, and again, remember, blood, the surface tension, the blood itself is the skin, but in this case, I'm using the example of a water balloon, which is totally different than the water contained within. If I just hit it, what happens? It just kind of breaks up and will run down my arm for the most part, right? But think about it, if I take that same size water balloon, the harder I hit it, and let's just say I really wind up and hit that thing, what's going to happen? I've got, in this case, the term is spatter. I've got water all over the place, right? And the harder I hit something, the smaller the resulting stains. So again, one of the things that we look for, if you remember back to when I talked about it, size of the stain, shape of the stain, elliptical, circular, distribution. So again, the harder I hit something, the smaller the resulting stain. In this particular video here, what you're looking at, as we talk about energy or we talk about force, this happens to be a .22 caliber bullet striking a bloody sponge. One of the things that, I'm sorry, I'm just a little closer. One of the things that we take a look at is, if you think about it, a bullet, depending on what type of round I use, whether it's a 22 or a 45 or whatever, certainly has a certain amount of energy, kinetic energy or potential energy in that bullet, okay? And what we have here is, this is a sponge, and when we teach the class, this is pretty much universal. We all use a sponge out there, because certainly that's really the best representation we have. But the point is, when you see this, when you take a look at the size of the stain, this is where it becomes mist-like. The best example I can give you is if you were to go to the dollar store and you buy one of those pump bottles and you fill it up and you press that as hard as you can, what happens? You're only going to get a little mist. And the other thing to remember with this misting is that the smaller the stain, the less distance it travels. So the smaller the stain, there's more energy to create these small stains. Likewise, they don't go very far. Because again, go back to my example of that pump bottle from the dollar store. No matter how hard you push that little misting doesn't go very far, does it? And again, it deals with fluid dynamics. But again, the smaller the stain, the closer to the source, you'll find the stain. So here we go here. This is 22, it's going right to left. Yeah, right to left. And what you have here is you have, it's called forward spatter to the left. It's going with the bullet. So the predominance of the spatter is going to go forward. And likewise, what you also have is you have what's called back spatter too. So some of that blood, in this case on the sponge, is coming back towards in this case, the shooter or the barrel of the weapon. And depending on how close the barrel is, I've actually had cases where blood actually will get projected into the barrel itself. So depending on how far the weapon is away. But bottom line is, the greater the energy, in this particular case, what we're trying to do is replicate a gunshot. We can see that we have that little fine mist. And again, we know that that fine mist is not going very far.
Judge, may we approach?
Yeah, I can fast forward, but yeah, I'm like, where is he going with all this? I'm not following the bouncing ball right here. It's not, yeah, it's just not registering. All these dots and getting styrofoam balls from your local craft store and cutting them and it was just all over the place, right? Just totally threw me.
You know,
Okay. All right.
and I apologize for that, but, you know, old courthouses sometimes need repairs. So, all right, Mr. Engel?
Thank you, Judge.
In this particular slide here, what I'm illustrating, it's called a drip pattern. Remember, we looked at the single droplet as it hits the surface. And again, surface texture has pretty much controls the appearance of the resulting stain. In this case, we've started with some blood on the surface here, this cardstock or this graph paper. And what I'm demonstrating or showing you here is as each additional droplet, in this case, we just see one droplet hits that existing pool, well, what ends up happening is you have the creation of what's called satellite spatter. And I'm sure you've maybe seen this even at home. Say your sink is dripping, drip, drip, drip. What happens is with each subsequent drip, you have more satellite spatter radiating out. And what's important about this is as it radiates out, what I'm talking about in all directions, so 360 degrees, you have these small little spatter stains, very small, and that tells me that something above this pool or something above this pattern was there long enough to drip sufficiently to create these satellite spatter, which you'll see. So the droplet hits. And you can see all of the satellite spatter that are created. And with each additional droplets, what you'll have is a buildup of this satellite spatter around, they call that the parent stain, because everything radiates out or comes from the parent stain. So one of the things that we look for is that parent pool or that parent stain. When we see those radiating spatter, then we have that drip pattern that we're talking about.
Sir, do you have a laser pointer with you?
Yes, I do.
Would you be able to use that laser pointer to point out that parent pool and then the satellite stains that you were referencing?
So this would be the parent stain here. And again, once that droplet comes in and hits it, it creates all of these little satellite spatter. And again, if you notice, they're distributed pretty evenly if you drop in the middle. If you were to drop it off to one side, again, not to get too into it, but certainly they're going to drip, you'll have satellite, but there may be a predominance on one side versus the other. But again, I see that radiating pattern around that parent stain. Again, this is an example. This is in one of the classes over at Boston University where the students create these various patterns. So here, this is on the concrete floor. And basically what they do is they drop blood. They drop 6 droplets here, and they drop them into the same stain if they can. And you can see the radiating spatter, satellite spatter around that stain. Notice how they all come out. If we look at them, for the most part, the tails will be pointing outwards. If we were to get in there and really look, the tails are pointing outwards. There are some exceptions because they don't really get a chance to settle down. Remember I talked about this going on when it's released? Well, ultimately they may point slightly different. This is the vertical surface. So think about this. This is the floor. Here I'm dripping onto the floor. Now envision this as a wall. So here I have a wall which is close by here. Notice what happens as this drops.
Just to interrupt
Now,
him,
when that drop
that's a
that parent
big
pole,
TV
those little
screen in that
satellites-
background.
Those little satellites come off, and again, they come up and they come down. They call it a parabolic arc, but just like throwing a ball. So what happens is if that vertical wall is close enough, I'm going to get those little, I'm going to get those little stains before they hit the surface or the concrete or the floor. If that wall's close enough, as they go up, they're going to hit the wall. And depending where that wall is, that those satellite spatters may not have reached their maximum height, so it may be very close, or they may be at their maximum height, or they may be down here as the stains are starting to fall down. But for example, if I were in a gymnasium, I wouldn't see this, but if I were in the corner of the gymnasium, I might see that. And again, it gives me an indication of where that event occurred. All right, so that's what we're looking for.
And when you say where that event occurred, what do you mean by event?
And I use a bloodletting event. In other words, in this particular case here, that could be someone dripping, standing, as I'm dripping down, because I'm standing close to the corner here, as I'm standing, I'm dripping, creating the satellite spatter, and again, close enough to the wall that I get that on that vertical or that wall surface. The other thing that we need to take a look at as well, and this is a definition, all the definitions that are contained here, there's actually a terminology that we use. And if you notice at the bottom, I footnote it's a terms and definition and bloodstain pattern analysis. We all use the same terminology. But basically, we have a pool, which is a blood stain resulting from an accumulation of liquid blood on a surface. Actually, it should state a non-porous surface for the most part, because it's non-porous when you have a pool. Because think about it, if I have a piece of cloth, ultimately that's going to saturate down, and that's called a saturation stain. But essentially a pool is what we have here, and this is, again, the pool's amassing. What we actually have in this particular slide here, at some particular point, once the blood, in this case, is deposited on the floor, you immediately get clotting that starts to occur. As blood sits there, again, remember I talked about the platelets and the I didn't talk about fibrin, but the blood will actually begin to clot. And at some point, you actually get the clotting going on here, and you get what's called serum separation, because that liquid begins to pull out as the red blood cells and the platelets all pull themselves together. So that does give me some indication that that pool here was there for some amount of time. But again, time is very difficult because it depends on several factors, and I may say that again. Certainly the temperature has something to do with it. Certainly the humidity has something to do with it. The actual porousness of the floor may have something to do with it as well. So you have to be very careful about that. You'd have to replicate the conditions and know the conditions that you were in order to try to replicate that. Flow patterns, they don't seem very important, but they are actually extremely important. So essentially what we have is, this is a vertical surface, right? Because again, remember, gravity is pulling everything down. So what we have here is, this is an actual deposition of wet blood onto a vertical surface. And again, there's a sufficient amount of blood where it begins to run down, in this case, the wall. What's important with flow patterns, what we look at is, many times flow patterns can tell us if a victim were standing. Because if I incur some type of significant injury, gunshot or whatever, traumatic injury to my face, it's not uncommon to see blood flow going down my entire front of my body. Likewise, on the tops of my shoes or the tops of my feet. Let's just say I didn't have my shoes or socks on. Likewise, the other thing that we look at is we look at the bottoms of an individual's feet as well, because it's not uncommon for a victim to, say, struggle with their assailant where they're literally stepping in their own blood. So those are all things that we look at because it gives us an indication at some point the victim was never up, or the victim was up, and if they were up, let's just say they have some flow pattern down to their knees, and then I have what appears to be a transfer. Well, they were at least on their knees. So again, flow patterns are actually important when we take a look at cases. And again, another example, in this case here, how it relates, this is what we have here is a flow pattern. The victim is lying on their back on the floor, but this photograph here tells us, or tells me, that the victim was never up at the time that the wound was incurred, if you think about it. Wound is here on the chest. Ultimately, the blood is flowing down, because again, blood wants to flow down. Likewise, head up is up here, so this is the lower portion. So essentially, the victim was on the ground when they incurred that wound. Victim was never standing, but instead was on the ground. Transfer stains, basically what we have is a surface wet with blood. And if I were to take a surface such as my hand wet with blood, well, what we've done up here is, this happens to be an implement, again, from one of the classes, but we go from left to right and we go down to that second row. And what you find is, which makes sense, the top left is going to have the most blood on it. So obviously it's the heaviest concentration of blood. And as I move across, there's less and less blood that you find on the surface. And many times, and let's just say, and you'll hear me use these terms, a footprint or a footwear impression. A footprint is if I literally take my shoes and socks off. That's the friction ridge skin on the bottom of my foot. Just like we have palm prints, we have footprints. So that's if I have my shoes and socks off. You can literally identify a footprint because it has the same type of ridges that are contained on your palm. A footwear impression is if I have something covering my feet, whether it be some type of athletic shoe or whatever, where I transfer that information, okay, to a different surface. So just to clarify which is which, but again, what we usually find if we're looking at, say, footwear impressions, somewhere in between is the best. The heaviest one covers over some of the detail, and as we move along, usually you find them around the middle of the deposition is your best impression.
Is that the entirety of the demonstrative?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we can take this down for now.
Yes, take it down, and please move on to the next thing, because that was a long demonstrative slideshow. And
So running through the demonstrative, you've talked about some of the basics of the science that you're applying in the work that you do. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about what methodology you utilize when you approach a scene for the purposes of analysis?
Sure. So again, well, when I approach a case, there are occasions where I go out to scenes, but when we look at a case, the first thing you want to take a look at are all the photographs, because again, you don't want any of that extraneous information. In other words, you don't want to read any witness statements. I don't look at any of those. You look at all the photographs, and again, if I have photographs, if I have videos, to get an idea of what type of patterns we have, because the first thing we have to do is identify the patterns. And then from there, I'm able to get the mechanism, and then knowing what type of mechanism I have, then I know potentially what type of implements may have been used, what may have gone on. Something is from, say, a firearm to maybe even just my arm. Now think about it. I could have blood flowing down my arm as I do one of these things. That's called cast off. In other words, if I were to, and you do this probably in the morning when you take a shower, if you reach for that towel, that water comes off your hand, and basically it's going to be deposited in this, what we call a curvilinear. So again, it gives me an idea of what's going on when we identify that. So I'll look at all the photos from there. I get an idea of what type of patterns I have. If we go back a while ago, I talked about projected patterns, and I'm doing this only because everyone realizes you have a carotid artery here. Well, it's possible during some type of aggression or whatever, that could be transected or whatever, it could be cut. And basically what you have is the literally pulsing of the heart as it's pushing the blood out. So here I have this curvilinear line. But before I go, or before I make a statement to say investigators that I have this arterial spurt, certainly I need to know from the medical examiner's records, and having worked in the medical examiner's office, that I have to have some type of artery, whether it's carotid, brachial, femoral, or even the radial artery. I have to know that that's been damaged.
So when you approach your work, whether it's looking at a case generally or looking specifically at a scene, sounds like you're looking initially at photographs.
Mhm.
You're looking at videos as well. Is that correct?
The videos, that first officer on the scene videos, many agencies now use the body cams as they're referred to. So I'll get copies of those, and I have software where I can literally go frame by frame. So essentially in 1 second of video, I can pull off 30 photographs. And then from there, again, autopsy, then I go to the lab reports to find what evidence was recovered. And based upon the evidence that was recovered, then look at the results of the examination. In other words, many times agencies will swap blood stains. And of course, it's important to know, first of all, that it's blood, right? Because it's not uncommon to have some other substance that may appear to be blood. Likewise, it's not uncommon. I've had instances where there's blood at the scene, but from a prior incident, not only from a prior incident, but from a prior individual. So again, if it's available, you need to look at that as well. And then from there, then I'll go through, sort my photos, I've identified my patterns, and ultimately come up with my hypothesis as to what happened, how the mechanisms, or what mechanisms were involved. And then once I get to the point where I've put all that together, I have my report there. But then for the reconstruction part, we have to consider any and all, whether it be officers' statements, what they believe they saw, because I've had cases, I've had witnesses alongside a victim who were incorrect in what they thought they saw. So we obviously have to assess those as well when we consider what is the most likely possibility of what occurred or transpired.
You mentioned the body cams or the videos, and you also mentioned those videos of the first responding officers. Why is that important to the work that you do?
Because first responding officers, if you think about it, nothing has been touched there. Basically, the scene is pristine as you're going to get it. And I will say that many times, whether it be, sometimes first responders, when I say first responders, EMS will get there prior to, and of course, they're going to assess the victim. Sometimes they've captured that on body tape, body cams, but then they can take some notes as to who did what. But again, that's as close as we're going to get to a pristine scene.
You mentioned one of the things that you're looking for initially is trying to make a determination of the mechanism, is what you referenced. What did you mean by mechanism?
Well, again, if I have, let's just say I have photographs, and I have the autopsy photographs as well. I told you those are important. Well, if I have some type of incised wound or a cutting wound, okay, incised being longer than it is deep, but it's telling me that there's some type of sharp implement there. And again, if I have something where I have my spurt pattern, okay, I have some type of, say, a spurt where it may indicate some type of artery has been breached. Certainly now I go back to the autopsy report and look at the doctor's report to see if, in fact, what wounds I have. Likewise, if I have a cartridge case at the scene, fired bullet, I'm going to go back to the lab reports to see if they did an examination, what caliber it was, what was involved. Then I'm going to go over to the medical examiner. Do I have a penetrating wound? In other words, a penetrating wound is when the bullet goes in, but it doesn't exit. A perforating wound is when the bullet goes in and it exits. So again, that tells me there could be a bullet at the scene that they may not have recovered, or certainly considerations that have to be taken into account when you're evaluating the entirety of the scene.
Clearly, it's important to you to have an understanding of what caused the injuries. You talked also about the caliber of the bullet that was fired. Why would the caliber matter to you in the work that you do?
Again, not to get too technical, but certainly the mass of the bullet, size of the bullet has an effect, but it's actually the velocity of the bullet that has more of an effect. So again, if I have a high-speed 45 caliber bullet, that's certainly going to potentially do a lot more damage than, let's just say, I have a 22 shot round. Because again, what bullets are actually have a rating to them, feet per second. So that gives me an indication of what type of kinetic energy is involved. Because again, when such as a bullet hits something, there has to be a transference of some of that energy. And that's what causes, for example, remember I talked about before, that high speed. So if I have a round that's hitting me at 1,000 feet per second, when that round hits, Some of that energy has to be dispersed. And the reason why they are so small is because the higher the energy, the only way a liquid can disperse it is by creating smaller stains, because that energy is actually dispersed across the number of stains created. So again, that's going to tell me what type of damage I have.
Perforating wound versus a penetrating wound, why is that important to your analysis specifically?
Well, of course. Well, again, remember, a penetrating wound, there's a potential of back spatter. I know that I'm not going to have, and we looked at it in the video, any forward spatter, right? Because the bullet never exited. So I could have some back spatter as a result of the actual bullet once it makes contact with the skin. That perforating wound, if I have a round that's coming in, it comes in and it's actually going out, well, a lot of that energy is going to be expended or continue on with the bullet. So that's when I get that, could be even tissue that moves forward and continues to march. So again, why that's important to me, I've had that happen where when I go back, and let's just say I have a perforating wound, and I've had agencies miss the actual bullet itself. And what will happen is when I look at the photos, it's a perforating wound. Now I go back and look at the photos. I tell them that you missed a bullet because it went through and you didn't find the bullet. So again, you need to know that it tells you the dynamics of what potential you have.
If you're dealing with gunshot wounds, does the number of wounds matter to you, and if so, why?
Oh, yes, sure. And the reason being for, let's say, the number of gunshot wounds, I have an initial wound, and let's just say it's a penetrating, perforating wound. It doesn't really matter going through. What that does for the second and subsequent shots, and I've had this happen where it creates a pool, and let's just say I get, and I'm using this only because it's easy to see, I'm in my face here, as the round comes through, I'm going to do some damage, and let's just say I do some damage to my jaw, and I'm going to have some bleeding going on, I have some saliva, but what that does is it creates a pool, because I'm bleeding, right, actively bleeding. When that second bullet comes in, it's going to create that pool that causes that, say, additional back spatter, because again, that energy's got to be released. And I've actually had the case where the second round created a tremendous amount of back spatter, because essentially, as the medical examiner referred to it, it was almost shooting into a mud pool. So it created this tremendous amount of back spatter.
We've gone through quite a bit of information. One of the things you are talking about and have talked about a little bit is back spatter. Talking specifically about gunshot wounds and a second gunshot wound, there potentially being more back spatter than with the first wound. Can you talk again? And I think the example that was used was the blood on the sponge with a .22 caliber bullet penetrating it. Can you just once again explain what back spatter is?
So here I have this sponge, this bloodied sponge. As the bullet strikes the sponge, well, what happens is part of the physics is equal and opposite reaction. Some of that energy, as that bullet hits, causes that spatter to be directed back. And if you recall, I've actually mentioned, I've had at least 2 cases where the gun was close enough where the spatter actually was inside the barrel of the gun, because it gets projected back, again, trying to dissipate that energy as it hits that initial side of that sponge prior to going through.
I understand that your answer is going to be it depends, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. It does depend.
Well, but my question for you is, how far can that blood spatter travel? So that back spatter, excuse me.
In the literature, they've talked about 4 feet, at least in some of the literature. There have been cases presented that are even further than 4 feet. I've had a case where it was as much as 8 feet, where there was some back spatter that was detected. Actually, with some tissue that was detected as well, not just back spatter.
When you say tissue, I think it's fairly clear, but you mean biological material from the...
Such as skin or fat. Underneath the skin, you have a layer of what's called adipose, so fatty tissue that can actually be dislodged in either back spatter or forward spatter.
Before we talk about the work that you did specifically on this case, any other concepts that you think are important for the jury to understand that inform the work that you did here?
I did neglect to mention, I talked about transfer stains where I have something, wet with blood touching the surface. I may use 2 terms, and one of them being swipe and the other being wipe. Now, just to be clear, if I had some blood on my countertop at home, well, If I had the liquid on my countertop at home and I took a clean rag and I wiped through it, that's considered a wipe. So essentially I have pre-existing blood that I wipe it away. A smear would be if I have a hand wet with blood or paint or whatever, and I come across a clean surface, that's a swipe. So a transfer is just something where I contact the surface, and I'm not sure, there's no lateral, there's no motion associated with it. But if I have motion associated with it, many times I can tell that it was pre-existing, so I have a wipe, or it wasn't pre-existing where maybe my hand, I have an injury. I was putting it on the side of my face to try to stem the flow of blood, and then I just happen to touch this and as I'm moving across the surface. So that would be the swipe. Again, something bloody, it has to obviously wet with blood, comes across that surface where I deposit the blood on that surface.
We moved through this pretty quickly, but one of the concepts that you discussed, I think when we were looking at a blood pool, was the concept of clotting. Can you explain what clotting is and the factors that affect clotting?
Well, again, clotting, once the blood, once you lose blood or once your circulatory system is breached, the blood, it's a natural occurrence that wants to fix itself. So the clotting mechanism takes over. So when we lose blood outside, and let's just say we have some type of criminal offense, and I have blood which is deposited as you saw in that slide, well, that same mechanism takes over. Okay, the platelets start to pull themselves together, the red cells start to pull together. There's fibrin, it's a stringy material which pulls all of the cellular material, the white cells, the red cells, and whatever, and that's what leaves you with the serum, that yellow liquid that you see, that straw colored, that ultimately pulls together. And there have been some studies out there, and one of them that's used many times is the Lee White study. And basically what they do is, and now this is clinical in a hospital, 3 to 15 minutes. Now that's in a hospital where they took some blood, placed it at 37 degrees, which is 98.6 in a water bath, just to see it as it clots. Because again, it was blood that was taken from an individual's arm. When we talk about a scene, that can vary dramatically because we have to think about the absorbency of the surface that it's on. We have to think about the temperature. We have to think about the humidity that's out there. We also have to think of even a pool. Now let's just take this is a porous surface, this is a carpet, so it would saturate down. But let's think about, say you had a linoleum floor at home. That floor may appear to be flat, but you may have little dips in there. So here I have this area where the blood could pool up. Just that little area where it dips, that could affect the clotting of the blood as well. So we really have to take all of that into consideration. So again, for the most part, you can't say with any degree of accuracy that's 5 minutes and 37 seconds. No, it doesn't happen. What you look for is overall, again, holistically, what we look at, remember I talked about clotting, but not only do we have clotting, but we have drying. So ultimately, we need to look at all of that. In the entirety of the scene, how does the scene look? You know, is it just a little bit of clotting here? Is there overall drying of the scene and clotting of the scene? So again, that's why we need to look at the entirety of the scene.
I think you referenced that clinical study. You said in that clinical study, the minimum amount of time was 3 minutes, and you said up to 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
You just mentioned drying. Is there a difference between blood drying and the concept of clotting?
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, blood drying, essentially blood could dry before clots or fully clots. Again, drying is when all the moisture evaporates from it. So as I mentioned before, clotting is really the drying process. It's just that the blood is present long enough where all of the cellular material begins to pull together and you have that leaching out of the serum onto whatever surface you're on. In fact, it goes so far as clotting can actually occur on clothing as well. And it could be for a number of reasons. It could be because of the presence of blood, just clarify that, or it could be the perpetrator came back sometime after the crime and did some type of action that caused clotting on the victim. Let's just say I moved the victim or whatever and I picked up clots as they were forming and say I wiped it on my shirt or whatever. So there is a possibility of sources for clotting to appear on clothing, whether it be the suspect's clothing or the victim's clothing.
Can you talk now about the work that you did in this case? What is the first thing that you did on this?
You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. These people are a joke. At this very moment, my mind, that's all it's saying. He just said, now, talking about this case. So after all this explanation, we're finally going to get into this case. What he's here for. Goodness gracious.
This case.
Again, all of the photos, I would have looked at the entirety of the photos, and then I would have gone to the videos, the body cam videos.
So essentially you followed that protocol or methodology that you outlined previously.
Yes, sir.
Should be fairly obvious, but what are you looking for when you get this initial information? You're looking at the photos and videos.
Again, looking to identify blood patterns that exist in the scene. So as I mentioned before, first we identify the patterns, then from there we're able to identify one of, say, 6 mechanisms. And then from those mechanisms, we know that, and I keep using that arterial spurt, and sometimes you hear people talk about it. You see this inverted U on a wall or whatever. Well, if I have that, then I want to go back to the autopsy report to see or determine as to whether or not I have some type of artery that's breached. If not, it could be some type of severe injury that's running down my arm as I happen to be moving around the scene. So identify the patterns, which give you the mechanism, which then you look for what could have caused that, or what actions may have the victim or the suspect taken. Certainly, let's just say it's not uncommon to try to clean up a scene. So when you look, you may find white patterns, you may find, so when you look at the scene, here we have a victim who's supine, or excuse me, laying on the ground. They appear to be deceased, but yet here I have some white patterns that are either on the wall or they're on the floor. So I know there's been what we refer to as post-event activity.
You said you had photos, you had body cam images in this case. What other information did you have access to?
I actually had, 1 minute, Your Honor. I actually received, I believe, most, if not all, of the information that was available, which there is some of it I did not review, but I have a list. Do you need me to go through that?
No, you don't need to go through that list. I think we can talk about it as it becomes relevant to the work that you did. You stated you relied on photographs in reaching some of the conclusions in your report. Did you include those photographs in the report that you prepared itself?
So what I do is the photographs that I rely upon in writing my report, I actually make those a copy of my report. So essentially, as I write my report, my photos progress from 1 through whatever the number of photos I have. Likewise, I usually divide them up into areas of what I call areas of interest. So in other words, it might be a particular room here, it may be the actual victim here, it could be the suspect. So again, as we go through the report, the photos go in line with my report.
I'm going to approach and show you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 217 through 259.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 217 through 259 by stipulation of the parties.
Ms. Watt, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibits 217 through 259 are admitted.
The state would request permission to publish.
You may.
Would it assist you in discussing the work that you did to look at the photographs that you included in your report?
Yes, sir.
Any additional information that you believe is important before we look at these photographs?
No, sir.
A second. All right, I'm showing what you have marked in your report as photograph number 1, that's State's Exhibit 217. What are we seeing here?
So this would be the left side of Mr. Cooper's face, and we're looking at the 2 entrance wounds. Of note there, not only do we have the 2 entrance wounds, but we also have, if you notice, it's clear in the left edge of the left eye. You can see the stippling, those little red areas. They almost look like little red dots on the skin. Basically, that's the burnt, as again, as a bullet comes out of a firearm, not only does the bullet come out, but the primer residue, because when a bullet fires, in this case, you have the primer residue as well as the propellant. And as the bullet comes out, some of that propellant's coming out, some of it's burnt and unburnt, and some of that primer, if you do have a primer in there, but basically it gives you that indication of how close the firearm is. So what we see here is Mr. Cooper, his face has been washed down, the 2 entrance wounds as well as the stippling.
Could you use your laser pointer to point out the stippling that you were referencing?
So we have the entrance wound here, and we have the entrance on the lateral side and the medial side of the face here. And I'm sorry, you can see the stippling here going on, and we can pick it up. We can see it here as we look around here. So we have what, again, stippling. That's, whether it be in this particular case where it's red, that's some of the powder as it sears the skin when it contacts the skin.
As a forensic investigator, what does that tell you, if anything, about where the gun was in relation to Mr. Cooper's face when it was fired?
Well, normally what would happen is you get a range from the medical examiner how big that cone is, because when a firearm discharges, what will happen is that propellant or that primer residue will follow the bullet, and it comes out in a conical nature or a cone. And ultimately, it begins to, remember I mentioned before, gravity and air resistance, it slows it down, and ultimately it falls to the ground. Well, normally what will happen is your medical examiner may, and not in all cases, either from the clothing or from the wound, get a pattern of how big that pattern is. And if you recover the firearm, you have to use the same ammunition, you have to use the same firearm caliber and make. Ideally, they use the same gun if they recover it. And what they do is test firings, usually of white cotton, at various distances to determine the barrel to distance of the firearm. But the fact that the firearm wasn't here, the best you can do is that the firearm, or at least the end of the barrel, was fairly close. And there are some textbooks that quote distances. The Mayo, for example, would give you a distance when you have this type, or at least stippling, but again, the barrel is within a distance where you get that stippling or gunshot residue.
You noted the entrance wounds. Were you aware of any exit wounds?
There were no exit wounds, sir.
Why is that important to you?
Again, if you're looking for any type of forward spatter, not only that, but if I have an entrance wound here and I have an exit wound, let's just look at that example. Well, I would anticipate I'm going to have bleeding from both this side flow as well as this side. If I only have an entrance without that exit, so here I have the exit, then essentially when I'm looking at the photos, I'm saying, okay, the only source of blood is right here. And granted, there will be some out of the nose and mouth because I have the fracture, skull fracture, so I have the associated nose and mouth, but I'm certainly not going to get anything here. So again, trying to associate what I have in the photos with the wounds that have been documented by the medical examiner.
Showing you what's been marked in your report as photograph number 2, it states Exhibit 218. What are we seeing here?
This is the, I believe, east side of the house, and I believe in the reports, this was referred to as the front door here. If you notice, there's 2 steps leading down, and there's actually a railing that not only runs along the outer perimeter here, but it also goes across, and there's the actual gate.
This is a demonstrative that's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 305, which essentially is an overview of the crime scene. Would it assist your testimony to reference that as well?
Yes, sir.
Judge, with the court's permission, I would ask to once again publish State's Exhibit 305.
You may.
you able to see that all right?
Yes, sir.
And we've heard some testimony previously that the door that we're seeing here is the door behind the recliner that Mr. Cooper was found in on the date of offense. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir.
Any further information from State's Exhibit 218?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit number 219, what are we seeing here?
In this photograph here, I'm trying to give an overall view of the scene. And again, we're looking at the door here. As I mentioned before, here's that railing, comes off the house, comes down and around, and you can see there's an actual gate right here opening. And what we have here is a piece of metal that goes across along the step itself, or just above the step. And we can see the gates open. And likewise, we have this, I believe was a Michael Kors purse or Michael Kors clutch. I'm not sure the correct term, but that happened to be a purse that was on the concrete.
And are you able to display for the jury using your pointer where that area is on State's Exhibit 305?
This is the Michael Kors?
I'm sorry, just the stairway that you were referencing.
Again, the stairway here, and we can see when you go up one, they call it a stair tread. So as you go up the first stair to that stair tread, you can see the metal extending across the base of the railing. And we can see how this here, the actual gate swings from here on that left side. And then we climb the next step, second step, third step to what I refer to as the landing.
And so we can orient ourselves with the crime scene.
Oh, sure.
On the State's Exhibit, the demonstrative there.
So here's the door right here. So here we have the recliner, and this is the door here. And this is where you'd step out and make your way, making your way down the stairs, out this way. Here we go through the door, down the stairs, and making your way that way.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 220, marked in your report as photograph number 4.
Mm-hmm. And so what we have here, these are referred to as placards, evidence placards. So we can see that we have number 6, 7, and 8. And what they indicate is some blood stains. This is the doorway, that front door as I refer to it, east side of the house. We have some blood stains here, some blood stains here. Likewise on the concrete stair tread, as well as that cross member. I'll use the term cross member. Here's the railing. Here are the hinges, so the gate is swinging back from, as I come down the stairs, it's going from left to right, opening.
May we approach quick?
You may.
What could they be approaching for? Maybe they need a restroom break or something. I don't know. Let's see what they're going to approach for. That's a mighty fine jacket you got there, sir. Ooh, you blocking the camera.
Still all able to see the screen up there? Okay. Okay, I'm getting head nods, so.
And Mr. Martin, are you still able to see State's Exhibit 305?
You know, I may have to stand at some point, if you don't mind. And I can stand in the box. But...
If you need to stand up to see it, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is marked in your report as number 5, State's Exhibit 221.
Mm-hmm. So I actually have there, it's 2 photos in the series. One is the photo as I received it, and then the following photo, I used Photoshop to actually indicate areas of blood stains, in this particular case, on that stair tread, the first one, if I may, coming out the door right here. That's that landing. This would be the siding, the east side of the house, as one would go into the house.
State's Exhibit 222, marked as number 6 in your report. You indicated you'd used Photoshop on the previous photo to indicate some blood stains. Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
What type of stains are these?
They appear to be drip stains. Again, remember, as I talked about before, we can see the irregular shape of the stains. This happens to be concrete. Certainly, there's some small stains here. We can see small stains. We do have an indication of how big, but again, they appear to be some type of a drip stain on the surface.
Marked in your report is number 7, State's Exhibit 223.
Yes, sir.
What are we seeing here?
Again, this is the first in the set of 2. The second one, I've marked it up, but we can see the placard, evidence placard number 7. And we have an indication here of size, and we can see the various stains here, which again are circled in green in the next photograph.
I'm showing you now what's been marked in your report as number 8, State's Exhibit 224. What types of stains are these?
And again, remember I talked about the irregular surface here. Actually, they're very close together. They almost appear to be, in size-wise, very small, but they appear to be drip. Well, they could almost be even a transfer, but more likely drip, because they all appear to be, irregular circular stains. But again, certainly close together. This one, irregular shaped stain. So I don't know if that's some type of contact or again, the impact at a slight angle. But again, due to the surface texture, it's tough to delineate exactly what they are.
Again, just so we're clear, where this image was taken, is it your understanding that this is on that stairway that you had referenced?
Yep, yes, sir. So we had the landing, which is number 6. This is on that first step, is one word to step down from the landing. If I were leaving the house, that would be that first step down. And again, this would be the following step, as one would be come out the door. We're at the landing for 6. Now we're moving down the first tread, and now we're down to that second area. That's that cross member, the term I'll use, cross member of that railing, where we can see some stains. And again, that surface texture, right, the concrete, we can see some irregular shaped stains. Not only that, but here we have again, I use the term footwear impression. So what we have here is what appears to be the outsole or the bottom of a shoe that's contaminated with blood. As it contacts this surface here, it leaves the impression. We don't have the shoe. One of two things. We could have a positive impression. Okay, and a positive impression would be, think about this. So here I have a shoe. Now just envision my two, I have this shoe, and a positive impression would be if I have the treads that are sticking down, that's contaminated. So when the tread comes down, I'm actually leaving a positive impression, if that makes sense. So in other words, if I have blood on the tread and I press it down, that's a positive impression. What you can find is what we refer to in blood stain is negative impression. Good example, let's just jump to my finger. If I were to take some blood and put it on my finger, and I were to carefully wipe it across here, the blood on the top of my ridges, because we've all looked at our fingers and we see these elevated ridges, well, I could wipe that off, and if I did leave an impression, that would be a positive impression. Likewise, what I've seen at crime scenes where someone will touch something, they leave a positive impression because they touch it sufficiently to leave blood on the surface of their ridges on, in this case here, the speaker. Well, as I move along, the blood is off the top of my ridges, but if I press down hard enough, what ends up happening is the blood, we call those the furrows. All right. So in other words, if you look at your tires, those recessed areas, those are called furrows, or on your shoe, those recessed areas. If I press down, that could literally give me what's called a negative impression. But what we do have is, whether it's a negative or positive impression, we do have what appears to be a footwear impression here on that railing, or that cross member, excuse me.
And for the record, that was State's Exhibit 225, marked in Mr. Martin's report as number 9. Showing you State's Exhibit 226, marked in your report as number 10. What are we seeing here?
Again, I've gone through, and this appears to be spatter. I've used arrows to indicate what looks like spatter. And again, Spatter being something, some type of force has been applied to blood. And it could be any number of things, create these little spatter stains. Just notice how they're circular in nature, and granted it's hitting the surface. Again, these appear to be some type of drip stains, but I have some very small, and again, blood wants to hold on to something. And just a quick example, if I were to wash my hands, for the most part, the water's going to come off. If I do this type of thing, that's going to create those small little stains. So when I start to get these small little stains like that, and again, what we're assuming here is all the red-brown stains in this particular case here are blood, that this type of small stain here, there was something that created that. And it could be something as simple as the shoe. Envision the shoe slapping down. It could have created or some of that blood to come off and create that spatter. So again, size, as I mentioned before, is important as well as the shape of the stain.
And just to be clear, you said the shoe itself could have caused that spatter where it
Oh,
contaminated
it could have
with.
been on the top of the shoe. I call that the upper, just in case I use the term. The upper would be anything other than the outsole. Just another photograph here from a different view where they placed the placard, the evidence placard number 8.
And that State's Exhibit 227 noted in your report as number 11. And again, what are we seeing here in State's Exhibit 228, your number 12?
Yes, we did in the previous photograph. It's just a different angle. As I mentioned before, I just thought it was important to put the two different angles because I'm not sure that in the previous photo we were able to capture that or was able to illustrate that for the jury.
Judge, I think this may be a good time for our morning break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been going about an hour and a half, so we will take our mid-morning break now. As we're ready to go in approximately 15 minutes. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition I gave you many times already. So see you in a bit.
All right. Cindy's hungry. What's for lunch? I don't know, but we do have room to zoom through a few minutes. So I'll get us back up to live. And there's our lovely clock that we're going to get to watch for a few minutes. Yeah. Wow. Oh. Right, case one, Mr. Denker better be thinking about a deal because you know what? His trial's next, and that's I want to cover his too. So that is another one that I want to follow. Once she's done, I want to see what charges and going through that. Hopefully they'll have some different. I mean, I'm not sure who's prosecuting it. I'm sure it's the same county and all that, but I'm not sure if it's the same prosecutors. But yeah, Mr. Houston Denker, yeah, his trials, it's going to be next, and I'm interested to see what happens with that one. So I hope we'll be able to follow that one. But yeah, let's be hoping he's going to take a deal. I want everybody to take a moment, do your restroom breaks, refill your coffee, breathe in, breathe. Yeah, see, Cindy, you're reading my mind. I was like, breathe in. Yeah, that's a lot. I felt like, I think it was Nancy Grace that used to say, you're feeding me water from a fire hydrant. That's how I was feeling. It was like, y'all, he needs to slow down. He's given me college level information and I need the 10th grade science biology class level because that was just way too much. And I felt like it was just, and I'm calm down. So yeah, it was a lot. But while they're on break, I need to take my break and do my restroom and refill my coffee. So I'm going to put on a song while I go do that really, really quick. And we'll just watch the clock for just a minute. And I will be right back. Let's see. What can we listen to? Let's touch grass for a minute because we need something calm and relaxing. Calm, breathing. Do it.
You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you'll muse. Capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. More than stories that keep you up at night. Ground yourself, find the light. Everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass. You'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away. It's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold in a...
Okay. I have to rearrange because I knocked everything over. You know how that goes. So, all right. Let's do this. See if they're back yet. You can't spell. You know what, Katya? A lot of days I can't spell. I've been doing typo, reading typo, for years. That's the way I used to explain to my ex was I read typos. I've been making typos and reading typos all my life. Ever since I was in 8th grade and was in typing class. Yes, we used to have typing classes back then. You know, they don't do typing anymore. I don't even think they sell typewriters anymore. Now that I think about it, they probably don't even sell typewriters anymore. And I don't know, somebody was talking about carbon copy. Was it Stephanie? I think it was talking about using a carbon copy for a calendar and then realized that the days changed on it. She thought she was doing something good. That's like something exactly like I would do. I would so do that. That's so me. Yeah. Oh, I hated typing class case 1. I hated it. You know, I can remember, you know, I'm talking, you know, this was the 80s. And back then, you know, we didn't have all the computer classes and all the stuff that they do now. It's typing. That was the thing. That's how we learned. And that's the only reason I know a keyboard was because the keyboard from typing class. And we had to do how fast we could type and all these tests. That was so long ago. Oh, Lord, that was so long ago. That was a long time ago. Wow. So we're still waiting on verdict watch. Let me check in on yeah, they're still here, and we still have our letter people. We still have our letter person in the background. So, and damn it, I changed the. Oh, y'all know what I did. Y'all know what I did. I shouldn't have switched. I don't know why, but every time I've been let's see, when I change tabs right now. Oh, the speed test, yes, case one, speed test, those were just lovely. Yeah, when I switch tabs right now because there's an instability in the StreamYard with the new Google Chrome that came out, the the version of Chrome, there's an instability, and for some reason when I switch tabs it loses sound in the tabs, so I have to actually close out the whole screen and then restart it. So that's why I am trying not to switch tabs. So right now, until I can figure out how to get that instability, I may have to download Firefox or something. I'm not sure. I've always used Google Chrome. So it's going to have to be one of those, another lesson learned. Y'all are going to learn lessons with Sheila. Yes, I'm pouring my coffee. I have to have my coffee. I can't believe the Valley. I did better to 10 key. You know what? I used to be able to do the 10 key, and you give me a 10 key today, in the mid 70s, I had to take shorthand. Do you know, I was never trained shorthand. We didn't, in the 80s, I guess 80s, we were into the typewriters at that point, so we didn't do the shorthand. But I wish even, now that I'm thinking back, I wrote in shorthand, in my own mind shorthand, the way I would abbreviate words and shorten words when I would take notes. And that was because that's what my mom taught me. So I'm wondering if, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe my mom knew shorthand and maybe that's where I picked it up from. I don't know. I never really thought about that. But yeah, I used to abbreviate and try to write real fast, and I would abbreviate everything. But I could read it. Now, if I gave somebody else my paper, they would have no clue what I had written down because it would make no sense. So I guess it was kind of like my own shorthand language. I don't know. So, but what I was going to say, see, squirrel, back over to Valley again, squirrel. We need squirrels. We're going to have a little squirrel emoji. Okay, Katya, wherever you are, you're going to help me learn emojis. I need a squirrel emoji. I need one get back on track, Sheila. Squirrel, get on track. Oh, so back to Valley. I'm surprised it's actually taking this long, and that one person holding out, I really want to know what's going on in the background. They still have the alternates in the background. Yes, a squirrel emoji. I want a squirrel emoji. Thank you. I appreciate you. Eventually. It's like I need that little thing so people can drop in the chat and say, get back on track. Go back. Yeah, see, K-Swan agrees. We don't want the little one that's already included. We want our own special squirrel. Okay, Valley, Raul Valle. Come on, guys. I only got a few minutes till this one starts, till crazy Karina starts back. So with Valley, my thought was I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I learned my true crime from watching on YouTube. I'm not going to lie. I enjoy watching this. And I wanted to start my channel for fun. It was all for fun. And then I got to helping out Katya and realized how much I actually enjoyed doing it. So, and you know, that I had a really bad complex about myself, my appearance and all that stuff. So the fact that I can be here on camera and smile and everything is good. It's good. And I appreciate every one of y'all being here. So again, Squirrel Valley. Okay, back to, see, this is my problem. Okay. My question was, they have all these alternate jurors. What? There's no way, and this is just me being stupid asking a question. I don't have nobody to answer it. Hio's not here to answer me. Because I don't know some of the facts, but there is no way that they could trade out that one juror with an alternate. And then we can get this shit finished up. And we can figure out. Get that one juror out. Get that one juror out. Bring in one of those alternates, right? We bring in one of those alternates and they can fix this problem. They can fix this. We can get rid of that one. Well, Cindy, thank you. Thank you. You know, like I said, I enjoy being here. And see, y'all causing me to go squirrel, okay? Okay, I'm gonna put on I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm giggly today, so y'all have to understand. It's just a day, just another day. So, and then of course, oh, I have sound. We have sound again. Then of course, y'all know noontime is my time. Noon or 1 o'clock, I always have to go cook the bacon, so that's not gonna stop. So, y'all still gonna go with me to get bacon for Hector every morning, you know, when we're streaming trials and stuff like that. So nothing's changing. I hear doors squeaking.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
Everybody sit down. Sit down. Judge is coming with his beautiful smile. I love this judge's smile.
Okay, we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have the jury, counsel, and parties present. We have Mr. Martin on the stand. And, sir, I would just remind you that even though we took a break, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And with that, Mr. Ringel, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Could we lower the lights just a little bit?
Right, Katya, here comes, they just asked to lower
Showing you
the
what's been
lights.
marked in
Snooze.
your report, Mr. Martin, as number 13. It's State's Exhibit 229. What are we seeing there?
This is the stairway that comes down from the upper level. I believe it was referred to the sewing room of the home. I don't know if the jury can see it, but may I stand, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. If we look here, or on the monitor here, if you look here, I've placed a green arrow in the photograph at the base of the stairs on the right hand of that riser. And in the next photograph, what we'll see is the blood stain at the base of the stairs. This is, again, to orient you as to where that stain was located.
State's Exhibit 230, your number 14, is that the blood stain you were just referencing?
Yes, sir. So, again, the evidence placard was placed by the investigators here. And what we can see is, again, we have the scale here, placard number 1, stain. Notice we have a circular stain there. So what we have, circular stain, it appears to be a drip stain at the base of the stairs. The thing that we look at, okay, so I have a drip stain here. Well, if I have a drip stain, is it isolated? This appears to be isolated because, at least from the investigative reports, and I can only work with the information that I have. So essentially, could there be some latent stains there? In other words, and let me just say that, excuse me 1 minute. Let me just say this, there are two types of blood stains. There are patent stains, P-A-T-E-N-T. Those are readily visible. There could also be latent stains there. In other words, I could have had a little bit of blood, and let's just use the example of my footwear. It comes up to a point where you don't see the blood anymore on the surface and let's say the floor. But as I walk along, there's still trace amounts. So that's what we call a latent, because if I take a particular chemical and I treat it, it will actually make that blood stain latent appears to be a drip stain. Could there have been additional stains? I didn't see any, nor were there any recorded in the report, leading to, and I use the term the living room, or where Mr. Cooper was found, nor did investigators detect anything else. So this just happens to be a, if you want to call it a random stain with no association. Because if I did have, and let's just say I have this drip stain here, drip stain here, drip stain here, many times what we do is we follow, obviously, the drip stains. That's called a drip trail. It tells us where many times it's coming from and where it's going to. But again, this happens to be an isolated stain. It wasn't tested for blood, but at least in my opinion, it appears to be blood. And certainly it appears to be Mr. Cooper's. Could have been from a separate incident. I've certainly had cases where there are blood stains pre-existing in the house that came not only from residents there, but from a previous resident of that apartment. So again, here we have this isolated blood stain, which really doesn't have any connection through a drip trail or any other format.
And Judge, with the court's permission, it looks like 305 has been taken down. I'm going to republish that. If that's okay.
Okay.
An empty chair, guys. It's an empty chair. I don't know what to do. It's an empty chair. I feel like I need to say something. He's publishing something.
I may have to stand. Sorry.
There we go. Let's get dizzy for a minute. Oh, that's a bad picture on her face. Oh.
Moving on to State's Exhibit number 231, marked in your report as number 15. What are we seeing here?
So this is a photograph which was taken off the body cam. It's a still frame. And essentially, as the first officer is coming into the room here, his body camera is working. And again, I have the ability to take a frame off of that. And what we have here is we have Karina Cooper here. You can see her as she's straddling. In fact, this happens to be her left leg here. And we can, yes, stand, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. We can see that she's on the Mr. Cooper here. And again, one of the things that we look at, even though it's a photograph that appears to be out of focus, or again, it's a body camera, it's moving. So again, what happens is we have some motion in the camera itself. Right away, we start to look for, do I see any blood flow running down his legs? Any blood flow here? What do I see? I can see the recliner. The recliner appears to be in the back position, and that reclined. I don't know how far back it reclines, but certainly we can see that the footrest is in the up position. We can also see here the quilt, because again, what are the positions of the items in the room, the evidence in the room? So we can see that there's a quilt behind Mr. Cooper as well.
And you stated that was a still from a body cam. It's noted there as body cam Fangman, I believe.
Yes, sir. It's Yes, I have it marked as Fangman. Yes, sir.
And for the record, Deputy.
Sir, do you want to pull your microphone down
Sorry,
again?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, I have it marked as, it's a photo 15 body cam, Fangman.
Just for the record, Deputy Fangman's body cam was previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 102. What are you seeing of relevance to your analysis? I know you already noted that you're looking at the position of the items in the room. You're also looking for flow patterns or the lack of flow patterns on the extremities of Mr. Cooper. Anything of note with regard to the fact that Karina Cooper is on top of the decedent?
So one of the things that we have to consider, and it always comes up, has the scene been altered? It can be intentional or it can be unintentional. So we know that Mr. Cooper, certainly 911 has been called, that he's incurred an injury. We can see that Karina Cooper is on top of him. So right away when we're doing an assessment, or at least I'm looking at the photographs, because ultimately she's removed from Mr. Cooper, we have to take into consideration that there's possible movement of Mr. Cooper by Karina Cooper. Not only that, but what has she touched that could have altered? For example, I could have some, or Mr. Cooper could have some blood on his face, could be moving that blood around, which could be changing the appearance of the stain. So in my analysis, if I had a flow pattern, so flow, as we talked about before, gravity's causing it to run down, well, I could see this movement. Now I know from the body camera, and that's why it's so important that you have to look at all of the evidence, whether it be video or photographic, to be able to account for what patterns we see at the scene.
And so would you characterize Ms. Cooper's actions sitting on top of the decedent here as altering the scene?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 232, again marked as a body cam Fangman, marked in your report as number 16. What do we see here?
Again, Your Honor, may I stand, please?
You may.
Thank you. So what we do, again, we have Karina Cooper here on Mr. Cooper's lap. We can see her left arm is up by his face. And now we look at the entirety of the scene. Again, top of the recliner, we can see that there's I use the term quilt there. So in the subsequent photos or in the later photos, I want to see if the position of the quilt is as it's depicted here, because certainly movement by her or movement in removing Mr. Cooper from the recliner could cause the actual movement of the quilt. Also, I have a better view of the room. I'm going to look at the whole room or the entire room. Here we can see this is the doorway to the outside. This is that front door I previously talked about, this being the east side of the dwelling. You can see that the door is closed. So again, was the door open and closed at the time first officers responded? At least here, the door is fully closed. Likewise, as we look in the area of this arm, the left arm of the recliner, I know from looking at the photos, because I looked at the photos prior to looking at the video, I look at the photos to determine, was there any blood staining on the arm of the chair? What is the extent of blood staining to Karina Cooper, if any? So again, even though this happens to be out of focus, again, it's due to the movement. If he were standing still, would have a clearer picture. But again, I can see the quilt here. I can see her position. I know that obviously she's placed her at least left hand on the right side of his face.
Mr. Ringel, let me go ahead and have a seat, but let me just ask, do we need this up? I mean, it does make it so he has to stand more. Is there something else we can do with that?
Judge, we could put it behind the defense table. The purpose of it is to just allow him to show, as we move forward, the different areas where the photographs were taken.
Sure, I understand. It would just, I think, make it more convenient for him, and when he stands up, the microphone doesn't catch, and anyway, so if we could move that, I think, and then also he would have a view of the screen too.
Your Honor, how about it? Could we put it here where she stepped down? This might be a, no.
I'll let Mr. Ringel and Mr. Kodiaga figure out maybe where it can go. That'll also allow Ms. Watt to get back to her original location.
Can you still see State's Exhibit 305?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wrigley, you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. You stated that you had looked at Deputy Fangman's body camera. You said you're using software that allows you to look at approximately 30 frames per second, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine in looking at that footage what Miss Cooper is doing while she's on top of Ryan Cooper?
Well, and you'd have to look at the video, but you can see that she's placing her hand across Mr. Cooper and hugging him, as well as in the actual video, you can hear her crying and commenting as well.
Were you able to determine if her face was making contact with?
Yes, sir, in the video, yes. In other words, her face was making contact with Mr. Cooper's face, almost a rubbing motion to the face, yes.
Were you able to tell if that was the left side or the right side of Mr. Cooper's face where she was making contact?
Well, at least in the portion of the video, it appeared to be the right side of the face, in one portion of the video that I specifically recall, yes, sir.
And here it looks as though she's making contact with the left side of his face, is that correct?
No, that would be the right side, sir, right? His head is to her, left, no, to her right. So his head looks like her head this is his head back here on that side of her.
All right, so he's facing forward in the chair.
Right, so that would be the right side of his face. Her face is up against this left side here.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't touch anything.
All right, moving on to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 233, marked in your report as 17. What are we seeing here?
This is a photo which I was provided by Trent Pillaret from DCI. This was in his report. I believe it came from one of the body cameras. I'm not sure, but prior to first responders arriving on the scene, and what we see here is Karina Cooper has been removed. And again, what we're looking at here is this is probably one of the earliest photos that we see. And again, we have Mr. Cooper here in the chair. Remember, I talked about flow patterns, trying to determine as to whether he may have been standing at the time, kneeling at the time. Well, first of all, as we look, we see a saturation stain, and I did mention that briefly. Saturation stain is when I have blood that's on something that's porous, such as fabric or clothing. So we can see it's making its way down because of gravity, so it's making its way down, but I don't have any flow pattern going across his stomach. Again, these blankets could have been placed after, post-event, or they could have been there prior to, which again, I don't see any blood on them. Likewise, the other thing that we want to take a look at is his left arm. And one of what we're looking for there is, do we see any evidence, the flow pattern in the shirt? Notice it comes down his sleeve, but there's still a couple of inches. Likewise, we have some blood out here, and I'll talk about that in later slides, but one of the reasons for this blood out here could have been his arm extended out here. So instead of his arm being flexed at the elbow, right here as we see it, into his waist, if the position were out here, blood could have flowed down, because we know the wound is on that left side, could have flowed down his hand, and his fingers could have been here, which account for this, and we'll talk about that later. But from everything that we see, or I see, there's no evidence at all that he was anything other than this position. Likewise, again, what's around him, we can see that quilt. Here's the quilt behind him. We can see on the quilt that shiny area here on the, right side of his face is blood, clotted blood. We can also see over here there's some blood that's amassed here. So again, what we have is the quilt, he's up against it. There's no evidence at all of him in a position other than that reclining position. And again, Generally, here's another photo to show that the door was closed at the time. We can see this large pattern here, because again, ultimately when first responders or investigators come to the scene, certainly the dynamics could have changed. You could have some flow going on that could have increased that pattern. So this gives me an idea, at least when this photo was taken, this was what the scene looked like. And again, we had Karina Cooper here. We do know that she was involved in some of the altering of the scene, whether, like I say, we don't know intentional or unintentional, but certainly that gives us an indication that, we have to consider that when we look at the case in summary.
To be clear then, from what you're observing here, this was taken pretty much immediately after Karina Cooper was removed.
Yes, sir.
And there was not a flow pattern down Ryan Cooper's left arm, correct?
Left arm, no, sir. Nor down nor his stomach.
The door is closed, and also there's a vent, I guess we'll say about the middle right of that image. Is that vent covered with a vent cover?
A floor vent, yes, sir. Hot air system, so we have a floor vent in the floor itself. In fact, one other of note, which is important in this case, this floor is actually particle board. At least that's the term I know it as. So unlike if this were a hardwood floor, granted you have a space between the floors, but the floor has been finished, so it's pretty much non-porous. Or if this were inlaid or some type of non-porous surface, the fact that we have this particle board that is somewhat porous, we have to take that into consideration when we're evaluating all of the evidence at the end of this.
There's some blood pools in this image. Sounds like from your testimony, if I understand correctly, there's some later images that are better to describe what's going on with those particular blood pools.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 234 marked in your report as 18.
Yes, sir. This is a photograph, obviously, was taken sometime later. The sun has come up. Mr. Cooper has been removed from the recliner. They've placed a sheet on the floor, and they've simply moved him from here to here. Again, the purpose of the photograph here is to give an overall view of the room. So we can see here's the door, and again, the door is still shut. But again, we have the recliner here, and ultimately Mr. Cooper here, but we look at the arm, we don't see any blood because we didn't see the inside of the arm. So in this photograph here, we didn't see any on the outside, nor do we see any on the inside. Likewise, across the abdominal area, we don't see any blood. And even the left arm, nothing there and nothing in that thigh area of either leg or even the feet. So with each photograph, we're looking to say, okay, in the last photograph, there was no evidence of him being up at the time. Another photograph that supports the fact that he was in the recliner and it was reclined at the time of the discharge of the two shots.
Your number 19, State's Exhibit 235.
In this photograph here, what we're looking at is Mr. Cooper is back this way. This is the carpet that we noticed, or we noted Mr. Cooper on. This is heading out towards that, and this is the doorway that goes into that sewing room. So on the diagram, here's Mr. Cooper here. This is that area of the carpet, and this is that doorway that goes into that sewing room where that drop of blood was located. So here we are up in this area. That's heading through that doorway. I've got two different symbols here. I put the green ellipse. These are blood stains. They appear to be, notice the ellipses, excuse me. Notice there's a tail going this way, so it's telling me that the blood actually hits, and it's actually going in this direction. When someone's going or something's going this way, that's bloody. Not only that, but here we have two footprints, not footwear, but two footprints. We can see the right foot here, and we can see the left foot here. Of note, when I reviewed the reports, there were additional bloody footprints which were on this carpet here. So what that tells me is after the time, after the event, the shooting, someone with bare feet stepped in the blood, went across the carpet, because again, relying on the reports, went across the carpet and ultimately here to here didn't have any additional photos going into here, but as I mentioned before, the amount of blood diminishes. There could be additional going this way, but we at least have 2 footprints, one being right here, and excuse me, this is a right here, and this happens to be I'm sorry, right here. What did I say? Right, left. This appears to be a right as well, going towards the sewing room.
State's Exhibit 236, your number 20.
Sure. This is a photograph of Mr. Cooper's right foot and his lower leg. What we see there on him, this appears to be a transfer stain, and that something bloody came in contact with Mr. Cooper's foot. We see a transfer stain here on the bottom, but again, we don't see any drips up top, nor do we see any flow. But in reviewing the reports, there was a statement by Karina Cooper as to grabbing Mr. Cooper's foot as she climbed on top of him. So certainly the possible origin of this is with a bloody hand as you are climbing on top of, or as she was, climbing on top of Mr. Cooper. That could have been the transfer stain as she's climbing up.
State's Exhibit 237, your 21.
Again, this happens to be Mr. Cooper's left foot as he's on the floor. And again, the purpose is to note that there is no blood on the bottoms of his feet, no blood drips on the top of his feet, and again, nothing flowing down his leg. Because with each photo that we look at, if we're saying that there's no evidence of him being up, we need to keep looking over. And what we're doing is we're trying to falsify, or we're trying to prove that there is no other evidence other than him being in that reclined position as we see him.
This is State's Exhibit 238, your 22.
So here we have Mr. Cooper. We can see that this is the white sheet that he was placed on, and obviously they place a clean sheet down prior to putting Mr. Cooper on there, and we can see blood stains here. The term that we use is that he's still purging. So in other words, he has blood. Obviously there's a breach in his circulatory system. There's blood, which is amassed. Remember I talked about before, he has damage here. So we note that he's still bleeding as he's here. And granted, these are the only 2 wounds. You're going to get some from the nose and mouth due to the fracture of the cranium of the skull. You're going to get bleeding in there. What's causing that? So we see this, but I've placed 2 arrows. And what we see in this one here, this is the left shoulder. We see some clots here. So again, clotting tells us that there's been some time that has elapsed for this clot to have amassed. Likewise, I've put a green arrow towards the right here. We can see a clot here, and there's some along his right shoulder, but we can see additional clots here on the front of his shirt. Likewise, his nose, we can see some dried blood. It's actually began to crack. So we have this massive blood. It's not uncommon for the blood to begin to crack here. We can see it coming out of his nostril. What we do have, and again, that's why and I failed to point it out in one of the previous photos of him on the chair, is if you notice we have a flow pattern. Remember I talked about that before. So blood came out of his nose and it flows down here off to the side of his head. Well, in the previous photograph, there was no flow pattern that existed here. Notice the flow pattern is going down here. So this accounts for him sitting in the chair, but this was not in the previous photo. And we know that he's purging, to use that term. So that's when he's being taken off of the recliner and his head moves off to the side, and that's what causes that flow. So again, that's post-event, or you might hear me use the term artifact. That was created after he was taken out of the chair.
States 239, your 23.
So again, we have Mr. Cooper here looking straight down. We can see I've put the green arrow, clots here, giving us some indication of time. Likewise, we can see the green arrow here, or you can see it here, the green arrow. It's in the same position, whatever's easier if you can't see it back there. But again, we've got a clot going along the shoulder area. So what that's telling us is, now think about it, if he's in position in that chair and we have some bleeding going on, then obviously the blood is going to amass in the pressure, his pressure of him up against the chair creates, for lack of a better term, a dam, and ultimately that blood pools up there and may even run across the back of his neck and pool up here, and that's what creates that clot that we see here. Likewise, this is that flow pattern I talked about before, that's post-event or artifact. Notice the blood flow down. Now envision him sitting in the recliner. As he loses it due to the fractures here and it's bleeding, it's going to flow down his face. And then the other thing that we noted is in the video, and I testified, here we had Karina Cooper, and we could see in the video that her face comes in contact with him. And at one point, I don't recall, but I think hand does as well. But that could account for some of that. Remember I talked about that swipe pattern? So in other words, or even white pattern, because now she's moving from this side with the blood to that side. So it could be a swipe or it could be a wipe. Sometimes you hear the term smear when you really can't tell what it is, but certainly there's lateral, some motion going on there, and that's what could account for that, or what would account for that.
State's Exhibit 240, this is your number 24.
Now I've placed 3 green arrows on the recliner. The recliner's been placed down, Mr. Coop has been removed. So let's just start here. He's seated. Can we turn it? There we go. Oh, much better, thank you. So he's seated in the recliner here. One of the first things we want to take a look at, and I failed to use this term, there's a term called void. So essentially, if I have something here, let's just say I place my cup of water here, and I create some spatter around it, well, you would agree with me that if I pick it up, there's an absence of blood there, right? So the fact that I have an absence of blood tells me that something was there to prevent any type of blood from getting there. Well, if you notice, if the person were standing, and we don't see any evidence of Mr. Cooper standing, but if he's bleeding, and I can tell you that he'll immediately begin to bleed, well, we don't see any evidence of blood on the chair or even the back until you get up in this area where his shoulders were. And we can see the corresponding clot to the left shoulder, and we can see the corresponding clot to the right shoulder. Notice here on this yellow square, we have some saturation. So some of that serum and some of the blood does soak into the material, and it's worked its way down here. Granted, the wound is on his left side, so some of that blood does saturate down into the material, and it works its way down here. And notice, remember, wound is on that left side. His head is somewhat tilted this way. Notice the saturation stain continues down into this area here and makes its way all the way here. Likewise, saturation stain along this, I'll call it faux leather or whatever, suede, I guess might be the term. You can see that there's some blood here as well. Actually, there's some clotting there, which makes sense. So essentially, we have this void, an absence of blood, which puts, again, let's take a look at everything, this holistic approach. We have Mr. Cooper up against the recliner back as he's bleeding. The blood essentially is collecting here on his shoulder. It's migrating this way, for the most part flowing down this way, saturating down along the quilt. And ultimately, where he's got his head off to the left, we've got him bleeding into this area where the cushion, arm cushion, comes in contact with this back here. So the fact that we don't have any blood in this area is just another means by which we can confirm or say, hey, he's sitting in the chair at the time of these 2 shots.
States 241, your 25.
This is, again, I put my green arrow in here. This is the clot on the, that would be his right side. If you remember back to the photograph with him on the floor with his T-shirt, he had that large clot on his right shoulder. Now this clot on his right shoulder matches up with this clot here on the comforter or quilt on the back of his chair or his recliner. So as he's in this position, that blood is welling up between his shirt, and that's what's causing that clot. So when he's pulled away from there, that leaves that remaining clot on the quilt. Likewise, he's got the corresponding clot on his shoulder. And here we have the this would be looking at the chair. This would be looking at it, the right side. We can see the clot here. In fact, we can see some of the clot falling down. This is most likely when Mr. Cooper, remember the predominance of the blood is flowing this way. It still hadn't totally clotted and dried. So when he's pulled from the chair, this clot begins to flow down the quilt. And if we look here in this area here, we can see how the blood, we have a saturation stain here, but we also have some dripping here. Here's that side arm of the chair. And notice this dull area right here, dull area right here. Well, that happens to be dried blood on the arm of the chair as well. So that's a coating of dried blood. But what's important here, we have more clotting going down here. So it tells us there's a volume of blood which is either dripping down or seeping down in this area here of the chair.
For the record, that was State's Exhibit 242. Your 27 State's Exhibit 243.
Yes, so this happens to be again, looking at the chair from the front, this happens to be the right side of the recliner. So again, looking at it the right side, if you were sitting in it, it would be the left side. Mr. Cooper, again, is sitting in the recliner this way. Up here, what we have, as I mentioned before, is that blood staining here. So we have some transfer stains, something wet with blood, encircled here. We have a little bit of a saturation stain. Not only that, but you can just about see the flow pattern going down the side of the chair. So we have some flow pattern going down the side of the chair. We can see some blood in here. In other words, blood is running down, just so happens to get inside or in between this upper portion and this side arm of the chair. It's actually running down the side. Not only is it running down the side and amassing here, but it's also running down the interior of the chair. And notice the pool that's amassing back here. This pool is because he's been sitting here for some time, and I can't tell you how long, because if you think about it, there's two factors that directly affect the size of the pool. It's the rate of flow, right? If I turn on my faucet and I just have it dripping along, that's certainly going to take quite a while for that to amass that amount of blood. Likewise, if I open my faucet up, I'm certainly going to have a lot less time. So again, and not only that, but after someone has been shot and they're succumbing to their death, blood pressure is going down. So the rate of flow is not as great as it is as time goes by. So again, to give you a time as to how long that would amass, there's a lot of things that go into that. But what we do know is that he was in this position with a sufficient amount of blood, not only to run down the side of the recliner, but to run in the recliner to create this. And this is separate than this area here. So here we have a pool amassing from blood running down here.
Based on what you're seeing here, is there anything to support the notion that the recliner was moved after the shooting?
No, because we have this flow pattern here. So it's going down, and that's why this is flowing from underneath the recliner. But we also, and I haven't talked about this is that drip pattern that I talked about. See all the little satellites that we see here that radiate around that pool? Given this photograph, not only that, but when these satellites hit, here's the other thing, is they come straight out. So here we have that parent pool here. As they come straight out, they're going to skid along here. If you notice, there's no blood really in the section here, because as they hit the corner of this chair, and at the base of this chair, not only do we have the flow pattern here, and I'm getting ahead of myself, we have all those little satellites. As that blood hits that parent stain, that satellite comes up and it's hitting the base of that chair at that low level.
Again, if this is better illustrated in a later photograph, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I want to get too far ahead, but are you saying that the blood pool that we're seeing immediately next to the recliner is separate and distinct from the parent and satellite stains that are towards the bottom of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And that's something that will be discussed later?
Coming photos, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 244, your 28.
Yes, sir. So what we have here is, again, another photograph taken of the chair. Here we have the recliner. And again, the photo allows us to see that there's no blood here. We again see the void here. But now looking in this area, we talked about that saturation as blood's running through the chair. But also now we have that drip pattern. Notice all of the satellite. And we saw in that video that I had, when that single drop dropped into that parent stain, granted there were several stains, but again, the size of this tells me that that pool had some time to amass. Not only that, but there's something over the pool that's dripping down, and with each drip, you're creating these satellite spatter. Notice how they're radiating out. They actually hit this here. They hit the base of this bureau. If anything was moved, if we look at this leg on this bureau, notice if we look at the frequency or the number of blood stains, notice how it's fairly red and sprinkled, or whatever term you want to use, the concentration here, and it goes back this way, but notice there's almost a lack of staining. In fact, right at the base of that foot, it almost appears that there's a lack of stains. So what that says, if anything was moved, that at some point after this, that this was moved just slightly. And what we see here are some marks in the floor. Some things moved across this. Remember, I talked about swipes and wipes, but here we have some type of movement, lateral movement across here, and it's going this way. So it probably bumped this and just slightly moved this, maybe a half an inch at some particular point in time. I have a green arrow here in the foreground, or the lower portion of the photo. Again, we see that bare footprint impression. So we have a bottom of a bare foot, which is contaminated with blood, which is heading from the chair. And if you recall, I noted that, or I mentioned in the reports, there were footprint impressions on the rug. And then we saw those other two impressions that were leading towards that sewing room, towards the stairs. This we have here is we have some motion. Obviously there's been some blood deposition. It's amassed that pool, and we've had something come through and wipe it. And in reviewing the reports, supposedly the victim's son, Cade, I believe his name is, C-A-Y-D, came into the room and slipped and fell. So this would account for this movement of the blood here. If someone were to slip and fall, and envision them slipping and falling, because one of the other things that we look at, many times there's what we refer to as feathering. So we see movement of directionality, moves this way and just slightly bumps this to give us that little, it almost appears to be it does appear to be a small, or it is a small void right there, as that cabinet is moved. This happens number 4, the placard. What is placard number 4? That's a sample of blood that the investigators took, because again, you want to take samples at various locations to show whose blood it is. And then lastly, placard in the back there, number 5, that's where the expended cartridge case, the 22 long, was located.
Previously referred to as a shell casing, that's what you're talking about, correct?
Shell case and cartridge case, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 245, marked in your report as number 29.
So here we have, and let's use that green arrow for reference. That's that footprint, and we can see it's a left foot, and we can see the directionality here is that the big toe as we move around. So we've got the left foot, and it's moving away from the actual pool here. Interestingly enough, what we don't see is if this foot were to get contaminated, where is the area of, let's just call it a negative impression where they picked up the blood? We don't see that. So normally what happens is, or what we have here is someone had stepped in the blood. Evidence of that is disappeared or is been masked over by the accumulation of blood into this pool here. So any indication, because certainly there's not enough blood here in this satellite spatter to have created the large barefoot impression, someone would have had to step here and to go over in this direction. Also, what we have here is, notice all of these spatter heading out. If you look, you can see the elongated stains. Remember we talked about that before? Tails are going this way. So as that blood is dripping down, we have that drip pattern, drip, drip, drip. So what's happening is that's very low, it's on the floor, correct? So when those spatters are coming out, some of them are coming directly out. So they're, to use the term which might make it easier, they're almost skidding along the floor. So we have those elongated stains, while some of them, as the blood is dripping in, that blood, as it drips in, it comes out and drops over, and you get those circular stains. But for the most part, everything is coming back to here, here, here. And the other thing that we want to look at is, okay, if this is originating here, then we should have something here, which we do. We should have something here, and you can see it in this photograph right there. Some of that spatter is making it all the way out to here. And likewise, when we look at some additional photos, we'll see spatter on the front of this jug or whatever clay, whatever this is. But again, what we want to do is to show that if I have that type of pattern, this drip pattern, then I should look for and find that radiating spatter coming from that stain. And what it tells me is important is something, and I'm tipping and it makes it difficult to hear, but obviously the blood source is above it. It's above that area and it's dripping into it. So if I'm sitting in the recliner and I back up like this, it's not possible for me to create that drip pattern. The only way that drip pattern could have been created is the source has to be out over that floor to drip down into that pre-existing stain.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, then based on your review of the blood patterns that you're seeing here, the body was in at least two separate positions?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pause that right there. Do y'all realize it has taken us almost 3 hours to get to that point? To get to that point, for him to say the body was moved to have that kind of drippage. All right, carry on. Holy smokes, Batman.
And the position of the body in the recliner, you talked about the clots of blood on the shoulder, you talked about the flow patterns down to the base of the recliner are consistent with Mr. Cooper's body sitting in the recliner.
Yes, sir.
And then you're talking about this parent stain and the satellite stains that are much further out, indicating that the source of blood must come from above, correct?
There has to be obviously a break. It's not flowing down something, otherwise it would flow and just amass, as we saw in that previous photo of that stain amassing in the back of the chair. In this particular case, I have to be above it because, again, all of the spatter, all of that satellite spatter is radiating all the way around, or 360 degrees. So it's dripping into that center, and there's some slight movement, but again, all of those stains are radiating out.
So this isn't coming from Mr. Cooper?
As he's found, no, sir.
Not as he's found, in other words, reclining in the recliner?
In the first officer photographs that we've previously looked at, he was not in that position, no, sir.
And as you indicated previously, there's no flow pattern down his left arm. Why is that relevant to this image here and what you were just talking about?
Sure. It's certainly possible, and again, we have to entertain all possibilities, where if he were, and let's just say unintentionally, Karina Cooper, who we know was on him, picked his arm up only to hold on to him or to embrace him, certainly we want to take a look at his left arm because we know the injury is on his left side. So as I'm sitting there back up against the chair, blood is amassing. Some of it's going to flow down my arm. So it could be possible that as my arm is extended out over the recliner, that it could be dripping off the tip of my finger or fingers, but we don't see that. We actually see his arm clean, and it's actually within the arm of the chair. So again, that's not, and again, look at all the possibilities. His arm wasn't extended out. The most likely position is that, or what is most likely is Mr. Cooper is in this position where he's over the arm of the chair to allow for that dripping to collect and create those satellite spatter.
So if I understand correctly, there's no flow pattern down the arm, so it didn't come from his arm hanging over essentially what you're referring to as this parent stain.
Correct.
And if I understand your testimony, you stated that it's instead the source of the blood above this parent stain would be directly from the wound in his face, on the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 246, your number 30.
So again, as I mentioned before, when we look at and we do our bloodstain analysis, we need to look at the entire scene, right? And if something doesn't make sense, we have to go back. Here we're talking about a drip pattern, so we have blood dripping into blood. We do know that the satellites are going to radiate out. And if you notice here, there's that container that I previously talked about. Notice the spatter. This is the portion that's closest to that drip pattern, so therefore, the most of the predominant number of stains are going to be here. And we can also see that we have some spatter here. So again, everything is corroborating or supporting the fact that that's a drip pattern. Not only that, but that these two jugs or these two containers were there at the time of the event and weren't moved subsequent, because that's not uncommon where someone may try to alter the scene. But certainly, could their positions have slightly moved? Yes. Normally what I do is I would circle this with a Sharpie marker, then I would lift it up, push it off to the side, and I would take a photo of that silhouette just to show either that wasn't moved or it was moved. So there's things you could do. The other important thing to track here is we've seen the footprints on the other side of this rug. The report talked about bloody footprints crossing the rug, but again, or here we have another one of those. In this case, it's a left footprint moving towards that rug. So what we've done, unlike that drip stain at the bottom of the stairs, when you look at the footprints, we can see that the footprints directionality come from that area by the recliner. The footprints head towards the rug. And then of the photos that I had with the footprints, they come from the rug heading towards the sewing room. So based upon, as I mentioned before, I don't have all of the pieces or all of the photos. It appears that someone tracked blood from the pool or from the side of the recliner, moving this way across the rug and then towards that sewing room.
And you had stated previously that looking at that pool, you didn't see essentially a void or another place that could have sourced essentially the blood from that footprint.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the timing of when that footprint occurred versus the bloodletting event?
So the footprint had to have been, or the foot had to be contaminated with blood prior to that blood amassing over the evidence of the foot being there. So in other words, if I step in the blood, and let's just say I take another step, or as I pick it up, sometimes we'll actually have what's called a negative impression. As I pick the blood up, it's no longer red, it's literally white or lighter because I've lifted the blood on the bottom of my foot. So instead of this red surface, I have this silhouette of a foot, which is lighter in color. I'm not saying white, but it's certainly lighter in color because now I've tracked up or it's contaminated the bottom of my foot and taken a second step. So what we do note is we don't see that within the pool. So again, when we look at timing, that came earlier on, and I can't tell you when, but obviously prior to the blood covering over any evidence of that footprint's origination or the area it came from.
States 247, you're 31.
Yes, sir. So again, I mentioned this before. Placard number 5 here is the shell casing or cartridge case of the 22 that was located near the door. Here we have the quilt, the back of the quilt here, the recliner. Notice, remember we talked about this before. If I have a source up here over, and I have to have a distance for that to drop to hit the floor, an unimpeded drop, right? There's nothing there. Well, as that drops down into this pool, the pool's going to get larger, and you notice all the satellite spatter being created. Likewise, or here I have the edge of the recliner. Granted, if that next droplet hits here, it's going to hit the side of the recliner, which we noticed. And if you follow this across, there comes an area where there's no blood at all. So that actual side of the recliner becomes, if you, for lack of a better term, is a shade. So as that blood drips here, and those satellites hit that, or head in this direction, they actually hit the side of the chair, and that's why we don't see anything here. So again, when we look at this, going back, we have to look at all of these pieces, and the fact that we're behind the chair places something above, dripping down, creating that satellite spatter, radiating out all the way over to the wall here, all the way to here.
And again, none of that satellite spatter could be formed by him sitting in a reclining position in the chair.
Oh, no, no. Some of it could, and again, could be masked over, but that second shot I talked about, but not like this. You might have some fine misting, but I just to say what could have been possible to be part of that pool. But for the most part, that's all due to the drip stain.
States 248, you're 32.
Now, this is the cabinet that I talked about before, where it looked like it may have slightly moved. This is the front door, east wall. What we have here is the door shut. I've circled some representative blood stains. I didn't circle all of the stains, but you can see there's some that spatter, circular stains hitting the wall that have been circled. May I stand, Your Honor? Just for this one.
You may.
I have a green arrow which has been placed in the photograph, and what I'm showing there is the trim board, or some people call it a mop board here, where we can see some additional spatter, and the number of spatter is higher there because it's lower to the ground, so that's satellite spatter. In this case here, we have some spatter up by the light switch. Now, to say that's due to the dripping going down, unlikely that distance away, because what happens is it starts to fall back to the ground. So you say, what could be the source of this spatter? Well, if I have a second gunshot wound, that first wound creates that pool, and when I incur, or when the victim incurs that second, that could be some of that back spatter created by that second wound. Because to say this up by the light switch, and I think your average light switch is about 38 inches or whatever, about 40 inches above the ground, you wouldn't see this. You wouldn't expect that. So that had to have been from another mechanism. And the only other mechanism that we have to create spatter, small little stains like that, would be that second shot.
So to be clear, that's not satellite from the drip stain. The blood that we see in States Exhibit 248, marked as year 32, is from another mechanism, which you're describing as the second gunshot. And some of that is on the door here that's closed.
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 249, and that's your 33.
Mm-hmm. So I've circled, and if you notice, I didn't circle all of the spatter. I tried, there's another small one there, but trying to show the number of stains, and we can even see at the top here, granted we have this blocking it, but if you notice the height of that spatter, that's not consistent with that drip pattern, because the further you go out and you notice, or you could see from the photographs, this is quite a distance away. And even when you looked at that radiating pattern on the floor, as you looked at the pattern on the floor, when you started to move away, notice how the number of stains started to decrease because they just can't make it out that far. So for these stains to make it up to this level here, and again, I'm not sure how high that switch is, certainly that had to be from another mechanism. And again, the size of the stains, we don't have a scale or a piece of ruler tape here, but certainly they're very small stains. So when you look at the possible mechanisms that are out there, that second gunshot, because here I have that amassed amount of blood, that gases and whatever, or that round when it hits, could cause that spatter to end up on the wall here.
This is your 34. It's States 250.
Yes, sir. This is this grate here. This is for the air conditioning or the heating, whatever it is. But this was in this position here. It's been taken off and moved off to the side. But what we're looking at is, notice the number of stains here. And there's actually really a break between the stains. This is where that switch was. But if you notice, some of that spatter, that satellite spatter, is making its way over. The frequency increases as I get lower along there. So again, that goes along with that drip pattern. But now let's move across here. That drip pattern or that spatter appears here. It appears here and here. So if you recall, that door, at least in that officer body cam, was closed at the time. This certainly here, this spatter on the lower portion of the door, supports the fact that that door was closed at the time of the some of that spatter. Not only that, but in the reports that I reviewed, the crime scene investigators or the investigators on scene noted that at the bottom, that's an aluminum door, that's the pump. They refer to that as the pump. They did note, although they didn't photograph, the fact that there was some spatter on there as well.
And just to be clear, we saw an earlier image that vent was in fact covered, and this has been moved by the crime scene team.
That vent literally goes back here. This was removed by investigators to take photos of the actual scene itself.
Your number 35, it states 251.
So this is a better view, or actually a view of the door. And notice the circular stains or some elliptical stains, because again, it's going to be coming this way. As we move to the left, that couch, that recliner is actually blocking the path of the blood. So we would anticipate at some point that we're starting to lose that frequency or number of stains as we move to the left. Here we can see one here, we can see a small one here, we can see here. But again, for the most part, they're all very low to the ground here. This appears to be some type of transfer stain, something coming in contact with the door at some particular point. And if you notice, it actually only goes to the base of the door. It doesn't continue. So that gives you some indication that possibly the door was open at some point.
This then would be, your 36 states 252.
So this is a photograph taken by investigators. They've placed the number 10 here. But if you look at the photograph, you notice that there are some blood stains on the door here, and they are directed this way. So we have some blood stains, and in the next photograph, we see a closer view. But what this tells you is, excuse me, if the door is open, envision this spatter coming out and hitting the door. Remember I talked about that angle? So if blood's coming in at an angle, I wouldn't expect stains on that door to be circular. They should be skidding along the front of the door. So I'd expect these elliptical stains on the front of the door. Not only that, but if you notice, this is I call this the door jamb or the casing. Actually, this is the casing here. I don't see any spatter here because what happens is, and you say, well, if the door is open, why don't I have any blood here? Because think about it, straight line, and this is where photographs become deceiving. Because if blood's coming in a straight line, it's going to hit the casing, which we did see in the previous photos, but blood isn't going to come this way, then come around the corner and hit that edge of the door. So I would think, unless there's a transfer stain, which we don't see, but the blood, which we did see in previous photos, we see spatter on that casing, that trim going around the door, which is called casing. We don't see anything here. So going back to looking from all the different views, that drip pattern, everything is making sense that the only way that could have happened is that blood source had to be above the floor, some distance, and I can't tell you, but it was dripping there. Didn't necessarily have to stay in a single position, could be moving, but that's what created that satellite spatter.
Your 37 states 253.
Now this I would call a medium to a close-up range. They've placed the ruler tape or the scale here. This is metric, so it can be a little deceiving, so be careful. Yeah, it is metric. So essentially, even though you see a 2.5 is an inch, 2.54 centimeters. So when you're trying to gauge the size of these, this is roughly an inch, this is roughly an inch. But notice the difference. Remember I talked about that? If the door is open, here I have the door open. If you look at my hand, here if the door is open and the spatter's coming this way, what's it going to do? It's going to skid along the door, and we're going to see these elliptical stains, the elongated stains. So as I look, here I see the elongated stains or elliptical stains, and I enunciate the elongated, but notice the tails going this way. That's pretty evident here, pretty evident here, right? All of those tails. Now you say, well, how come this is going this way, this is going this way? Ultimately, that's gravity. Notice how those stains start to radiate out and they start to drop off. Well, those are the stains starting to finally, they lose all of that energy they have. This one here is still going. That's still going across. It's still slightly upward. And what we have here, these are just starting to fall off. But the important thing is the only way that could occur is the door has to be open at the time these stains hit. So while Mr. Cooper is dripping into that pattern, that door is open. I can't tell you how much, because one of the things I did look for was a void on the floor, because if the stains are hitting the door, not only do they hit the side, this is the outside of the door. Now remember, outside, this is outside. On the other side of the door, if you remember, they were circular stains because the door was closed. Well, what we would look for is if that door is positioned over a certain portion of the floor, then it's reasonable to assume that I would have a void or a shadow where the door was. But in looking at the floor, I couldn't determine exactly where the door was. Because could the door have moved slightly a little this way or slightly a little that way? Absolutely. So it wasn't fixed, or at least I couldn't determine that. And now, this is an important photo. Now, in context, this is the edge of the door. Look at the difference of the shape of the stains here. For the most part, they're all circular. So here I have that door. If you look, here's my door here, is that door is open. That edge of the door is facing what? It's facing that parent pool. As those droplets are heading towards the door, they're going to hit the door and it's straight on. So as we know, for the most part, they're going to be circular. Now when I go to the side of that door, so here I have that door in position, what I anticipate, and I see somewhat, I do have some stains going. Could that be the door slightly moving? But the majority of these stains, are circular. Notice the frequency increases as I drop down. But if you notice, they're all pretty much circular. Where on that side of the door facing outside, they were all angular stains or elongated. So here's the door open. This happens to hit here. Satellite hits here, it's circle. This one just happens to hit on the outside side, and that's why you get your elliptical. And ultimately, again, some of them falling off due to gravity. So when you look at it independently, you've got the inside of the door, which tells me the door was closed at some time. This edge of the door, along with the outside of the door, independently tell me that the door was open for a period of time. And again, we can't tell you how long because we don't know the rate of dripping, okay? It was open for some point and then ultimately closed by the time first officers got there.
And again, to be clear, these satellite stains that we're seeing all originate from Mr. Cooper's body being in a position where it's out over that parent stain, not where first responders found him sitting reclined in the recliner.
No, no, sir.
No, as in you agree with me and that's correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with you. No,
Sure.
I apologize. Yes.
Just for the
Mr.
sake of the
Cooper.
record. All right. This is states 255. It's your 39. What are we seeing here?
So this is a photograph, my photograph. And what I was noticing in processing as I mentioned before, I use Photoshop to enhance process some of the images. At least with Photoshop, some things are underexposed or whatever, and I can lighten up those areas to see what's there. Well, in this particular case here, what I did was blood, as we know, is red. I made it dark. I made all of the reds dark or dark blue or black. And what we can see, or at least what I was able to determine, is I have three areas: the red, I have a green, and a blue, because I want to differentiate. This is the door right here, and we can see this is the base of the door at the lower portion of the photograph. So that I would call the base of the door. That's the sweep. That's that rubber portion that stops the drafts from coming in. This is the casing. So we're looking straight down. So if the door were to open, the door is going to open this way here. The door is going to open this way here. And what I'm showing is there are two. Let's start with the red. There's one footprint. As we've talked about before, there are footprints that show up. This is a bloody footprint, and it's pointing towards the door. It happens to be a right foot. In the green here and in the blue here, there is a footwear impression. In other words, a shoe, or some type of shoe, athletic shoe or whatever it is, some type of shoe with an outsole design created a bloody impression here and a similar impression here. This is your 40. It states Exhibit 256. Mm-hmm. So what you can see here again, we have the red, which is the bloody foot. But if you look here, this is the edge of a shoe here. And we can actually see the diamonds, very similar to what we saw outside. Not only that, but in one of the other photos coming up, you'll be able to see the diamonds. This is the edge of the shoe here. So, and how I can delineate or how I can tell them apart, this is the edge of the shoe, so there's a constant size to it, a strip to it. So that's bloodied and comes in contact with the floor here, likewise here, and then the actual design of the shoe is in here. Likewise, it's back in here as well. And you'll see that when I take the photos of just the green and just the blue area.
And also there with the red square around it, is that?
That's the bloody footprint, yes, sir. That's the right bare foot.
Again, oriented towards that door?
Towards the door, yes. This is the door, if I may. This is the base of the door here. This is that oak threshold that you would step on if you open the door. And I refer to this as the sweep or the weather stripping at the base of the door.
Same question that I had for you earlier. We were talking about a footprint that was near the parent stain and the satellite stains. And I asked you about essentially the timing of the formation of that footprint in relation to the blood pool that we were seeing, the drip stains and the satellite stains. Are you able to say anything about the timing of the formation of this particular footprint?
Well, not only this footprint, but also of the other two footwear impressions, that here we have the base in the blue and the green of a shoe, which was contaminated with blood. Likewise, we have this barefoot impression here, but we don't see any evidence of where that shoe may have picked up the blood. So we do know that this pool has amassed. So apparently the best explanation is that they were contaminated prior to that pool making its way or enlarging, engulfing whatever evidence may have been there, or any indication of that's where the shoe, in this case, or the footprint was contaminated or picked up blood.
And Judge, this may be a good time to break for lunch.
Yeah, we're right at noon. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this point. So I ask that you be back here ready to go at 1:30. And again, I would just remind you of the admonition, just again, keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't do any sort of investigation or research on your own, and avoid any and all media accounts.
So that took a long time to get to that point of
With that, I hope you all have
being
a good
able
lunch.
to. My only thing is they were just talking, they're saying footprint and then they're saying shoe print. So is it a footprint, like a print of a foot, or is it a shoe print, a print of a shoe? That's causing me confusion in my own mind. Because he keeps going back and forth. So, and looking at that print on the screen, I couldn't tell. I just couldn't tell whether it was an actual foot or a shoe. So if it's a shoe print, couldn't they figure out what kind of shoe, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. Just thoughts. Okay. So I think right now, and seeing that was my other thought, case one.
Anything for me at this point?
That was my other thought was the prints from the kid, because they said the kid slipped in the blood on the floor. So was it from the kid slipping? And you think it's both? Okay. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I mean, they haven't laid out enough facts for some of that information yet. And to take 3 hours to finally get to the understanding that this man was sitting up in the recliner and not laying back like it was originally, portrayed to the police officers, that he was laid back in the recliner and shot himself twice, whatever. But yeah, so according to blood splatter and droplets and all that, big word stuff that he just went through and explained with about a styrofoam ball and squirrel, I finally got to the point that the man was not laying down asleep in the recliner, and somebody just came in and shot him twice in the face. He wasn't asleep, obviously. So, okay. So I think what we're going to do is, for this hour that we have, because I think he said, did he say 1 o'clock or did he say 1:30? I don't remember if he said 1 o'clock or 1:30, but it's okay. We're going to roll over to parole hearings and we will kind of watch through those. I still have verdict watch for Raul Valle in the background. Nothing is going on with that. Let's see. Let's just go back to yesterday. These were pardon hearings from yesterday. So we're going to go back to these. We're going to kind of go over and see who is the next one on the list. Uh-oh. Thanks for tuning in. Refresh, Sheila. Refresh, Sheila. Okay, so I think this is going to be James Frank next. So let's see what happens here.
And your DOC. Next is.
Okay, here we go. James Frank.
All right, we have next is Mr. Franks. Good morning, Mr. Franks.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
James Franks, DOC number 299620.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Bossier Parish, July 1991, to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let me acknowledge that you do have some folks here today in support. Your brother's here, Mr. Jack Franks Jr. On Zoom, and we'll hear from him shortly. We also have some folks in opposition. We have the victim's sister, Ms. Carrie Hawthorne, the Assistant District Attorney from the 26th Judicial District, Mr. Richard Ray, the victim's mother, Ms. Diane Short, and Police Chief Todd Gibson. And we'll be hearing from all of those people at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Franks, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, but we want to hear from you first. We'd like to hear your statement. Why are you submitting a commutation of sentence? What did you do to be in jail? And why do you think we ought to vote for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, which question do you want me to answer?
You just do that any way you want.
So, it started, I was visiting a friend of mine in Houghton. On the way back home, I passed Mr. Bodie Short. We started talking. The talk turned into a heated argument, and he turned around to go into his toolbox. When he turned back around and I saw that he didn't have a gun in his hand, I made the worst decision of my life, and a decision that I've lived with every day since, and I will for the rest of my life. Since I've been incarcerated, I've used this time to try to better myself. I've taken classes like anger management, substance abuse, and I've taken classes so that if I was ever able to get back in society, I'd prepare myself for it.
All right, sir. We'll get a little deeper into that when we start our interview with you. But first, we'd like to hear from Warden Turner. What can you tell us about Mr. Franks?
Well, we haven't had any issues with Mr. Franks since he's been here. Mr. Knoxon, we received him in, I think, 2016. And, he's another one. He's had minimal write-up. He's only had since his incarceration. He is a trustee, working in the library, and he's a fairly respectful inmate. We haven't had any issues out of him.
Thank you, sir. Good to hear. We'd like to hear from Mr. Frank's brother, Mr. Jack Franks. I think you're still on mute, sir.
It is right there.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, all right, we unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay.
What would you like us to know?
Okay, I'm getting in late on this. I don't know what's transpired so far. James Franks is my brother, and I realize what the hearing is about. And if he does get released, which we're really praying for, to assure you he has a safe Christian home in Missouri where he has a job, a place to stay already set up, and I guarantee you he will stay out of trouble and lead a productive life.
Sir?
Yes.
Thank you. We appreciate you joining in. You can we had just got started, so you didn't really miss anything. So
okay.
Next we're going to hear from the victims representatives. First, could we hear from Miss Diane Short?
Okay. Am I?
Mute, Miss
Can you hear me?
Diane.
Ma'am, we can.
Pardon?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. Okay. I am very much against him getting out of prison because he came to my house and shot my son in the back several times. And the reason I didn't come down there is because we had been up to Benton. He'd found a letter his mother had wrote or something. And we were up there several times on account of that. And first time the thing didn't work and he couldn't hear him. The second time he wanted to talk to his lawyer, and we were up there several times. So I didn't come down there this time on account of that. And the DA back then was Whitley Graves, who has died. But his last time to come down there, he was spitting up blood and in a wheelchair, but he came anyhow. And that was last, and then he died. But that was the last time he came there. And I still live at the same place where he shot my son. And I have the same phone number. He called me from the jail the day he shot my son. I don't know why. And he got life without parole. And I think he should stay in there. He was 30 years old or in his 30s. And he should just not be let out. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you. And Miss Carrie Hawthorne.
Unmute,
You're still
Carrie.
on mute?
The thumb. Yeah, use your thumb up there. Get it. Come on. Come on, Carrie. You can do it. You can do it, sweetie. It's just a button. I know it's hard for us.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Franks received life with no chance of parole by jury. Therefore, he should be required to have to finish life with no chance of parole. He should not be let out of jail. According to our judicial system, the only way Mr. Franks should leave prison is in a pine box.
Oh.
He chose to murder my brother that day. He had a choice, and he chose to murder him. Now, just because he has decided he wants out of prison, that's neither here nor there. The jury spoke. He was awarded life with no chance of parole, and that's what he should be required to do. He ruined our lives, and my poor mother is 83 years old. What little life she has left should not be focused on Mr. Franks walking free from prison. She should be able to live the rest of her life knowing he is secure in prison. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I like your commentary.
Chief Gibson.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
I've known Ms. Diane Short and Carrie for many years, and they sent me the letter asking me to help them, and I want to help them. They have been through a lot since Brody's was murdered, and Ms. Diane is a sweet lady. Carrie's a sweet lady, and I would hate for them to have to see or fear every day knowing that the man that killed their family member is walking free. And I think for their benefit and their satisfaction, they've been through a lot since then, and to continue to serve justice, to give them a peace of mind to see him continue to serve time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Ray from the DA's office.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to speak. On behalf of the Bossier-Webster District Attorney Skylar Marvin and our office, we would express our strongest opposition to any commutation or any change in Mr. Frank's sentence. Ms. Short referenced the fact that the family had to come to court over the last 18 months to 2 years. Mr. Franks filed a petition for post-conviction relief, and we actually had several hearings on the issue. The court ultimately determined that there was no merit to his post-conviction relief petition. And as Ms. Diane Short indicated, Whitley Graves, who was a state trooper, then an attorney, and a assistant district attorney, first assistant district attorney, and then a defense attorney for many years. In his last visit to a courtroom, he was very ill, but he came in to testify in that hearing, and it was very compelling. And if the court does not have, or if the board does not have access to that transcript, I could get it for you. But it was Mr. Franks. This was a brutal killing. This was near the home, if not right in front of the home of Miss Short, where she still lives. There were witnesses to this. Essentially, it was several shots in the back, and Mr. Franks. I could see how stressful this has been for the family through this process of post-conviction relief applications. Their fear of Mr. Franks is real. I've seen it, and it is legitimate. They would be very fearful if Mr. Franks were ever released. I know that Mr. Franks wants out of jail. I wouldn't want to be in jail either, but as he indicated, he made the choice. He made the mistake. He's been sentenced to life without parole, and it would be our position that he not be commuted and that he continue to serve his sentence. I would also like to point out, I think that there were other letters that were sent through the victim's assistance coordinator for the board, other than Miss Hawthorne or Miss Short. I believe there was at least one other letter, maybe two. So I would hope that you got those. Well.
We did. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Franks, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Franks, good morning. How long have you served on this charge?
34 years, I believe.
Only
Okay, and
34?
How old are you now?
71.
No.
Okay. I see you took a whole bunch of classes. Which class was your best?
Which class did I?
Which one you liked most? Which one you learned the most out of?
Anger management and techno media. I used to have an anger problem.
Okay. And what did you learn from that? What do you need to do when you get mad?
Need to step away from the problem don't let my emotions rule me and think things through instead of act on impulse.
Okay. And, had you worked for Mr. Sharp before? Did you work out there on their place?
No, sir.
Okay, and what happened? They accused you of a burglary?
He accused me of stealing some psychedelic mushrooms from his brother.
Some what now?
Jesus.
Mushroom, psychedelic mushroom from his brother.
Okay.
I don't do psychedelic mushrooms, and the thing about it was later on they discovered somebody else.
I'm gonna pause that. This man went over there and shot this other man in the back how many times over being accused of stealing psychedelic mushrooms? You have got to be kidding me. And now he wants no. Nope. Nope.
I didn't. But it was a silly argument. It should never happen.
Silly argument. Nope.
And so did you have the gun out, or you went to the truck and got the gun?
I reached in my car to get the gun because I thought he was going to his toolbox to get a weapon, a pistol. But then he turned around and I saw that he didn't have a pistol, he had a hammer in his hand. I should have tried to get back in my car and leave.
Right, because I mean, the threat was eliminated after the first shot, but you shot him twice, huh?
Yeah, so I don't have any excuse. I
Okay. I'm not gonna ask you no correct, because it was a single shot, or was it a pump?
Shot.
Single shot, that's what I thought, okay. And how'd you help?
How's your health? Sir?
How's your health?
I have high blood pressure. Other than that, I just had a heart monitor because I had a irregular heartbeat, but that checked out okay. I believe it's fine now.
They've already noted the family opposition, well, we've heard from them, and the law enforcement opposition, you have that. Other than that, I do not think I have any more questions.
Okay, thank you. I got something, all right. I just want to make the mention that you're very candid, pretty very candid about the crime. But when you saw the hammer and then you had a shotgun, that was an unfair advantage already. And that was a reason to back down. Secondly, I wanted to say a couple of things about the victim, Brody Short. We got information about him and it's very endearing. He, in high school in 1976, he was Rookie of the Year for the state of Louisiana in rodeo. And then he went pro rodeo. And he rode away with the LRA Championship Bull Rider buckle. And he came back to Bossier City. When he was murdered, the family started a scholarship in his name. And 14 youngsters in the high school in the rodeo finals divided up the money. So I wanted to just say something nice about Brody's life while he was here on earth. And commend the family also and the Bossier sheriff, because they went with the family and introduced crime victims reparations to them. And a lot of people still don't even know that exists, but they got crime victims reparations through the sheriff's office, and it was in the newspaper. So I want to commend the sheriff, and I'm happy that the family did get that type of service. That's all I have to say. Question?
No.
All right, I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, that's a real tough one, Mr. Frank. That's the only charge on your rap sheet. You never had any other charges, any other violence. You've done very good in prison. You've taken a ton of classes. And then on the opposite side, you took a wonderful life, cut a good life short. My vote today is because this is not final, this does not mean you're getting out, but my vote is gonna be to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you. Mr. Tillers?
My vote also is to commute Grant to 99 years.
The sister up top is
Recommendations
losing
of the
her
governor.
shit.
Stapleton?
My vote today is going to be denied based upon strong family opposition, strong law enforcement. The ADA spoke, and it was an unfair advantage. It was a brutal crime. That's my vote.
Mr. Prater?
My vote's to deny because of victim opposition, law enforcement, DA opposition, and brutality of the crime.
All right, Mr. Franks, it requires 4 votes. You didn't get that today. You got 2 favorable and 2 that were not favorable to your application. So today, sir, your application for clemency's been denied. Good luck to you, sir. Warden, that concludes our business. Then we're going to sign off at 10:53. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Oh, that sister up top. Oh, bless her heart. She was having a rough time. She was, oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. Who's next? Raymond Horton. Okay, let's check out what Raymond Horton has done. Raymond Horton. Let's see, what is he up here for?
All right. So
Raymond
we
Horton.
have, well, you introduce yourself to us. So tell us your name and mailing address.
Raymond J. Martin Jr. 200 Brook Hill Drive, Youngsville, Louisiana, 70592.
Thank you. And we have your wife, Mrs. Jennifer Horton, is here also, and she wants to speak. We'll call on you just a few minutes. So, Mr. Horton, let me just read some identifying information in your records. So, your DOC number is 454161. You're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in May 2002 in St. Mary Parish for possession of Schedule 1, a hallucinogenic substance, marijuana. You received a 7-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 5 years of active probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman to my far right. But before he begins the interview, we'd like to hear your statement. You know, what got you in trouble and why are you seeking this pardon?
Well, I was young and stupid, basically. With the time I learned my lesson, I grew up with that. And I'm just ready to leave all of this behind.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think your wife wants to say a few words. You want to speak? So you just stand up there by him and tell us what you'd like us to know.
I met my husband, Raymond Horton, about a year and a half after his conviction. And we've been together for 22 years. I have watched him grow to an incredible person, a loving father, a loving stepfather, a contributor to the community. He has since gained his GED, paid all restorations. It's not been in trouble. I can say that our children, without him and his guidance and his moral values that he instilled in them, would not be where they are at today. My daughter is at University of Lafayette pursuing a business degree. His stepson, my son, Sage, is currently in the Navy, serving as a nuclear electrical technician. And he sacrificed working, stayed constantly working. He supported our kids in different organizations. He volunteered through band, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, cheerleading, 4-H on the local and parish level, and also helped and supported my daughter start her own nonprofit organization called Spreadshirt Indiana, which he helps package and deliver Christmas gifts to the elderly and their students. So he is truly given back to his community. And we are ready to have this lifted off of him and the burden taken off. Just recently, last week, one of these burdens is we had to switch life insurance. And one of the questions on a life insurance policy is, were you convicted of a felony? And of course, he has to say yes. And now we're rated at a higher rate because of a dumb decision he made with Ruby. And we all have to continuously suffer for that. You know, we want to travel. We hosted exchange students. Over 22 foreign exchange students have lived in our home. And we have volunteered to take them in and show them around and share our culture and, you know, expose our children to diversity and love. And it's sad because now that these countries are asking for visitor visas, that it is restricted in some of these countries for a felon to enter. And without a party, these are the challenges we face. We want to go back to Brazil to see our Brazilian son get married. And that is a question on the Brazilian visa. Is have you been convicted of a felony? And I know this does not completely erase it off of his record, but at least he would have paperwork to show that he was pardoned and he's changed and he is an asset to his community.
All right, thank you. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Horton, I'm not gonna ask you many questions. I'm gonna just point out that you've done very well. It happened in 2001. You completed your probation successfully in 2007. You wrote a very, very truthful statement. It was easy to follow. And you've been married, what, for 21 years? 22. All right, let's get that 22 in there. So I have no questions for you.
What kind of community services have you been doing?
Well, just helping my daughter out with like her nonprofit and stuff like that. Here recently, I really haven't done a whole lot because I've been busy at work. But in the past, I mean, it's been helping out with like the fellow scouts and stuff like that.
You were sentenced to 7 years and you only served 2. Is that correct?
No, sir.
How many you served?
I didn't serve any time.
Didn't serve any time, so that was pretty good. You
He didn't serve any time?
you got away. But so you didn't try to take any classes, do any speeches or anything to help other kids not do drugs?
No, sir.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Denied.
I've got one question. Why did you walk to the house when the police car was there to go inside? I
Yeah.
couldn't understand it. I run a lot of search warrants. I never had anybody walk up with those.
So this is what happened. I was at my other friend's house and me and him was kind of apartment in the situation. But his brother brought me to the house where I was living. And we pulled up to the yard and I looked around and I seen the park across the street. I was like, man, don't pull up in my yard. I think the cops are over there right now. And he's like, no, it's okay. So he pulled in the yard. I got out of the vehicle. And when I walked up to the door, I seen the cop inside with his own. So that's why I took off the name.
And now if you had a green card or whatever color card those are, prescription cards, you wouldn't even gone to jail with it.
That's it.
Good gracious.
All that's behind me. I don't mess with any of that anymore. So
Good. That's all. I'm just curious about that.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to grant with restorations of power.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant with restoration of power.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant with restoration of
And
firearms.
Mr. Craig.
Grant with restoration.
And that's my vote as well. So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank you.
So
All right. Yes, sir.
Love.
Thank y'all for
Thank you so
all the work
much.
you do with the exchange students.
Yeah,
That's great.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, granted. I mean, like I had said, we can change. People can change. It just takes a little bit of effort. And, I wish that he had done more community service towards what he's done to help others understand, don't do this because what happens. But I'm not going to lie. It's It's a big debate. I don't know. Texas is looking at. I don't even want to get into that debate. I'm gonna be quiet on that one. That's just too much for me to talk about. Anyways, this is Damon Gaines. Let's see. Let's see what Damon did. Damon Gaines. He is another one with a drug habit,
Introduce yourself. Tell us
these are a different
name
type.
and current mailing address.
That's his.
Yeah, 1512 IT. 707 the code.
Okay. And you have your sister, Latonya Gaines, with you this morning. Welcome. I'm going to just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Gaines. Your DOC number is 401478. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced August 1998 in Orleans Parish for possession of cocaine. You received a 3-year sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 3 years of probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So tell us about that situation and why are you seeking this pardon?
First of all, I was coming home.
Okay, real quick, my thoughts. I think he's seeking this pardon because he wants to be able to carry a firearm. I think that's what this is about, but that's just my opinion. So we're all entitled to opinions. I'm just telling you mine.
In college and just in the bad area at the wrong time. Got caught up in that situation. It was my first time ever being convicted. So after that, trying to get my life moving forward, I'm trying to get a job with the time because of being a felon. And I had another resource to get another job. I had to have a firearm, so without being able to have a firearm, I can receive it in that jobs.
So I think your sister wants to say a few words. You want to stand up there by him and tell us what you'd like us to know?
Well, as a young kid, some of us make no choice, whether it be the company we keep or just following behind someone. I can honestly say he has matured. He's learned his lesson. We stay out of trouble ever since then, and this hinders him from being able to obtain better paying job. Be going forward with a lot of things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Mr. Gaines, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir. What year was this that you were arrested for the cocaine?
95.
Okay. And since then, how many times have you been arrested? Okay.
I've been doing long care service and also I've been Canada.
Okay. And that was in 2005?
Yes, no, 2015.
2015.
No, I'm sorry. That was in 95, the changes.
Okay, in 95,
yes,
was the cocaine charge?
Yes.
And they dealt with it in 98 when you got 3 years probation?
Yes.
Okay. Were you arrested in 2010 for possession of marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Did I misunderstand you when I asked if you've been arrested since then?
No, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. That was my error. I apologize for that.
Okay. Were you arrested in 2014 for threatening your girlfriend?
No, that was a misunderstanding with that situation.
Oh, no, sir.
And she ended up calling the police or whatever. I didn't know anything about it because I didn't do it. But she put out a called them and they put out a warrant for my arrest. I didn't know anything about it. I would have addressed it. And I would have about it.
Okay, I see they didn't prosecute you, but you were found guilty of the marijuana in 2010.
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of, you might not have understood me, but it's kind of, I'm having a hard time getting by the fact that I asked you, have you been in trouble since 1995? And you said no, and I found 2 more arrests.
I didn't slip my mind. I'm sorry. I was not trying to hide anything from you, sir.
Okay. Where do you work?
I was in St. Bernard Parish.
How does that
Where
slip
do
your
you
mind?
work?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do mobile mechanic work and I also cut grass. I don't have
Okay. One of these cases, you were arrested. Wasn't there a firearm involved?
No, I was in 95.
That was in 95. You had a gun then.
No, I didn't have a gun. They found a rusty old gun in the back shed and they put that on the case with that. And they threw that firearm charge out. And they
Okay.
gave me probation for possession of crack.
Was that your crack cocaine?
No, like I said, I was in the wrong area at the wrong time. I was just coming home from college, sir. Because I was
Right.
going, I was going in the morning. I was doing 2 classes in the morning. After lunch, we would go straight to college. From college, I would go home. And I ended up going home at the time. I was working on the car I had in front of the door. And the police ended up turning the corner. And they turned the corner. They pushed me and told me to go in the alley and searching me. After doing that searching, they put me in the house. And then after they strip searched me in the house, in my mother's house, I come out the house with the other officer. And another officer come up with crack cocaine and said it was mine. I was denying it, but had no fight against his word against mine.
Okay, so you just took it like a man and nothing that you could do about it.
Yes, I had no choice.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I got.
Yes, sir.
The lawn care, you own the lawn care? Or
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have your own mower?
Yes. I do
So you mentioned a job that you may have an opportunity, but it requires a firearm.
Security.
Like for where?
This one was.
For you, for,
Being on guard, yes, ma'am.
for you?
Yes.
What type of business is that?
Security.
Just a personal security?
Yeah.
Okay. Like a bodyguard?
Yeah.
All right. And have you been, there were some other opportunities that were mentioned that you didn't, we didn't expand on. What other opportunities have you missed out on because you have this on your record?
I was supposed to go out of town with a friend of mine to go seek another job in security work. Due to me not being able to carry a fire, he didn't know, and I didn't know that, I needed proper documents to carry a firearm. So, yeah, that's stopped that.
Okay.
That was chance with that.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I noticed when Mr. Prater began his interview, it seemed like you were a little nervous, but you calmed down.
Yes.
And so that's maybe why you.
Yeah, I kind of overstepped there.
I got you. So you're through with drugs and all that?
Yeah. I'm ready to live my life and move forward.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions.
All right. Any other questions? All right. I don't see any. Fair to that.
I'm prepared to vote. With one question.
Yes, sir.
Have you been arrested at all since the marijuana deal? No, wait a minute, since the assault.
Since the assault,
Deal
yeah.
that was dropped.
No, sir.
And you sure?
Yes.
None. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to be clear. I understand.
Thank
I understand.
I thank you for helping me address it also and bringing it back up.
Okay. All righty. Yeah, my vote is that we grant him pardon with restoration.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to grant with restorations, good cleansing, period.
Mr. Tiller,
My vote is to grant also restoration of the firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant restoration of bond.
I agree. My vote is also the same. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
You have my vote too, honey. Just so you know, he has my vote too. I mean, like I said, we make changes in life, and this is the kind of stuff I like seeing is people making changes. And that kind of stuff, being granted, I find very pleasing because I can tell, in my heart, I feel like they've changed their lives. So, that's, I enjoy that. Now, we have the other ones that have no business getting out. So let's see. Carl Vaught. Let's see. I'm gonna fast forward and we'll get Carl Vaught started. Let's see what he did. Let me pull him up real quick. Carl Vaught. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's another Mary Jane charge. Okay. Yeah, he's another Mary Jane charge. So I'm going to get this started. And while this plays, y'all know the drill. Behave in chat. Hannah's not here to cause a havoc, but behave in chat. Case one, I'm going to put you in charge for a moment, and I'm going to cook my bacon.
Introduce yourself. Sir, would
I'm
you
here, but
introduce
in chat.
yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Carl Vaught, 2116 Bayardport Drive, Evansville, Indiana, 47714.
And you have your brother here, family member, I guess. Is he brother? Mr. Rex Vaught, and who's here in support. And thank you for being here, sir. So let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Carl, into the record. Can you hear me okay?
I'm here.
Okay. So you have a DOC number, which is 78447. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in November 1974 in Orleans Parish for possession with intent to distribute marijuana. You received a 6-year sentence. Is all that correct?
Correct.
Okay, why don't you tell us, sir, what happened? How'd you get in that trouble, and why are you seeking this pardon?
Okay. I'll try to encapsulate this into a condensed.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
I was very young. I just got discharged recently, about a year before that, 82nd Airborne, with Fort Bragg. My dad was running a trucking company in New Orleans, on Airline Highway. Okay. And so I came home, back home, a kid back home from the Army, and socially made a few contacts in the subculture of the marijuana trade out of through Mexico, through Texas, into New Orleans. A lot of marijuana was being handled there. I was a nickel and dime pot guy that knew some people that received pot. Okay. So then my parents relocated from Slidell, Louisiana, over to Pass Christiana to be closer to the boat dock with the trucking company he was affiliated with. So now I'm living in Pass Christiana, Mississippi. But I've still got my contacts in New Orleans. Okay. So I'm a nickel and dime pot guy. And I happen to be at this guy's, the guy that I knew, I happened to be at his house. And believe me, the FBI didn't figure anything out. That was a rap. And some gal had snitched on somebody. And this place gets an FBI sting while the goofy kid from Pass Christiana, Mississippi happens to be there. So an FBI sting happens. And I'm there, okay, this is very unfortunate for me. A guy picks up a pound of pot once in a while. Now, there's 1,000 pounds of pot with these guys at this house. Because it came in on a van from Mexico to Texas to New Orleans. So our 4 clever FBI agents are there in their Porsche cars and all that. And they're breaking this building down. I mean, pulling the walls down off the sides and inside of this house. We're all been pistol whipped. We're all on the floor. We're shackled down and been beat up for the answers. Where's the heroin? Where's the narcotics? Because these guys don't know about pot. They're about narcotics. But the snitch set them up thinking it was narcotics. So they take those nice, cool dudes. They take 100 pounds each for this pot sold for $125 a pound. They take 100 pounds each and stick it in their Porsche sports cars for their personal bonus that day. And they charge me with 200 pounds. There's 600 pounds left. They charge me with 200 pounds. They charge Richard with 200 pounds. And they charge the guy from Texas for 200 pounds. So the 3 of us are charged with possession of 200 pounds of marijuana with intent to sell. Now, I'm just out there, I'm about 20 years old. So I don't really know what's going on. So my lawyer, after I leave Orleans Parish Prison, the infamous House of the Rising Sun there in Orleans Parish, the death house. My lawyer gets me out of there, but he doesn't tell me, he says, "Hey, we'll put you on a bond for 9 months." He fails to give me the gospel. He fails to say, look, you got 9 months. Straighten your life out, get to work somewhere, and show up here with $2,500 so you can walk away with a grin on your face. I think I'm going in there with an attorney to say, hey, look, I'm a nickel and dime kid handling a penny's worth of pot. And this isn't my fault. I live in Mississippi. It's not my home address. It's not my pot. I'm a nickel and dime pot idiot.
But it's not my pot, so I thought I had a lawyer going in to plead a case of innocence on the possession, but they didn't sell all this pot, it wasn't my pot. So, no, I go there and they say, look, you better get down there, you don't want to go there and go with guy, because you're not going to survive it. We're killing 6 people a month by average in the Louisiana DOC, you won't survive Angola. So get down the hallway and call your mom and dad and get $2,500 and wire down here so you can walk away with a grin on your face. You're gonna get raped and killed and beat up and all this bad stuff's gonna happen to you. And Angola, you don't wanna go there, nobody goes there. And I said, I don't call mommy and daddy. I play big boy games, big boy consequences, even though this isn't my pot. I can't call mom and dad at a time like this and get $2,500 wired down so I can walk away. I was a little embarrassed, I wasn't crying at the time. I was a little embarrassed, a little ashamed, and a little stupid feeling for not, but nobody explained it to me. It wasn't about innocent or guilt or anything. It was about simply, hey, you're going to go to prison. And then I wouldn't make the phone call. So I went ahead and did it. And so fast forward, yeah, I did Angola for a while, the first year or so. And we picked the cotton and worked the plantation, did the thing, did the chain gang thing. But I had a higher than the second grade average education. I could read and write. So I eventually got a job in administration, did I get to use a typewriter, read, write, and everything. So I got off the chain gang and it survived. So fast forward, then I can get, and the old convict says, you want to get out of this? I said, yeah. I said, well, get my lawyer, he'll get you out. And it was almost done anyway. So I hired Nolan J. Nolan J gets me out of the next parole board 2 months early, doing 216. So Nolan J gets me out 2 months early, and I go out. So 10 years later, or 8 or 10 years later, now fast forward to 1987, I'm still a little pissed off about it. I think I'm on a bad deal like that. If somebody was shot straight with me, I would have known to show $2,500 and instead of go to prison. So 10 years later, I call Nolan J. and he's got a big gun smoked in his office. And then they say, no, Nolan J's not with us anymore. He got some deputy went in his office and shot him up. So now fast forward 40 years, 2.5 years ago, I started this process. So I lived a straight life. I could run a businessman, had my own business, been in the DOC ministry trying to teach kids that these idiots that are legalizing pot don't understand and how it's going to damage you. You're going to be 25 years old someday with the mentality of a 12-year-old, or like this pot thing's not good. I teach sobriety. I help these kids. I'm a mentor, a DOC chaplain and a minister for years and years, over a quarter century, trying to help kids learn not to do what I did. And I've stayed out of trouble. I've run a business and never, been audited a few times and always been clean and done what I was supposed to do. And I thought, why not plead for justice after the fact? But hey, I'm the one that was guilty. I didn't plead guilty in court, but I'm guilty of being a guy that wouldn't call his folks so I could pay $2,500 and walk that day in Orleans Parish and Judge Shea, the infamous Judge Shea. So anyway, so my thing is, why wouldn't I deserve at this point of having a track record of improvement, done the right thing, and gone way out there and tried extra hard to influence others and mentor kids and help the system to do right? Why wouldn't I deserve a pardon at this point?
Well,
so that's why I applied for it. Right. I traveled 1,000 miles, more than 1,000 miles.
I see that. To do it. Yes, sir. So let us ask you some questions. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton.
Okay, I'm going to start with, you said you were in I read 82nd Airborne, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then somewhere in all of that, you said that you had a second grade education and could read and write.
No, I said I didn't have. The average education level in the Louisiana Department of Corrections in 1974 was second grade. I could read and write. So I didn't have to stay on the chain gang.
Because you could read and write.
Pardon me?
Because you could read and write.
I had an eighth grade
up the ladder is what you were saying.
Yeah, I had an eighth grade education and a high school education. I had all that.
So the $2,500 that you keep talking about, that would have been to pay restitution or just your fines and fees?
They didn't make sure I just walked out of court a free guy, and maybe they would have, maybe they might have had, I don't know if they had me plea out to what. I don't know if they would have said, oh, for $2,500, we're going to knock this down to misdemeanor, and you can go home now, because I don't know what they would have. But $2,500 was that day. They said, give me $2,500 now. You're going to go down that hall in Orange Parish. You go from there to Angola.
Okay, so now you're saying that since then you're very involved in community service, teaching children about not to go to jail and the dangers of marijuana and all of that,
I've
correct?
been doing that for over a quarter century, yeah.
Yes.
It was right on to 30 years, as a DOC volunteer and as a, local Jimmy singer and all that, church and the work that chaplains do on the inside.
Mhm. And the actual job is welding, is that correct? I see a lot of welding.
Yeah, through the oil field, I was a welder a lot of times and worked in the welding field. That's when I started Vought Fitness Equipment, my business. We were prototyping and designing fitness machines, for the industry. Way back, we were prototyping and pioneering the fitness revolution in the 1980s.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why do you need a gun?
Why do I need a gun?
Yes. Pardon, you want pardon restoration of firearms?
I want my pardon as though that fiasco never happened. Whatever a full pardon is, I want a full pardon because that's what I deserve. I never mentioned anything about firearms. I never asked for it. I never said I need a gun.
Okay, so you don't need pardon.
I'm thinking about it, but if that's what a full pardon is, and that's one of the strings attached, that's what I want. Because I came to apply for, I drove down here to apply for a full pardon as though my thing didn't happen to me. But something happened to me that shouldn't happen to me. Nobody, even if I had been high, I wasn't retarded. If somebody says, look, this is the way it works. Show up with $2,500, because guilty or innocent isn't part of the equation. Show up with $2,500 and you're going to Angola, and I didn't get a fair shake.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pass my questions to anyone else.
Did you appeal your conviction?
Ma'am?
Did you appeal your conviction?
No, I went straight to Orleans Parish and
I understand, but you said there is a period of time in which you could do that. You chose not to do that also, right?
I never did anything until 10 years went by, and I tried to reach out to Nolan J. Edwards and said, I handed him money to get the parole board, so I could make parole, and I said, and then I was gonna hand him money again and say.
Well, I don't want to hear all that. It sounds like you bribed him.
No, he was.
I'm not really appreciating all the remarks you're making about law enforcement and stuff. You're about to talk yourself out of this, sir.
Yeah, you really are.
So, I don't see any other
I got a
questions.
question. You say you were 20 years old when this happened?
Yeah, I was 20 or 21. I was born in 53.
So you're
72 now.
So you, and you said you were a nickel and dime.
Yeah, I was a nickel and dime pot guy. I get a pot pound now and then,
You were selling it or you were using it?
Usually at a party.
Okay.
When I get charged with the section of 200 with intent to distribute for being somewhere when I had a legal address in another state. It was a coincidental happening, and because of a rat, and then so it's just the way it was.
So you weren't selling drugs?
No, I wasn't. I was a guy that we partied. We were kids, but we were carrying on the 82nd Airborne, was called the Jumping Junkies. Now, I wasn't a narcotic guy, so it was pot and beer. They had beer machine in your barracks. Your sergeants were pot sellers. And so the party that was going on these airborne was carried on out in society. I was just a kid still never growing up.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Vaught. Here to vote, please. Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you something. You did a terrible interview. Because you blamed so many other people for everything.
No.
I mean, and just like the airborne being the junkies and stuff like that.
I just want everybody to understand a little about that culture.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna vote,
My little brother was in the 101st.
Mr. Vaught, we're voting. Mr. Vaught, we're voting. Mrs. Stapleton.
I'm gonna vote to deny based upon, I don't know what you did. You admitted in the beginning that you were a nickel and dime.
Yeah, I was, there's a big difference when a kid that smokes pot happens to know some people that have.
Notice the grant was restoration.
Mr. Freeman.
Not because of your interview, but because of your history since that time, I am gonna vote for your pardon with restoration.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant.
And my vote, again, is not because of your interview, but it's your history since and the things that you've done, working in prison and working with the youth. To vote apart with restoration of firearms. We're gonna make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor, sir. That concludes this hearing.
Holy hell, that was rough. I can't believe they granted him that. I'm shook. I'm shook. I can't believe they granted after all him kept talking. He just didn't shut up. Okay, so let's check. Let's see. I'm gonna come over here and let's do a quick peek in on Valle is still there. We still have a clock up on this one. So I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to pop on down to James Taylor. And real quick, because I got to go finish cooking. James Taylor did, let's see what James Taylor did. James Taylor. Oh, I feel good. No, second-degree murder. All right, there you go. Second-degree murder. Camera back off. I got to go finish the bacon. I'm almost done.
Mr. Taylor,
They're talking to you.
Mr. Taylor, can you see us?
Let me make sure it's the right name.
I can't hear. That's what I'm trying to
Fix
explain.
it, Taylor.
He has a hearing aid.
James Taylor, yeah,
Raise the
second-degree
volume up a
murder.
little bit.
Okay.
I'm right.
We'll help you
Okay.
out however
Head in the
he needs it.
Oh, he's hard of hearing. He don't have his hearing aid in.
Can you hear us at all, Mr. Taylor?
Somewhere I can hear a little bit.
I will help as much as I can, Ms. Renata.
Thank you. We want to hear his name and DOC number, please.
I need your name and DOC number. Say it to the TV.
James Taylor, 452-097.
All right, let me just read this identifying information.
Oh, you gonna do it over again?
No, go ahead, Ms. Renata.
Mr. Taylor's a first felony offender, seeking a commutation of his sentence. He was sentenced in February 2002 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Does that match your records, Warden Ambo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me just acknowledge some folks who have joined us. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Channing, Mr. Taylor's family, Taylor Williams, who are there at Angle. I'm sorry. Would you introduce yourselves? I'm sure I mispronounced your names.
Thea Williams.
Okay.
Thea.
I got it.
Iradia Taylor.
All right.
This is Warden Lawson. I'm here. I'm sorry I was a minute late.
Okay, thanks, Warden Benoit. And we also have representing the victim is Jerry Lynn Ray, and she'll be speaking. She's on Zoom this morning. So we'd like for Mr. Taylor to explain to us why he's in prison and why is he seeking this pardon.
Why I have surgery?
Excuse me. Mr. Taylor, they want to know why you're here in prison and why you're seeking this pardon.
Right now, I'm embarrassed right now because I don't understand and I don't hear exactly what you're saying.
They want to know why you're here in prison.
Well, second-degree murder.
And they want to know why you asked for a pardon.
It's a hard question to answer.
You got to answer it though.
All right. Reason why I want to is to get out of prison. I want out of prison.
Okay, so Warden, can you get him to tell us, he says it's second-degree murder, yeah, but we need a little more detail about his version of what happened.
Tell her what happened to you. How'd you do the murder? Tell her what happened about the murder. Well, the guy, he punched me on my jaw and he told me the next time we meet again, for me to have it on my mind, I messed with the wrong so-and-so. So I left, went on about my business, and I called my girl and I explained everything to her. We were picking up our checks. I said, help me go get my check, and we try to get there early, and we could leave. I went and got my check. I got my check when I come out the office. He pulled in the parking lot. The guy pulled in the parking lot. Went to get gas in our car. He pulled in the
in the gas station. And he gets out of the car on the left-hand side, the side of the passenger, and asked me, was I ready to die today? He put a gun on and asked me, was I ready to die today? I didn't respond to him. And I was walking to go pay for the gas on my car. I heard him and my girl talking, and I went over there to go get her out of it. He pulled you pretend he was putting the gun in his waistband. Well, I didn't know. I thought he really had a gun in his waistband, and I shot him.
Okay, we'll have some more questions in a minute. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Taylor?
Well, he's been here 23 years. He has no DB reports in 23 years. That's outstanding.
Wow.
He's minimum B with no duty. I don't think he hears very well. He lives on Ash One at the main prison in the we call it the old man's dorm. He has no duty. He's not able to work. He's taken 100 hours, anger management, substance abuse.
Okay, I was going to ask about it. I saw where he now has no duty, and he formerly worked for many years as a baker. So I guess
He doesn't hear very well. He can't hear.
Yeah, very well.
Right. Okay, good. Well, let's thank you, Warden Benoit. Mr. Blake, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. James Taylor. To echo the sentiments of the warden, he's a Class B trustee because of his classes and his programming and his great institutional record with no write-ups. We've accepted him into our program. We're in position to provide him with transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, healthcare guidance and connections, consumer skills, and many more. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and the strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I don't know if either one of the daughters would like to speak. Aradia or Thea, would you like to say anything, either one of you? We can allow one of you to say something if you'd like.
Go ahead.
You can speak for Roger Reese.
Yes, ma'am. You don't have to get up or anything. I'm just ready for my back pain.
And to speak loud so they can hear you.
I'm just ready for him to be released and to come home to spend where he have life, whatever life he have left with his grandkids and great grandkids that have been born within the time he's been gone.
All right, thank you, Kim. So at this time, we'll hear from Ms. Jerry Lynn Ray. Ms. Ray, I want you to know that we did get your letter, very moving letter, letting us know about your husband and your relationship and the traumatic experience of his death. So what would you like to tell us in addition to that this morning?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. Yes, my name is Geraldine Ray. I'm the wife of Mr. Walter E. Ray. And excuse me, I'm just trying to get my self together. But my position still stands, in regards to the letter that I wrote. It still stands. I'll never get closure for myself nor my children, because my husband will never be returned to us. So we'll never have closure. So I just, accountability is the only thing that's left for me. And so my husband will never come back to us. So I just feel that, I'm not, I would like for this person to just stay where he is and not be allowed back into society.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And we also received letters from the two boys, the two sons.
Yes, ma'am. They still can't even, my sons are grown men now. They still can't even bring themselves to talk about this. because their dad was very involved in their lives. He was very present, you know, and my husband was taken away from us when we got married in 99, and he was gone before the first anniversary. Though I had been with Walter for about 13 years, you know, I've known him since elementary school. We got together in our adulthood, and as soon as we got married, he was gone before the first anniversary. So
thanks for taking the time to write the letter and for speaking with us this morning. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you having me, allowing me to speak on behalf of myself and my children. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor's case has been assigned to Mr. Prater.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, can you hear me at all?
I can just hear sound.
He can't hear you, Mr. Prater. We'll try to relay the message to him.
Okay. I don't have a lot of questions. How old were you when this occurred?
I was 50 years old.
Okay, so you were later in life. You were 50
He
when it
did hear.
happened. So you've only served 25 years on a second-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
He can hear.
You through?
Go ahead.
Tell me, how did you and this guy get in a fight?
Yeah, what was the fight?
What was it about? Say he hit you in the face.
What was the fight about? What y'all fight about? What was y'all fighting about?
He punched me on my jaw.
Yeah, but why did he punch you on your jaw? And
Well, it was on a Friday, pick up our check. And I asked the supervisor to let me use his ink pen. When he put the ink pen in my hand, he snatched it out. When he snatched it out, I responded and I snatched it out his hand. When I snatched it out his hand, he punched me on my jaw and knocked me down.
So what did you do after he knocked you down?
Pardon me?
what happened after he knocked you down?
Oh, we was in the yard where all the workers get together, and the guys in the locker room, they held him tight, put him outside, told me to hold on, and he went to the security office and gave his side of the story. He gave his side of the story. They suspended him for 3 days. Then they called me. I gave my side of the story, and they suspended me for 3 days. On my way out to go home, he was sitting outside the building, waiting for me to come. That's when he made the statement that I better have it on my mind when we meet again.
Okay.
Okay, and?
All I was gonna say was that you were 50 when it happened. You're 75 now, so you served 25 years on a life sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you shoot him?
How many who?
How many times did you shoot the guy?
3.
Why so many times?
I didn't know he had a gun. I didn't know he didn't have a gun. When he pulled it out of the waistband, I just took mine out and took it out of my back pocket and I shot him. I had no idea that he had a gun. But that was the second time he did that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
No.
Did you go into the store to shoot him?
Pardon me?
Did you go into the store to shoot the guy?
No, I was already there.
No, I know. Did you go inside? He was arguing with a girl.
I was over there pumping gas in my car.
Did you go inside to argue with a girl in the store?
No, this happened outside.
So did you go inside the store to shoot the man?
Oh, no.
So you shot him on the outside the store?
On the outside.
The guy was arguing with his girlfriend.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm good.
Wow.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes, Mr. Taylor, my vote is going to be that your request is going to be denied. I don't think 25 years on a life sentence is enough. You got strong victim opposition. And so that's my vote.
Mr. Freeman?
You got a very good disciplinary record. You haven't been in any trouble. But it is, you did shoot the man 3 times. The man did hit you first at the work. My vote is going to be to deny due to victim opposition and law enforcement.
Mr. Tillings?
My vote is to grant clemency.
To commute?
Commute to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny because you shot him 3 times. And you haven't served, you only served 25 years on a lifetime sentence.
So you've got 3 votes to deny your application and 1 vote for a commutation. So today, your application is denied because it takes 4 votes. You didn't get that today. So Mr. Taylor, your application's been denied today, sir.
You've been denied.
Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, we'll watch one more while we're waiting on court to resume. Court still hadn't resumed. It's in the background. We've heard nothing on Valle. I've been waiting, to hear anything. They didn't even say they went to lunch or anything like that. So I don't even really know. Let's see, this is Theodore Butler. Theodore Butler, this guy that's coming up next, is also on a 2nd-degree murder charge. So, yeah, I don't, when they're in there on that kind of charges, I don't feel like they should be let out. That's just my opinion. If they get life without parole, then that's what it should be. That's just my opinion, though. So, anyways, carrying on. I have it playing in the background. When court starts, we will stop this and go back to it. There's been no movement. Let me double check real quick. No movement in either one. The clock says it is 1:19 their time, and they were supposed to be back at 1:15. So, let's roll.
Yeah. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Excuse me?
Tell your name and DOC number.
My name is Theodore Butler, 30, 39, 41.
All right, Mr. Butler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you all.
So, Mr. Butler, I'm going to read some identifying information first. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in October 1991 to a life sentence for 2nd-degree murder in Orleans Parish. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, Mr. Butler, let me acknowledge that we do have the parole project here, and they're going to speak on your behalf in just a few minutes. But first, you tell us what happened. How were you involved in the 2nd-degree murder, and why are you seeking to have your sentence commuted?
Ma'am, I could give you that in 1 word. And then I'll explain. Anger. Unmanaged anger. I grew up in a household that was filled with anger and some love, my mother. But because of that environment, I was affected to the point where I grew up being an angry person. And as a result, I expressed that anger in ways that I shouldn't have. And then this crime, my crime, in which I took a man's life, it was out of anger. And There's not a day that passes that I don't regret having acted out of that anger and regret having taken a man's life. I know that life is precious. I know that now more than I've ever known it before. And I'll never be able to give that life back. And I regret that even more. I'm at peace now, but I haven't known peace for the majority of my sentence. I've been down 35 years. And if I could undo what I've done, I would.
So why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
If this board voted for my recommendation, it wouldn't be because I deserved it. It would be because you would see before you a reformed man, a changed man. You have my record. You have my accomplishments. But none of that mean anything to me today. Because I can't change what I've done. I can only change what I've become. I've become responsible. As a father, I wasn't. As a person, I wasn't. But now, because of the opportunities that's been presented to me, given me, I'm able to say that I'm reformed, rehabilitated to the point where I can go out and make a difference if this board allows me to. I can be the difference between a man or woman, a young man or young woman coming to a prison and doing 35 years. I feel that I can make a difference because a difference has been made for me through the programming that this institution and the DOC has offered me. Anger management, victim awareness, substance abuse. I needed all of those. And I used all those to make me the man that I am before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Chair, earlier in his statement, it sounded like he said didn't regret. I think he must have made a mistake or asked him.
Yeah.
Clear.
Mr. Butler, earlier in your statement, it sounded like you said you did not regret what you had done. Did we misunderstand what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Most definitely. I thoroughly regret what I did. And I take full responsibility for my crime, for having taken a life.
All right, and we'll get to an interview with you in just a moment. First, we'd like to hear from Warden Benoit.
Yes, ma'am. Theodore, he's been here 34, 35 years. He's a minimum A, assigned to Cypress 4 on the East Yard. He's in small engine repair school. However, Theodore graduated in OBTS and he preaches down on the East Yard to the younger inmates. He preaches down there. He went through a few of his classes. He did anger management 11 years ago, substance abuse 11 years ago. He's got trauma healing. He's a trauma healing facilitator now. He's done his 100 hours. He's had his victim awareness and letter training. And every day is what you see right here today. That's Theodore. How he spoke to y'all today, that's him.
Thank you. Wow. Mr. Channing, Mr. Blake, we'd like to hear from you.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Theodore Butler. To echo the sentiments of the warden again, Class A trustee. He has classes and programming. He's active in church as an ordained minister, trade school training, and the various programs he volunteers for, along with him having a plan of employment. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we'll provide transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations. We'll do healthcare guidance and connections, social norms, and many other programs that we have here to offer. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that will give him guidance through the reentry process. Based upon his record and rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have anyone here today to speak in opposition, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman for the interview.
Okay, Mr. Butler, how old are you now?
Sir, I'm 67, and in a couple of days, 5, I'll be 68.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the murder victim was never ID'd, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did y'all just met him that night?
For the first time, 2 strangers playing pool.
Okay. All right, and I see you taking some good classes, and you mentioned it, the ones that you needed. You think you got your anger under control now?
For the most part, sir, yes. Anger is an emotion, and it can be triggered, I learned through the program. But nevertheless, I also learned that I can control it if I give myself a chance to breathe, to think before I act or react.
Okay, and you took some substance abuse classes. I'm really interested in your sobriety, because it seems like at the time you were very intoxicated, correct? So
yes, sir.
Are you still in sobriety classes? Do you still go to AA, NA, or anything like that?
No, sir. The substance abuse program that they have here in place is pretty thorough and it's informative. Alcohol, in particular, was my first and most dangerous substance because it was so easy to access. And I abused it at first socially, and then it got out of hand, and it helped be destructive. It was a destructive force in every relationship of my life. I lost my wife and my kids behind drinking because I was in denial. You couldn't have told me I was a blooming alcoholic because I was a social drinker, but I deceived myself. So the program helped me to understand the difference between social drinking and abusive drinking. So today I'm a recovering addict. I learned that you can't get rid of an addiction, but you can control it. And I'm thankful for the program.
He's 100%
Have
right.
Do you have any contact with your children?
I did with my daughter, sir, for a while, but she's grown, become grown, and she's moved on with her life. My son, he still holds me responsible for having left him, abandoning him, which I realized that's what in effect that I did.
Yep.
But because of my irresponsibility then, sir,
All right.
I felt that it was best that I left him because I was destroying myself and I didn't want to destroy them.
And I see you had 34 DBs, but you hadn't had any disciplinary since 2010. You had an assault charge in 1989. What was that about? It was dismissed, but what was it about?
It was drinking again with a buddy of mine who got into a confrontation, and I called myself being a friend, and ended up getting caught up in another person's problem. But being a friend, or calling myself a friend, I rode along. But we were drinking at that time too, sir.
Okay, you've given a good interview. You've been totally honest, I feel. So I have no further questions.
I have one.
Right, Mr. Taylor?
What's your educational background?
Sir, I have 2 college degrees, one in OBTS, through which I've become an ordained minister. And I'm also an educator. My wife and I, ex-wife and I, both were teachers. She was special education. I was English education. So I was an educated alcoholic.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a little bit about the crime itself. There were 2 men that walked up to y'all, both registered. Did he give the false name, or did you give both names when y'all registered at the hotel that night? Motel.
Okay, I was the one, ma'am, that registered at the hotel. And as you can see, or if it's in your records, I used my actual name, my driver's license, and my place of employment.
And the name for the other man. What caused you to use that name?
That was my traveling companion. He was with us. He was with me that night. His name is John Goody.
Yeah, because they found him alive.
Ma'am?
Okay, so they found him alive, correct? Mr. Goody, he was found alive. So then we have the dead man. What name did he go by?
He didn't give a name, ma'am. He's not on the registration card because I still don't know his name.
So y'all didn't refer to him as anything, just nothing.
If he gave a name, I don't recall, ma'am. But my travel companion and I were together.
Okay, your travel companion left, and that was seen. And then this man that stayed, because he's an unknown, unidentified victim, and we never know if somebody's family is looking for somebody like that, and that would have helped them have some closure. But you stabbed him 42 times.
42?
What it says here, sustained 42, you got 46? Well, in the 40s. Yes. And lacerations to the head, and the death was caused by the head wounds and the loss of blood caused by the stab wounds. That's what it has in the report.
All right.
So that was very violent. That wasn't just a one-time stab. I'm mad at you. That was,
Ma'am, I don't deny any of that. But what the report may not tell this board is that those stab wounds weren't very deep at all. They were done with a penknife, like something that you would have attached to a keychain or something like that, but not very large, not very deep at
That's
all.
irrelevant.
Penetration.
You're not helping, hush.
That was used in the defense, in the altercation itself. But that's not to offer any justification for what I did. That was just simply my way of deterring, I guess. But nevertheless, it was not intended to cause any death or any serious harm, but it did. In the totality of the whole altercation, I'm pretty sure it had something to do with his death. I don't know who the man was, ma'am, and I wish I did.
Okay, I wanted to mention while we're here. You know, it's pretty sad.
It's very,
That's all I have to say.
very, very.
How did you end up in Louisiana, in New Orleans?
It was a newsletter from Louisiana's Department of Education, and they invited teachers to come to Louisiana to teach. My wife and I had just got a divorce, and I wanted to relocate. So I relocated to Louisiana, specifically New Orleans. I love that city. I loved it from a child and wanted to live there. And I saw an opportunity to come down to teach. I was in the process of studying for my certification when I fell on this charge.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any other question?
What brought on the confrontation in the hotel room? And why did you go to the hotel room?
Well, the young man, which seemed to be about 30 years of age, our age, me and John's age, said he didn't have a place to stay, sir. And we had money, we had just got paid. So we decided to rent a room, but I didn't know that he had an ulterior motive. The altercation was caused by him, perhaps in an attempt to rob us, I don't know. But nevertheless, that's what sprung the altercation altogether. Everything was going pretty good until, as we say in prison, he went with his move. And as a result, bad things happened, and that bad thing ended up into his loss of life. Again, I wish it hadn't happened. If I could go back and undo it, I would change things. I wish I knew his name. I wish I knew his family so I could ask for forgiveness. There would be some closure, not only for his family, but for me also. I've forgiven myself, and I would ask him if I had an opportunity, or his family, to forgive me. Not that I deserve it, but for closure.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman?
My vote today is to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. And I thank you for a very honest interview.
Mr. Tillers?
My vote also is to grant and commute your sentence to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny based upon the heinous, brutal nature of the crime.
Mr. Craig?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, Mr. Butler, my vote would be to make the recommendation to commute your sentence to 99 years. You had a good interview. The warden spoke highly of you. And you've got a good prison record. You haven't been in trouble in at least 15 years. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good luck.
I thank this honorable board for the hearing. You all have a blessed day.
All right. And with that, look at him. Look at him. Bless his heart. He's a happy man. With that, we're going to switch back over. Court has resumed. Karina is back. Let's roll this beautiful
So
baby
we are
footage.
back on the record. We have counsel and parties present, along with our jurors. Mr. Martin was testifying before our lunch break and is back at the stand. And sir, again, I would just remind you that even though we took a lunch break, you're still under oath. And if you want to turn on that microphone. Yep. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Ringel, you may resume your questioning. Do you want, I think we're still going had a couple pictures left. Did you want to go through those? Yes, please. Mr. Martin, before lunch, you had been testifying to your exhibit, well, your number 40 in your report states exhibit 256. Before we move on to related photos, could you just remind the jury of what we were seeing here?
Sure. In this, excuse me, I'm sorry. This photograph here, well, let's start with the red. The red, I placed this rectangle indicating the right foot. We can tell as we move across. So we have a right foot impression here. This is the door. So essentially this right foot, so right would be here, of course, the left would be to the left here, and they're towards the door itself. Door hinges on this side, excuse me, door hinges on this side, and they're facing this way. Points of reference for the blue right here, this is one of our footwear impressions. This area here, if you notice, this is the edge of the footwear. Notice up here is the edge of the footwear. So in the closer photos, when we look at the green and the blue independently, you can see how they correspond to the edge of the shoe. Then you see that diamond pattern as the outsole of the shoe.
States exhibit 257 marked as 41 in your report.
So look, again, going back, red, we have the barefoot impression. Now, if we look here, here's that edge. So that's the outside edge. And I can't tell you if that's a right or left. There's not a sufficient amount of information here to tell you whether it appears to be somewhere maybe in the ball of the foot area, certainly not the toe, but based upon training and experience, I would say somewhere along the mid portion of the shoe. I don't know if it's the outboard side or the inboard side, edge of the shoe here, but you can actually see the diamond pattern here as it's coming off this area here. Likewise, may I stand up for a minute?
You may.
Thank you. So if we look here, there's that edge of the footwear here, the shoe footwear, and then we can actually see those small little diamonds here. Again, they're stretching or they're going across in their position in this fashion here. So here's the door, it's open. I can't tell you whether it's going in or out. All I can tell you is there's at least one footwear impression here and a second footwear impression here. So here, this is the edge of the door, or this is the bottom of the photograph. That's why I had to stop here. Now that we've actually, or have enlarged the photograph, edge of the shoe here, notice how we have that diamond pattern. We have the diamond pattern, and it actually extends right to this edge here. So there's somewhat of a where this is blood contaminating that edge of the shoe. And if we jump up here, we'll see it in the next photo, but there's that edge of the shoe, and there's that diamond pattern. It actually extends across the barefoot impression as well.
And that barefoot impression is visible in that photograph as well?
Yes, sir. Again, I'm just trying to, in this case, depict this is one of the footwear, and there's that barefoot impression, which was in rectangular in red.
And then the final photograph here, your 43 states exhibit 259.
Right, so here we have that edge of the shoe like we have here. It appears that this has a little more blood on it, okay? But we can see the diamond as it extends out, diamond, diamond. Here's that diamond pattern going across the actual footprint. I can't tell you which one came first, the footprint or the footwear impression, but obviously one does cover the other, but again, we can't tell which one. So again, footwear here, and bloody footprint in this area.
Thank you. That's the end of the photos that you had included in your report. Based on all the information that you reviewed, including the photographs that we just went through, sounds like body cam and a decent amount of other information, were you able to reach some conclusions in this case?
Yes, sir.
What were those conclusions that you noted in your report?
Again, that Mr. Cooper was seated in the recliner being back, and I don't know if that was the extreme back position, but certainly it was reclined to some extent when he was shot and did not move, and when I'm saying move, get up from that position once he was shot. At some particular point after he was shot, whether it was after the first or the second shot or in between shots, He was off to his left to have created that, and I do this because I'm dripping, but that drip pattern which we see, which radiates around from the recliner, and we could see in every direction. Likewise, at some point, Mr. Cooper is repositioned or up in this fashion here up against the back, and as I sit straight up against the back of the chair, where he continues to bleed, and as he's bleeding, you get the amassing of the blood, which creates the clots on the shoulder. Likewise, corresponding clots on the quilt or the blanket behind him. And as he's in this position, you also get that, I'm doing this as if it's dripping, but we can't tell. And as I mentioned before, the rate of flow, certainly when you first incur an injury, is going to be faster, because as I begin to lose blood and my blood pressure begins to decline, certainly it's going to slow down. But the blood does end up going between the arm of the chair, as I put my left arm here, is it's going between, and you get that pool at the base of the chair, the recliner. And as we look at the other thing while he's in the recliner, his arm, because one of the things we wanted to check on is whether his arm could have been the conduit. In other words, did the blood flow down his arm to create that pattern? We didn't see that. His arm is inside of the chair, and there's no evidence of blood on his arm, nor even on his stomach. The blood saturation comes down to just below the breast line here on his shirt. So again, nothing on his stomach, because that's the closest, right, to the source that would indicate him being up in the chair other than reclining. Nothing there. All of the blood stains that we have, and I'm talking about the floor now, let's just focus on the floor. We have that drip pattern, and we have the various, whether it be the footwear impressions or whether it be those barefoot impressions. Obviously, the floor had to have been contaminated with blood to have picked up the blood on the bottom of the outsole of the shoe. And the only two outsole impressions we see are by the door. So those impressions had to have been made after some amount of blood, and I can't tell you how much, had amassed on the floor. Likewise, we don't see evidence of where the original foot, how should I say, contamination came from, because again, as that pool builds up, it covers it over. So we don't know. Same thing with the barefoot impression. We have two different directions of the barefoot. We have the barefoot impression that starts at the sitting in the chair would be the left front. The impression barefoot going towards across the rug, although I don't have any photos of that. That was in the report. And then those other two footprints going to the sewing room. And then we have that lone single footprint, right footprint, that we see at the door. Again, no indication of the going out the door as we see with that footwear impression that's on that cross member, which is similar, but we don't see any evidence of that footprint going out the door. Because again, if it's bloody and it comes in contact, and granted it's a rough surface, so I'm certainly not going to get a good transfer of that as I would on this piece of paper here, but certainly there's nothing that indicates that other than going to the door. The door, position of the door we know had to be closed at some point during that drip pattern, because we have that drip stain on that vertical, that lower portion of the door, where the door has to be closed. That drip stain, as it's hitting, you're getting it on that lower portion of the door. At some point, the door is opened. Now, if you look at what I just say, that was a right barefoot. We know that the door had to be open. And remember, that door was opened by investigators. That's not how it was found. It was found closed. So the door certainly had to be open beyond that, because it's a right foot. And someone standing facing out certainly has to have the door open further than it was in the photographs. But again, there's no evidence of where the footprint was or where those, the outsole of the footwear picked up the blood to leave those impressions. And the spatter, we have some spatter on the wall up by that light switch I talked about before, although I'm unsure again the height of that, but certainly that's not consistent with that drip pattern, because as we look across the room, even below that light switch on the wall, if you notice, and I say frequency, so I could just use synonymous or the same thing, number of stains, all of those stains are very close to the floor, because that's getting out to that extreme. So in order to have that spatter up high, excuse me, by the switch as we do, that's something else. That's not that drip stain. So of what do we have that could create that? Do we have any type of beating that occurred? We don't see anything here that would create that. The only thing that we have, or the only possibility, is that second shot, as I talked about before, could have created some of that back spatter that would have hit. And remember, the other thing that goes along with it is we have those smaller stains. That high energy would create those, excuse me, small stains. The other thing that we need to consider as well, remember, we have to look at the entirety of the scene, so we have to look at everything. One of the things that I did notice, and maybe I didn't mention it, is that in reviewing the video of the first officer, there were several first responders to the scene, whether they were EMS, fire department, representatives of the coroner's office, a medical examiner. I'm not sure what system you have, but at times they went over to Mr. Cooper, and not only did they assess him, but they also moved him slightly. And going along with the fact that I mentioned, other than the pool being dry, now if first responders, as they're at the scene, stepping over to Mr. Cooper, assessing, one would think if the floor, that spatter was still wet and they stepped on it, we would have some evidence, which I do see it seems when someone goes over EMS. If the blood was still wet, then we would see evidence of that. But again, there's no evidence of footwear impressions belonging to first responders. So that supports the fact that that blood, when first responders were there, was already dry at the time. Then we start to take a look at the clots, which essentially clotting is really the drying mechanism. It's just the opportunity of the solids in the blood, okay, the red cells and white cells and platelets to pull themselves together where the serum separates. It's all the process of drying. But again, the only area that was wet, at least in the photos that I looked at, was that area where, and we know that he was purging, he was losing blood, because even when he was taken off the recliner, we have the clots, he was placed on the sheet, and on the sheet, which was a clean sheet, he continued to bleed out or purge onto the sheet. So again, one would anticipate that that pool at the base of the recliner, the corner of the recliner, would be wet. But given the fact that whether it be on the arm of the recliner, on the floor, everything else is dry along with the clots, there is a passage of time that has gone on prior to first responders getting there. But as I mentioned before, I can't tell you it was 5 minutes and 20 seconds or 20 minutes or whatever. That is dependent upon, it's just like anything else. If you were to have a liquid or something in your home, how long does it take for it to dry? Without knowing the prevailing factors there, what the temperature was, what the humidity was, you certainly can't come up with a time, but you do know there was a sufficient amount of time for those areas to have dried.
Counsel, you want to approach quickly? You've gone through generally the conclusions that you reached in this case. I want to break this down just a little bit, make sure that I fully understand. First and foremost, can you talk about the position of the door during the time of the shooting?
So, again, the door, excuse me, I'm sorry. At some point, as we know, well, first of all, the first officer on the scene, the door is closed. But we do know the door is closed because we have some spatter on the door, which corroborates the fact that it was closed, at least during that drip pattern that was created on the adjoining wall. Likewise, we have that spatter on the edge of the door. And if you remember the shape of the stain, that was circular. So in other words, that edge of the door is literally facing the spatter as it comes up and hits. And as I mentioned before and showed you in the video, when something comes straight on, it's going to hit at that circular, or leave you that circular impression. And again, here we have, and you saw in the video when we had the creation of that satellite spatter, is that satellite's created, granted some's gonna come straight on. Likewise, some is just off to the side, as we have in this case, where it skids along the side of the door, and we get those elongated stains, which confirms, or at least like this on the outside, in that elliptical going off to the side, confirms that this as well tells me that the door was open at some position facing that, if you want to call it that parent stain, is that dripping was going on. Not only that, but in the reports of that I reviewed of the responding officers processing the scene, there was literally spatter on that door pump of the storm door. So again, let's go independent. Let's disregard the door.
Your Honor, I'm objecting as this is non-responsive and carrying on.
Yeah, again, long narrative answers. I'd prefer if we went more of a question answer, shorter answer format. So, thank you, Judge. So sustained. The question that I had for you was the position of the door. I'm going to ask you specifically, and I believe you had testified to this earlier, but the position of the door at the time of the second shot, was it open or was it closed?
It was closed because we have some spatter at the top of the door.
And then I think you were just testifying to the fact that at some point then that door was opened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be following the shooting and after there was sufficient time for that blood pool with satellite stains to have formed and for those satellite stains to hit the door, correct?
Yes.
You had stated that when you reviewed video in this case and the body cam footage as well, that the first responders had slightly moved Mr. Cooper's body. Would that account for the blood pool and the satellite stains that were observed?
No, sir. He was up on the chair.
And he remained in that position even after the intervention by first responders, as you had just referenced?
Yes, sir.
So I had asked you, Judge, if we could put on the overhead, please. I'm showing you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 232. That's your report number 16. I had asked you if she was, if Karina Cooper was making contact with Ryan Cooper's face. You had indicated that you believe that she was. I had asked you if you could tell from reviewing that video whether she was making contact with the left side or the right side of his face.
I originally testified that it was, again, because of the chair, that it was on his right side, but you can see that she's on the left side. And to clarify that the wound, the side with the two wounds. So that's the left side of his face to her left side.
So her face is making contact with the side of his face that has the two entrance wounds?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible, based on the stippling that you saw and the location or proximity of the weapon to Mr. Cooper's face, that the shooter would have had back spatter on them?
Yes, that's possible.
And back spatter, again, could be blood or tissue?
Sure, anything being projected back from that entrance wound, either entrance wound, excuse me, there were two entrance wounds.
Looking again at State's Exhibit 232, if there was blood evidence in the form of back spatter on Miss Cooper's face or person, would that be altered by the actions that she's taking here that you described in 232?
It's possible. If the blood had already dried, sometimes it's very difficult to remove blood even if you're rubbing it.
When you say it's possible, why is it possible?
Well, it depends on the state of drying. It also depends on how well it's adhering to the skin surface. Excuse me. It depends on the mechanism. If you have a surface such as Mr. Cooper and it's wet, that may rehydrate it. From experience, I mean, even with deceased individuals, sometimes you really have to literally scrub to remove some blood stains. So it depends on the state of the staining.
But it's possible that any back spatter or blood evidence would have been altered by her rubbing her face in Mr. Cooper's blood.
It's possible, yes, sir.
Based on the evidence that you've reviewed and in your opinion, is the footwear impression, excuse me, not the footwear impression, the footprint that we saw in the swing area of the door that you testified to consistent with someone closing the door?
It could be consistent with someone closing the door, could be, yes, it would be closing the door because the blood's already on the foot.
And again, based on your review of the evidence, is the blood evidence at the scene consistent with someone shooting Mr. Cooper, a sufficient period of time elapsing for some blood to form? Footprints or footwear becoming contaminated with that blood and then exiting out that back door?
Yes, sir.
And when you say that a sufficient period of time would have needed to pass in order for the either footwear or footprint to become contaminated, what do you mean by that?
Again, I can't tell you what the rate of flow is because it depends on how quickly they're bleeding and the length of time, but certainly enough blood would have had to have amassed on the floor, because it has to have been on the floor, for the footwear to step in it, likewise for the bare foot to have picked up that amount of blood.
So if I understand correctly, with the information you provided and based on your analysis, the shooting occurred, the door was closed.
Yes, sir.
At some point, Mr. Cooper's body is to the left. Blood is coming from his face directly to the floor for a significant enough period of time for both footprints and footwear impressions to have formed. And then later for that to have been covered over due to the continued dripping, correct?
Yes, sir.
The door was opened and exposed to that dripping and subsequent satellite stains.
At some period during that dripping, because again, we don't know how long that dripping went on.
And then at some point, the door was closed as well.
Correct.
And also exposed to those satellite stains.
Yes, sir. If it was still dripping, yes, sir.
And just to be clear, you stated that the bloody footprint that you observed in the door swing area, what you observed is not consistent with that footprint exiting the door, correct?
It goes up to the door, but we didn't see any evidence outside, nor did we see any of the footwear other than that cross member. But no, sir, there wasn't any.
Nothing to support that the bare foot went outside the door?
I'm sorry?
Nothing to support that the bare footprint went out the door?
Sir. No.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Judge. Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Martin?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I apologize.
I understand we're trying to build a timeline here, but it sounds like any number of these things could have happened in a different order. For example, we don't know whether the footwear impression got there first or the footprint, right?
Specifically those two, but we know they came after the blood.
We know they came after blood,
Yes.
but we don't know which one got there first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you say that there has to be some amount of time sufficient for the pool of blood to form in order to get the foot, the blood onto the shoe and the foot, right?
You're correct, yes.
What kind of time are we talking about? How much is some time?
It's impossible because, again, we don't know what the rate of flow is, and they're dependent on one another. Again, if I have some type of injury and it's slowly flowing, because we don't know originally his position or how much, because we know there's two shots and we don't even know the timeline of the two shots. But certainly if I'm flowing at a gallon per minute versus 5 gallons per minute, if I'm at a gallon per minute, but yet I let it flow for 5 minutes, that's equal to the 5 gallons per minute at 1 minute. So again, I can't tell you, nor could anyone tell you that.
Okay. So I guess I kind of did want to get a minimum range. So, I mean, you could form a pool like this in as little as a minute or less?
I've seen a video of someone getting shot, granted with a 45. And when I'm telling you the blood streamed out faster than a garden hose, That's how quickly it comes up.
Okay. So we could get the pool sufficient to have a footprint. Like, basically, you could shoot somebody, blood streams out, and then within a minute, you're walking in and out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I thought I heard you say that the footprint, so the bloody footprint that's near the door, do we know that the door was open when that footprint was placed there?
No, we don't know the door was open. No, ma'am.
I understand that you know that the son, Cade, he slipped in the blood, right?
That's what was reported. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we see these like swoops because that's where he's slipping and falling?
Swipes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but we don't see actual footprints, and is that because more blood is continuing to pool after he slipped?
Yes.
Okay.
Nor do we see any footprints leaving the scene. If he, again, you would assume that the bottoms of his feet, if they were contaminated, they would be leaving the scene as well.
Okay, so does that mean we don't think he actually slipped in the blood?
No, I haven't said that, nor were we able to associate any of the footprints because we certainly don't have examination quality photos to give us the size of those footprints. We're not sure what size they are or who they belong to.
Okay, so the bloody footprints that we have, we don't know if those are Cade's or not.
Correct.
And I guess were you surprised that there were no additional bloody shoe prints on the steps?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Any?
In all honesty, I called 2 other footwear examiners and talked to them about it. A couple things being the rough surface, as I mentioned before, depending on the coating of blood on the base of the shoe, because we do know there's a couple of impressions. So whatever blood was there, much of it could have been deposited. Likewise, going out the door, there were a couple of what appear to be drip stains. Could they be a little coming out of the furrow? Don't know. But when it comes to that cross member, maybe it's possible. And again, in talking with 2 other people, that being metal, and it might be iron, that blood may have reacted somewhat, or it could have been from the furrow when they stepped on it. So think about it this way, 2 ways, in that here we have this rough surface where it really doesn't leave that outsole design, or possibly, or a combination of both. When they get down to that cross member, there's some type of interaction chemically between the almost rusted or the metal there, or it's blood in the furrow when they step down. Since it's a flat medium, it may have transferred more readily.
Okay. When you watched the body cam of Fangman, were you taking note of whether you could see blood on Karina Cooper?
I think I mentioned during my testimony that of course, we only saw the back of Karina, but from what I noted in the back, or I believe I testified to, I didn't see any on her person. I didn't really notice any on her clothing either.
And I mean, you can see her legs. She's wearing shorts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you didn't, so you don't see, at least in the video, any blood that's all over her legs?
No, not at all.
Are you able to tell by your looking into this case, are you able to tell where the shooter was standing?
Well, the shooter had to be, now you have to go back to the autopsy reports. You have to look at the bullet path. We have one in the lateral here, one in the medial here, which is more on the front, but they're pretty much slightly upward angle, if I recall, and I can pull the autopsy report, but obviously the barrel, because a shooter can be anywhere if you think about it, right? And in some firearms, for example, if I have an automatic, I certainly have to hold it properly or it may jam. But for the most part, at least the barrel of the gun is facing this way here with a slight upward and this way here. So that would put them in a position somewhere to Mr. Cooper's left side.
Okay. I was just wondering if there's ever a situation where there's like a body print left in the pattern of the blood spray?
I've actually had a case like that, but that's extremely rare because you'd have to have a tremendous amount of backspatter, even with a 22. The only possible, or what you're looking at here is the fact that there is a second shot where it creates that pool. So that's where that possibly would come from.
Okay, I understand. And you said that sometimes you go to the scene. Did you visit this scene?
No, I didn't, ma'am. No, ma'am.
When were you contacted to evaluate this case?
Just give me 1 minute, please, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, you want just a minute?
Go ahead.
March 20th of 2024.
Okay. We're also saying that the blood is drying or dry, but am I correct? We can't time that either. That's a broad range.
Oh, it is a broad range, extremely broad, because the humidity makes a big difference. The temperature in the house makes a difference. In this case, the porosity of the floor, there are just, not only that, but if the person is taking blood thinners, for example, warfarin or Coumadin or whatever, that's going to push out the clotting time. Likewise, there's been some articles written, if you mix blood with saliva, that actually shortens the actual clotting time. So there are a lot of factors in there. That's why, again, the time that I talked about, that 3 to 15, that Lee White study, that was clinical in a hospital under conditions as to when someone with, in this case here, they're looking at the clotting as far as venom, anti-venom, how long it would take for the average person to clot. So that's not and I did bring it up, that's not a crime scene, which there are so many other factors to consider.
Okay, and we've heard some testimony about people who were hunters and that they observed that the blood was drying. Would a person bleeding out like this inside of a home, would it be the same as a deer shot in the woods?
If the deer were inside my house or this house, no, literally, because again, we're talking about a whole different scenario, just a breeze. One of the things that I always look for, is there a ceiling fan going? Is there a fan on a shelf going? Look at the time of year, because just that simple fan going across the surface, and I think I mentioned to you before, just a slight depression in the flooring, that certainly can affect the drying time.
So are you able to time for us at all whether Ryan Cooper was leaned over for 5 minutes or 30 minutes?
I can't tell you that.
You've described that Ryan had to be in a particular position in this chair in order to get the blood pool that we have. Can you just show us, like with your body, can you show us how he would have been sitting in the recliner to make that pool, the first pool?
Oh, again, what we need is from the entrance site. So we know the entrance site is on the left side here in that medial area and the lateral area. He has to be over the arm of the chair, because we need a distance for that drop, as we noticed in the video, for that drop to drop down and hit that pool. So whether he's 12 inches over, he could have actually moved as well. We have, not only do we have voluntary, but we have involuntary movement, plus we could have outside movement by someone. But what we have to do is we have to have a clear path between the wound site, in this case, and the actual floor itself. So to put him anywhere above the arm of the chair, because we know he's at that arm of the chair where it's going into the chair to create the pool in the back. But again, you need that space between the floor and the wound or that blood source. And we know it's not going down his arm. So the only other possibility to amass that much blood is if he's leaning over. And again, it could have moved slightly. Could have been 12 inches, could have been 13, could have been, but again, you can see it radiating out.
And again, we don't know how long he would have had to be in that position to make that pool.
Not at all. Nope, don't know.
do not have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ringel, redirect. Judge, could we just, well, first of all, we've heard a timeline in this case from Karina Cooper that she heard a noise. She got up, she briefly looked into the living room where Ryan was located. Then she went to the kitchen. She looked out the window, didn't see anything, and then came back to the living room, turned on a lamp, and discovered her husband covered in blood. She also told law enforcement that she saw chunks or clots of blood. Based on that timeline, could those chunks or clots of blood have formed as quickly as outlined by Ms. Cooper?
Highly unlikely.
If I understand the study that you referenced, the Lee and White study, minimum time of 3 minutes?
Yeah, they talk about 3 minutes, just up to 15. And again, and that's clinical. It can certainly be quicker or certainly be pushed out depending on the conditions that you're in.
And certainly you indicated that some significant period of time would have to pass from the time of the shooting to the time that the individual who created the footwear impression exited, if he did exit that back door, correct?
Yes.
And if I could display Exhibit 256, Your Honor. Right. If I understand correctly from your testimony, this footprint that we see here, you can see it there. This would have been formed from blood that was then essentially prior to the blood filling in the blood pool that created the satellite stains, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, when this footprint was formed, Ryan Cooper's body was still shifted to the left and dripping downward into that blood pool?
Yes, sir.
And that was before it was then returned to its upright position, however that happened?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Ms. Wild?
You just testified that there had to be a significant amount of time to pass in order for the footprint to be made by the shoe. I thought you just said it could happen within a minute previously.
How about sufficient? So significant, again, depending on the rate of flow.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm streaming quite a bit of blood here onto the floor, it may only take seconds to amass just enough to get on the bottom of my shoe.
And you're right, it wasn't you who said significant, it was the state's question.
Yeah.
So it could be a short time.
Yes, again, depends on the rate of flow.
And then you said it was unlikely that she might see chunks of, I'm going to call that clotting, I guess, of Ryan's blood. How long do you think that would take then?
Again, the clotting mechanism starts to take place once the blood's leaving the body, but to start developing these clots as we see here and on the blanket, it's, it's several factors, but not only that, but we've got the blood drying too. So when we look at the totality of what we have, I can't give you a time.
Okay. Well, you said it was highly unlikely that it was within that time, so I guess I'm asking why is that so highly unlikely?
Unlikely within what time?
That she could have heard a sound, done all these different steps, gone back and forth to the kitchen, looked out the window, and then turns on the lamp and sees her husband bloody.
Oh.
That couldn't have been enough time for these chunks to form? That she.
Okay, so what we do know is he's off to his left at some point and he's dripping, all right? We have that drip stain. He obviously has to be, so we have some amount of blood, some passage of time. Now he has to be placed back up against the chair. So we know that we've had a sufficient amount of time here to amass that, what's on the floor for potentially footwear. But we've also had enough time for that blood to collect on not only on the left side, but on the right side of his shirt as well.
Okay. So then she could have seen the chunks or not?
No, she absolutely could have seen the chunks if it's time had passed where not only do you get the volume, but you get the clotting mechanism going on or beginning.
Okay.
Or progressing.
All right. So bottom line is it depends.
No, it really does, unless you replicate the conditions.
No other questions, thank you.
Mr. Ringo?
Briefly. So if she could have seen the clots, if sufficient time had passed, sufficient time both for the parent pool and satellite stains caused by Ryan Cooper's body being leaned over to his left, and for his body to have then returned to an upright position, continued to bleed, and the clots formed in that position.
Right.
No further questions.
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused.
That was a long witness. He made my brain hurt. What is the judge even thinking? He's like,
Cody, I see you with your mic on, so I'm assuming you're up. So does the state have another witness to call?
We do.
Okay.
The state calls Steve Tavadik.
He acted reluctant to ask
And-
that. He reacted
Wow.
reluctant.
The next
to
witness
ask
is
for
coming
the-
in. If anybody wants
That
to
was
stand
so
and
funny.
stretch, feel free.
Yeah, he's like, everybody stretch. We're all tired. This witness has wore us all out. I know, right? Look, case one. Wow. Denise, thank goodness. I mean, he made my brain hurt. Y'all, come on. That was.
All right, sir, I'll have you come on up here. Everybody wants to grab a seat. You want to grab a seat to my far left over there, sir? I'll swear you in when you're seated. Go ahead and have a seat. You can move that microphone however you'd like. All right, sir, I'm going to swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
My name is Steve Tvrdik. That's spelled Tvrdik.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Tavadik.
Good afternoon.
Did I say your name correctly?
You did.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you've stated your name. What do you do for a living?
I'm a criminalist in the impression section of the DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury what that means, what you've told them you are?
So the impression section handles evidence submitted to the DCI laboratory, specifically looking for latent prints, so that's fingerprints, palm prints, also looking for footwear impressions and tire impressions. We are tasked with developing any latent impressions. Latent is simply a word that means hidden. Sometimes you look at an item of evidence and it may not, to the naked eye, have anything on it, but through a variety of processing techniques, we would then develop those impressions on that item of evidence. We also would preserve that impression, typically through photography, and then make comparisons of the questioned impressions that we found on items of evidence with known standards collected in a controlled setting.
Thank you. Now, in order to do this job, what kind of training or qualifications do you possess?
So I began in 2013, the last week of August in 2013, and at that time, I started a 2-year full-time training program at the laboratory, which involved me being trained by criminalists, trained to competency at the laboratory, being sent out to other facilities around the country to receive training by them. So I gained a knowledge of commonly used practices within the field. After the 2-year training program was completed, in the fall of 2015, I was released to do independent casework.
Have you done, in the course of your work, have you done a lot of the fingerprints, palm prints, footwear, impressions analysis as part of your duties?
I've worked a few thousand cases in my time at the laboratory since being released to do independent casework.
And have you testified previously in court in your line of work?
Yes, I have.
As part of your duties, did you happen to look at some evidence and do some impressions of some evidence that brings us to this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
And as part of that, did you also author a report which you labeled as report number 7?
There were several reports in this case. Do you mind if I refresh my memory by looking at my report number?
Please.
Yes, I did number 7. Thank you.
And as you say, there were several reports that you did in this particular case. There were lots of different items that you were in charge of, either analyzing one way or another.
That's correct.
Of relevance to your testimony today will be, as I stated, items in report number 7. What items did you receive or submitted to you for analysis?
For report number 7, I looked at item 2.1, which was a disk made from crime scene images. Also, item number 25, which was 2 doorknobs, and item 29, which was a pair of boots.
Now, when you received these, what kind of analysis were you prepared, or were you focused on doing on the item that you've identified as item number 2?
First, I would look at the images and see if there were any impressions that I felt were suitable for comparison. There were only a handful of images on this item, and I only observed one possible footwear impression. It was a very small impression, but it was there. I believe I designated that 2.1A.
Okay, and just before you talk about that item and we go deeply into it, can you just briefly tell the jury what footwear impression analysis exactly is?
So what we're looking at with footwear and tire track impressions is, while someone is, it's a chance reproduction of the outsole tread design from a shoe onto a surface. It could be mud, it could be dirt, it could be ice, it could be somebody walking around in the snow. So we would be looking and preserving that footwear impression and comparing it with a known shoe that was submitted for comparison.
And what's the purpose of this?
So unlike fingerprints, where from birth they have high discriminating power, shoes, when they come off the assembly line, every shoe that was made from the same mold is, for all intents and purposes, for me, relatively indistinguishable from another shoe made from the same mold. The way they become useful for distinguishing between those two shoes, in my example, coming off the same mold, is that through use, while people are walking around on them, they're acquiring little nicks and scratches and cuts. Say you step on a nail or a piece of barbed wire, or you're a runner and you're wearing off the surface of that shoe. And all of those, the randomly acquired characteristics, those little nicks, cuts, and scratches, that's what I'm using to determine whether or not an impression was made by the same shoe as a known shoe, or a known impression that I'm seeing. So questioned and known, I'm comparing questioned and known. And so if you have a good questioned impression, something that contains a lot of detail, then if you have the good exemplars or the known shoes, then you can make a determination as to possible source.
So,
if that makes sense.
So as a forensic analyst, what you're pretty much saying is that depending on the impression, a shoe pattern or a shoe tread, the way a shoe leaves a mark, can tell us if that shoe was present, for example, at a crime scene or something to that extent.
Yes, you can make an association or a disassociation between a question impression and a known shoe. So if you look at a impression that you found and it's one pattern and it's completely different in the known shoe, then it's easy to make a disassociation. If you look at the impression, the question impression and the known, and they share a bunch of class characteristics, then you can make a positive association.
Okay. Now, can you generally tell us how you go about, the process you go about in making your footwear impression analysis?
So first, I look at the question impression. That's always where you start. Does this impression that I'm looking at have enough detail to compare against anything and have a useful comparison? Can I come to a result? And if the answer is yes, I do see an impression on this item that has enough detail for me to make a comparison with a known, then I would go about getting the known. If they're typically submitted to the laboratory by an outside agency. And I would make known exemplars. So it's as simple as, we have a variety of techniques, but it's as simple as putting the shoe onto an ink pad and then putting that onto a piece of paper and getting your known exemplars that way. You can also make fingerprint powder lifts of it. You can do scans, but regardless, you have a to scale known impression that you've captured under controlled conditions that you can compare with the scaled question impression that you're trying to compare against.
You've talked about an item that you referred to as item number 2.1.
Yes.
Permission to publish what has been admitted as State Exhibit 166.
You say 166? All right. You may. I'm gonna, hold on a second, I'm gonna. Oh, good, that wasn't me.
So do you recognize what has been admitted as State 166 is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
What is State 166?
This is a photograph of the impression I examined, which I marked 2.1A.
Describe the characteristics of impression 2.1A that you examined.
So obviously it's very small. I called it an impression because it's so small that I'm not seeing enough of it to conclusively say that it is a footwear impression. So that's why I say possible footwear impression in my report. But it appears to be a series of diamond shapes that it's bordered on either side by a outline, like a straight line, or some kind of border on either end.
So you made a determination that it was, to the extent it was, you didn't have enough characteristics to make a very good comparison, fair enough?
It's a very minimal impression, and that's correct. I did not have very, very many characteristics to go on. I don't believe it's just a series of diamonds with a border on either side.
Okay. And to the extent you're able to make a determination of what it was, it would have been a footwear with some diamond patterns in it, correct?
Yes, as I said in my report, it's a possible footwear impression. That's correct.
You're given a possible shoe or some footwear in that house that will, to make a comparison with, and were you able to make a determination with what you're given?
I was, item number 29 were a pair of muck boots, and I was asked to compare them with a question impression.
And what was your determination?
My determination was that item number 29 was not the source of impression 2.1A.
You also talked about fingerprint analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Can you just briefly tell the jury what that is? And again, just a small primer on what fingerprints analysis does and what you can find.
So when I mentioned before about my description of what I do, I had talked about latent prints. Again, latent is just another word that means hidden. So we, in the impression section, receive a variety of evidence that's submitted to us that we're asked to process for fingerprints or palm prints. And that's simply a chance reproduction of the friction-rich skin on your hands and on your feet onto another surface. So the opposite of latent is patent. So sometimes you just see the prints on the surface and then you can just photograph them. But if it's a latent print, then typically what I would do is I would take that on my item of evidence. If it's a non-porous item like a piece of glass or plastic, something like that, we have a special tank for superglue processing. The superglue that we use, it's similar to what you can get in the store, but essentially what that tank does, it adds heat and humidity into the chamber, and the superglue becomes heated and airborne. And it has an affinity for the residue left over by prints. And it bonds upon the print, and then it polymerizes, bonds layer upon layer upon itself because it has an affinity for itself. And so this item that you previously looked at where you didn't see any prints now has a series of nice white prints on it. That's just where the friction-rich skin touched it. If you can imagine, if you ever take a shower, you look at your bathroom mirror and it looks clean and pristine. There doesn't look like there are any fingerprints on there, but then you take a very hot shower and the steam will actually develop those fingerprints on the surface of your mirror, and you get out of the shower and, oh my gosh, your mirror is covered with fingerprints. That's very similar to what this technique is, although with the superglue, it bonds to the surface. So it also has the benefit of making these prints a lot more durable. And then typically, again, for non-porous items of evidence, I would use a chemical dye stain that fluoresces to coat over the item so that they fluoresce under an alternate light source, and it makes photography easier. And yes, that's, in a nutshell, that's what I do for non-porous items of evidence that are submitted to the lab.
In your line of work, do you always find fingerprints at crime scene?
Well, I don't go to the crime scene, but on the items that are submitted to me, no, we do not.
So it's a misconception that if someone holds something, there's always going to be suitable fingerprints to be developed.
Absolutely. It's just a chance reproduction of the friction-rich skin on your hands or feet onto a surface. So chance means sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not.
Was there an item that you identified as item 25 that you were tasked with looking for suitable prints?
Yes.
What was item number 25?
They were doorknobs.
Did you therefore try to find prints on the doorknobs that you've talked about?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get any prints on those doorknobs?
I was able to see ridge areas, but there was nothing suitable for any kind of comparison.
So, and I'd asked whether you can always find prints on something that someone has touched. What are some of the reasons why you cannot, sometimes you don't find the prints?
Well, that I don't find the prints, or that I don't find suitable prints?
That you don't find suitable prints.
Okay. A number of reasons. One is if it's a item that's used over and over and over again, you can have a series of multiple overlapping prints. For those of you who are old enough to remember film cameras, if you have a double exposed image on a film camera, or just imagine multiple pictures being laid over the top of each other, you can't quite make out any of the features. That's one thing. Another thing is if something was wiped, just the mechanics of touch, things are regularly being touched and swiped, and that movement can distort or obliterate prints. Prints are relatively fragile, and environmental conditions can also play a part. If you have something that's exposed to the elements outdoors, for example, that can certainly obliterate prints. If you have environmental conditions such as it being overly dry, the fingerprints are primarily moisture. So if you have a very dry environment, that can inhibit the deposition of fingerprints. There's a long list of things
So multiple factors like, like the surface of what you're talking about, the surface of the thing, the texture of the surface of what you're talking about could influence them.
Texture could certainly, a highly textured surface, you could just have parts of the ridges that are reproduced on the surface, which wouldn't give you a good picture of the actual detail.
Someone wore gloves, for example, will that affect it?
Yeah, certainly. If you're wearing gloves, then you have a tendency to not leave fingerprints. There are some gloves that you can perspire through and still leave fingerprints, but it certainly would be a limiting factor.
So basically, just because you don't find something on, for example, item number 25, the doorknob, doesn't mean that someone did not open that door. Fair enough?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Ms. Watt, any cross-examination?
Just a couple questions for you. So your report indicates doorknob. Were there more than one doorknob?
Stains from the cement and railing on the first step up. Outside.
Oh no, it did that all on its own. Hold up, back up. It jumped all that on its own. He was finishing up here.
Oh, good, that wasn't me.
Are reproduced on the surface, which wouldn't give you a good picture of the actual detail. That's just where the friction ridge skin touched it. If you can imagine, if you ever take a shower, you look at your bathroom mirror and it looks clean and pristine. There doesn't look like there are any fingerprints on there, but then you take a very hot shower and the steam will actually develop those fingerprints on the surface of your mirror, and you get out of the shower and, oh my gosh, your mirror is covered with fingerprints. That's very similar to what this technique is, although with the super glue, it bonds to the surface. So it also has the benefit of making these prints a lot more durable. And then typically, again, for non-porous items of evidence, I would use a chemical dye stain that fluoresces to coat over the item so that they fluoresce under an alternate light source, and it makes photography easier. And yes, that's, in a nutshell, that's what I do for non-porous items of evidence that are submitted to the lab.
In your line of work, do you always find fingerprints at crime scene?
Well, I don't go to the crime scene, but on the items that are submitted to me, no, we do not.
So it's a misconception that if someone holds something, there's always going to be suitable fingerprints to be developed.
Absolutely. So
identified as the
yes. Well,
I'm sorry, guys.
Another thing is if something was,
and I'm trying to get back to where we were because I.
Gloves, for example, will that affect?
Submitted in that item.
Okay, here we go.
Set it in outside.
Now she's going to cross them. Sorry, guys.
A couple questions for you. So your report indicates doorknob. Were there more than one doorknob that you?
Well, so doorknobs come in two halves. There's an inside and outside of the door. So.
Okay. So it's just that you had both sides from the same door.
Yeah, I had two knobs submitted in that item.
Okay. The footwear impressions that we saw, did you ever have a chance to see any photos of footwear impressions found inside the home?
Footwear impression 2.1A was the only one I examined in this case.
So have you examined any of the photos that were enhanced by our previous witness, Mr. Ken Martin?
No, I've just, the only images that I looked at were the ones that were submitted in item 2.
Okay.
Laboratory item 2, sorry.
Do you know, well, I'm sure your answer is going to be no then, but were there any shoes submitted to you from Houston Danker's residence?
I'm not aware of any shoes that were submitted other than item 29, which I just spoke about.
And item 29 was a pair of kids' shoes, right?
Yes, I believe kids' muck boots, I think was the description.
No other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kodiaga, redirect?
I have no question, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. State prepared to call this next witness.
The state calls Brenda Reinhardt.
Okay. Have you just take a seat actually right there and then I'll swear you in. You can move that microphone around however you'd like.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and then for the record, can you please give me your first name and your last name and spell them?
Yes, my name is Brenda Reinhard, Brenda Reinhard.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Reinhardt, what do you do for a living?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Laboratory in Ankeny.
And how long have you worked with the DCI Crime Lab?
I've worked with DCI since 2015, so about 10 years.
What do you do at the crime lab?
I work primarily in the biology DNA section of the lab. So I examine evidence that's brought into the lab, and I may, depending on the case, look for the presence of any bodily fluids that might be present. And then I will take samples of those items and attempt to obtain any DNA profiles that can then be compared to any known samples to see if they can either be included or excluded as a contributor.
Will you briefly summarize for the jury your education and your specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a bachelor's degree in forensic science from Columbia College in Missouri. And I have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven in Connecticut. Additional training that I had was after I graduated, I received the criminalist position at the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department Crime Lab in 2011. And I went through about a 9-month training under 2 court qualified analysts. That also included numerous literature readings as well as some outside trainings that I'm required to do. And then I had to take both written and oral exams as well as a competency test to be signed off to do casework independently. And then when I received the job in Ankeny, I went through about a 3-month training under the DNA technical leader, and same tests and oral exams and a competency to be signed off. And I'm also proficiency tested by an outside agency twice a year.
As part of your duties, have you performed various DNA analyses over the years?
Yes, I have.
Does that go into hundreds?
Thousands, yeah.
Can you briefly tell this jury what DNA is and just go through the process of what DNA and what it entails?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the chemical blueprint that makes all of us unique as individuals, with the exception of identical twins. We receive half from our mother and half from our father, and it can be found in blood, seminal fluid, saliva, or epithelial cells, which are skin cells.
So in other words, we sometimes shed DNA when we're sitting, when we're talking, when we're touching things?
Yes.
Were you assigned to examine some items that your lab received that relate to this case that brings us to this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember the items that you were able to examine?
Yes, there was actually numerous items. If you don't mind if I refer to my report.
Yeah, with the court's permission, you can use your report to refresh your memory.
Any issue?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Did you just want me to list all of the items I examined or looked at, or?
Let's start with the first section of what you received and what you identified them as. And I'm going to ask you to just slow down so that the court reporter can catch everything you're saying. So from the first part or the first, what I'll call paragraph of your report.
Of the report, sorry, just so I clarify, of all the items submitted or the items that were examined?
Let's talk about the items what items were submitted?
Okay, sorry. The items that were submitted were, there were swabs of a stain from the sewing room floor, swabs from the living room floor, swabs from the outside landing of the living room door, swabs of stains from the cement and railing on the first step up outside the living room door, swabs of stains on the exterior of the living room door, swabs of a stain from the red Ford steering wheel, swabs from the Ford truck driver's door handle, swabs of the red Ford truck steering wheel. I had a bloodstain card from Ryan Cooper, as well as left-hand fingernail clippings and right-hand fingernail clippings and pulled head hair of Ryan Cooper, as well as a t-shirt from Ryan Cooper. There was also an interior doorknob from the crime scene. There were 6 swab boxes that were collected from the door handle area, a gray t-shirt, a pair of black Old Navy shorts, and muck boots from the mudroom entry. And then I had known buccal swabs. That's like the inside swab of an individual's cheek. So known samples from Cade Cooper, Cable Cooper, Karina Cooper, and Cortland Cooper.
What is the purpose of these buccal swabs? What will you do with them?
If a DNA profile is developed from any of the items of evidence, then that profile can then be compared to any known samples brought into the lab. So then we can tell if that person is either included or maybe excluded as a contributor.
When you talk about DNA profile, what do you mean by that?
It is just a numerical representation of an individual's DNA. Like I said before, all of our DNA is unique with the exception of identical twins, and we look at 21 different unique locations on an individual's DNA.
In the line of in your job, do you find there are misconceptions from the public that DNA is always found on a scene of a crime?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why that's a misconception or why sometimes DNA is not found?
Yes, so sometimes, I guess the most DNA that we get from, the reason why we take buccal swabs, like the inside of someone's cheek, or we get a known sample from blood, for example, it's a rich source of DNA. So we should most likely get a DNA profile from those type of items, depending on how much is present. And then the other items would be touch DNA. So even if I just touched this table and I swabbed it, I may or may not find that my DNA is there. It can depend on numerous factors. So how long I touched it, if I rubbed it or had any force against it, if it was a smooth surface versus a rough surface, and depending on time, how long DNA's been there, if it's been outside, or something like that, it can be degraded by certain factors, those kind of things.
So from your example of touching that table, does failing to find DNA from you touching that table prove that you never touched the table?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Does failing to find DNA prove that that never happened, or it just sometimes shows that there was no DNA to be found?
It just shows that there was no DNA found or not enough present for me to even compare to anyone's DNA.
Can you briefly explain how you perform your DNA analysis?
Yes, so depending on the type of case and what I'm looking for, I will screen for the presence of bodily fluids. If that's the case, I'll take a cutting or sample from that item. I will place that into a tube. and then add some chemicals to break open those cells to release that DNA if there's any present. I will then quantify it to see how much DNA is there, and then I will amplify it or make millions of copies of it so that it can be read on an instrument that will give me a DNA profile. That DNA profile can then be compared to those known samples.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile, therefore, of Ryan Cooper?
Of his known bloodstain card, yes.
And you also indicated you are able to develop a DNA profile for the family members who you're given their DNA, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about some items that you received and that you were able to swab or were swabbed for DNA and you're able to test. Can you tell us, starting from item 8 through item 12, what examinations you performed and what was the results of those examinations?
Yes, so for items 8 through 12, no examinations were performed on the swabs at that time.
What about item number 13?
Item 13, screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs of the red stain on the steering wheel, and so no DNA testing was attempted.
Can you just explain what that means? Maybe in layman terms, just break it a little down.
Yes, so the swabs I received, if they are red in color, I will screen them for the presence of blood. We use 2 color changing tests. So all I'll do is take 2 swabs, I will moisten them with water, and then I will swab the actual red stained swabs, and then I will add the chemicals, each chemical to those swabs. In the presence of blood, one will turn a bright pink color, and the other will turn like a bluish green color in the presence of blood. If I don't get that color change, then that does not indicate the presence of blood.
So whatever looked like blood maybe turned out not to be what you thought about it being blood. Fair enough.
Yeah, there's lots of red substances that can look like blood.
Okay, so on a farm truck that's used in the farm, there could always be something that someone touched it with earlier on that looks like blood, but upon further testing, your lab was able to say it's not, there's no presence of blood in it.
Correct. We get even stuff from paint or stains on some items of clothing that look a lot like blood, or even ketchup. So.
What about, so we talked about item number, that was item number 14.
That was 13.
That was 13. What about item number 14?
Item 14, no DNA profile was developed from the swabs from the driver's door handle.
Okay. What about number 15?
The DNA profile developed from the swabs of the steering wheel indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals. That was too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Again, can you explain that in more layman terms?
Yes, so I could tell that there were 2 individuals present on that item. However, it was just too weak, or just too little DNA there to even be compared to any known samples.
The fingernail clippings, head hair, and the T-shirt that Ryan Cooper was wearing, again, those were not tested for DNA.
Correct.
Sometimes as you test this, do you use common sense and decide some things don't need to be tested because you know what DNA will be on them? Is that why?
Sometimes that's the case on some items, or sometimes we only have, so when we're given evidence at the beginning, we do limit the number of items that are tested right off the first submission, and then they can be tested later at a later date if needed.
There was a match that you, when we talk about later items that you tested, the interior screen doorknob, did you test that?
The interior?
The doorknob, did you test the doorknob? That's item 25.
Item 25.
Yeah.
On the doorknob, I did look at the doorknob previously before I looked at it. On this doorknob, excuse me, There was an LP or latent print examination assignment as well as a DNA assignment on that doorknob. And so I did look at it and I decided that it was a smooth surface. And so a lot of times we do bring down the LP examiner to come and look at it with us. And sometimes we'll do both. So I'll usually take the rough surfaces and he'll take, or the LP examiner will take the smooth surfaces. Since this was all smooth, we decided to just go with, I called the agent to see what assignment he would rather do. And they chose to do LP on that one. Excuse me.
You're less likely to find DNA on smooth surfaces.
Sometimes, most of the time, and then on doorknobs, a lot of times we will get mixtures or too weak because a lot of people touch doorknobs. So prints are usually a better way of getting those better results.
Did you examine what you marked as item 26?
Yes, I did.
And those are the ones we've talked about?
Yes, those are swabs from door handle, I believe. From the door handle area.
You also had a report which you labeled as report number 10.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us the item or items you examined under the report that you labeled as report number 10?
Yes, number 10, I looked at swabs from the cement and railing on the first step up outside the living room door.
And what were you testing in this item number 10?
I screened the items for the presence of blood, and screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs. And the DNA profile developed from those swabs matched the known DNA profile of Ryan Cooper. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 30 decillion.
So basically what you're saying is that there's less people in the world compared to the person who matched this blood. It was Ryan Cooper's blood. Fair enough?
Yes, I believe the world population is about 8 billion. Sorry, I have a tickle in my throat.
You may.
30 decillion.
Give us a second. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Kodiaga.
And just to recap from what you've said, to be clear with the jury, the absence of DNA evidence does not mean that someone wasn't there or someone did not touch something. It just means that sometimes DNA evidence can be unavailable, correct?
Correct. Just for an example, I do train some new analysts that come into the lab. So we try to do some fake evidence items. So for instance, I'll take a knife and maybe hold it in my hand for a little bit, and then I will put it into that evidence item. We'll swab it, and a lot of times we'll get a weak profile or nothing at all. So it just depends how the item is handled or if it's been wiped off. Somebody could be using gloves at the time. So without that, touching that surface, there could be no DNA present because of that as well.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Yes, just a couple. So you were mentioning how you had to make a decision whether to do the latent print processing or the DNA on the doorknob.
Yes.
Is that because you can't do both in the same area?
So if I did DNA on it, I would essentially take swabs of the entire item. And so that would, in essence, ruin any fingerprints that might have been left behind. And then if LP does their examination, they do some chemical processing to it that can ruin the DNA. So you kind of have to choose when it's just solely a smooth surface. But then when there's a rough surface and a smooth surface, I will take the rough areas and then leave the smooth areas for them.
Okay, and so like if you had a bigger object, you could limit, you could take half of the piece and he could take the other half. This is just small, what we have.
Absolutely. Yeah, depending on what you can do, yeah.
And this pertained to both, what I'm understanding is that there are two actual knobs. It's just both sides of the door.
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to refer to my notes on that one, but yes.
And then a quick question about the blood outside. So I understand that they took swabs of, we saw a picture with a bunch of different stains, red stains on those stairs. So did they swab all of those stains and then submit that to you as one item, or did they just choose one?
I did not look at the crime scene photos, but normally it's of just one item. So in particular, this one does say placard 8. So I would assume that they took just a swab of that placard 8 item, whatever they would have considered placard 8.
Okay. So, but obviously for each stain of blood that we see somewhere, that doesn't necessarily, just because this stain here is Ryan Cooper, that doesn't mean that the stain next to it is also Ryan Cooper.
That could be possible, yeah.
But then I also assume if they were to mix two, like if they were to take one Q-tip and swab two different stains, it wouldn't be coming back as Ryan Cooper when you're doing a DNA testing if there was a mix.
If there was a mixture of two people, one was one person, one was the other, yes, I would expect to see a mixture of two DNA. And yeah, I would see two people instead of one.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. And ladies and gentlemen, rather than start another witness, we're pretty close to our midpoint for the afternoon, so we'll take a 15-minute break. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition that I gave you previously.
Okay, 15-minute break, and we had a little bit of wiggle room, so that gave us a little bit of fast forward on that. And checking on Valle, Mr. Raul they're still out. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'm really thinking that's going to be weird now watching how court should be conducted. Yeah. I mean, I really like her style, the way it just moves right along. She makes it easy to understand. I really like that lady's explanation of things. So gonna have to learn how to do polls, guys. That's one thing I'm gonna have to get Katya to teach me. That's something I don't know how to do yet. Hung? Yeah, you think it's hung too? Yeah, Plum, I think it's hung. I think they're gonna come back with a hung jury. So then that next question after that would be, is the state and prosecutors willing to try it again? Huh. Interesting. Let me peek over here in this chat for Valle and see what they're saying, just because see if anybody, they've been typing things like they've been twiddling their thumbs to get to the end of the day. Yeah, they don't know anything over there either. Yeah, and this Karina Cooper, man, they're finally getting into evidence that it was not that, there was things we were wondering, or at least I was wondering, because hadn't been said yet. And so now they're finally like putting things into place as to what happened and all that stuff. Probably I wouldn't think they'd be cool, right? I mean, Plum, it's I don't know. I really don't know. The hung juries, I don't know how to feel about that some days. I mean, it's a horrible crime. I mean, I feel like, he has to serve some time for what he did. Now, the amount of time, you know, like I said, I think it would be on a lesser charge. That's just my opinion. You know, we're our own little jurors sitting over here talking about it. And yeah, that's that. So I'm going to put on music for just a second. And let's see. We're watching. Let's play this one for a few minutes.
Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's so verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind.
I'm trying to unmute. I'm trying to get there, guys. Hello.
The jury would like to hear Raul Valle's testimony concerning if he
Back
knew.
it up just a second. They just sat down.
Counsel.
Valley's back. Gotta pay attention.
Receive a note
A note.
indicating that the jury would like to hear Raul Valle's testimony concerning if he knew Tyler De Silva was on the street when he returned from the Honda Pilot and they crossed paths. Did he recognize that it was Tyler? The video shows they crossed. Well, that was at 2:52. We have spent some time trying to pinpoint the testimony, both in direct as well as cross-examination. It's my understanding that we have an agreement relative to the portion of the testimony that would satisfy, we believe, the jury's inquiry, although it seems to be a little bit unclear, but we've done our best to provide a limited amount of testimony, but broad enough to satisfy what we believe to be their concerns. I'll hear from counsel if you have any questions or concerns relative to the testimony that we're about to play.
The state has no concerns at this time,
The defense has no concerns on it based on the discussions we had.
Okay, very good. So my intention is to bring them in, acknowledge the note, and then let them know that we are going to play a portion of testimony first, which was a testimony clip from direct examination, to be followed by a clip of testimony from cross-examination. All right, so if we could please the jury. Court will mark no.
So this is what I gathered. The jury sent a note. This is what I understood. The jury sent a note saying they want to see some certain portion of Raul's testimony from when he was on the stand, and they're going to bring the jury in. And are they going to play that for the jury while they're in court? Or are they going to send it back with them? That was really weird the way they just worded that. I need to see if they're going to actually send the video back with them to watch, or if they're fixing to just play it here what they're requesting. Yeah, exactly, Plum. They usually just say you'll have to use your mind and your memory and recall the testimony and stuff. So, yeah. Welcome back, Cindy. Hey, Denise.
Stipulate to the presence of all of our jurors.
Let's turn it back up, guys.
Right, thank you so much.
Which exhibit? This will be number 9.
Number 9. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your continued deliberations with respect to this matter. As I indicated earlier, you do have the opportunity to have parts or portions of testimony played back to you upon your request. I did receive a note, which will be marked as Exhibit 9, the time 2:52. It did take us some time to locate the portion of the testimony that we believe satisfies your inquiry. So you're first going to hear a clip of Raul Valle's testimony that occurred during direct examination. And then thereafter, you will hear an additional clip of testimony that occurred during the cross-examination of Raul Valle, okay? So it is going to be played. There are speakers here. I would ask you to please listen intently. I'd ask everyone else to please try to be silent.
And FYI, they are back in the Karina Cooper, but I had that on pause, so let's go back.
Could you see Tyler DeSilva at that point?
I was in the car and I looked over and I saw Tyler DeSilva.
And what did you see Tyler DeSilva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat up.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah,
Where were they?
right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No.
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
No.
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
No.
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
No.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, I saw him getting beat on.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend inside that hut. Nobody was helping him.
So how did you feel?
It's still terrible. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to see him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there? Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do. Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
Real quick, the question was, did you have any indication Jack Snyder was going to wait for you? And he said no.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids?
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening? When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
Why
not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like his brother. What kind of to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left?
If he was in the same situation as me,
I'm gonna object to calls for speculation. This is what would happen with Tyler.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen Farmhouse?
At that time, I wouldn't have made it out of there.
Laurel Glen Farmhouse.
At that time, I wouldn't have made it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass on the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being there. I think I ran over.
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
A wall of people.
Did you see Tyler DeSilva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler DeSilva?
Yeah.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
He thinks so. He saw Mr. Hines.
All right, so that was the testimony of Mr. Valle on direct, and we're now going to play related testimony on police examination.
Yes, that was very hard to hear, guys. I'm really sorry. I can't do anything about that. I'm trying to repeat a little bit to help y'all understand.
Now, at some point in time, you say you saw Tyler back on the lawn, right?
Yeah.
You still had the knife on you at that point, right? Knife was still out in your hand, right? And you come back into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Right, that's the video playing right there.
Now, Tyler's being pushed into the street at this point, right? Yes. And you would agree with me that there are no Shelton kids to the right of you, right? There's a car. You can see a car right there, right?
And this looks like
There's kids in front of you, but there's no kids right to the right of you. There's a car. We can see the car. If there were, we wouldn't be able to see the car, right?
That's true.
Right. There's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a kid in front of you.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of kids
Right. There's a whole bunch of kids over here we can't see, but there's nobody to the right of you, right?
There's a kid right next to him.
There's a kid here. But I'm saying, is this you right here?
Yes.
Right. To the right of you, do you see a kid or a car?
That's the street.
That's the street, and there's a car there, right? So there's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a car.
There's nobody in the street.
And there's nobody to the left of you other than Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yeah.
So when you're going back in, there's just a wall, right?
It's like this.
Right. But you're not surrounded at that point, right?
That point, not.
No. But you go back in, and Tyler's already pushed out into the street, right?
The video. I don't know on my way back. I just.
But Tyler is no longer engaged in the fight, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. So you just blacked out and ran right back into the fold. That's your testimony today?
It was just like a shoe horse of people.
A shoe horse, but not a circle. You were not encircled, right?
But was there anybody behind me?
Right. There's nobody behind you.
I don't think so.
Right. So you could have, if you chose to, you could have left. You could have retreated, right? So you could could not have left because there were people around you?
Yes,
But you just said there was a semicircle of people on the yard. Now you're saying that you were surrounded.
it's like this.
So semicircle, right?
Yeah.
Not a circle. Circle goes like this, right?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna turn my back to the many people.
You weren't gonna tell. I moved to strike is not responsive here.
What happened?
You indicated when you made it back to the car, you were still terrified, right?
Yeah.
You were still scared. You came back in anyway, right? With the knife. Then you ran over to the edge of the grass, right? And you passed Tyler, right?
Yes.
He passed you on your left, correct?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I hope that each of you have others. Sorry. Are you good? Sorry, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you've heard the portion of the testimony that the court believes was relevant to answer your question. If you go back into the deliberations room and you feel that there is additional testimony that you need to put any of that testimony into perspective, whatever it is you're deliberating on, please just send out another note and we will do our best to answer any questions with any playback concerning any other issues on matters. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for continuing to follow the court's proceedings and procedure relative to the jury charge and your duty as jurors. I appreciate it. Thank you. You can go back into your deliberation.
He wasn't going to turn his back, which was reasonable, but he had an escape route. He could have took off running. I mean, I hate to say that, but he chose to pull the knife out.
I think the court's going to just for the record. Any comments by counsel relative to the playback?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the.
And it represents what each of you asked for and what we agreed upon would be played back to the jury with respect to Court's Exhibit 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Our court stands in recess.
Okay, so let's go back to Ms. Cooper over here. They're back.
All right, we finished our mid-afternoon break. We have our jurors and counsel and parties present. Mr. Ringel, you've got the microphone on, so does the state have another witness to call today?
Yes, Judge. The state would call Michelle Wilson.
I'm sorry, what?
Michelle Wilson.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. Just have you come on up to the chair to my far left, if you would. And you can go ahead and take a seat when you get up there. You can move that microphone up, down, closer, further. All right. So first thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth? Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
Michelle Wilson, MICHELLE WILSON.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You're Ryan Cooper's sister, correct?
That's correct.
Older or younger?
Older,
How much older are you than Ryan?
10 years.
Okay. How are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
I am employed by Cooper Farms, Inc. as the accountant, bookkeeper.
So as the accountant for Cooper Farms, what are you doing?
I pay the bills, handle all the bank transactions, payroll, loan payments, expenses, all that kind of thing.
Pretty well familiar then with the structure and finances of Cooper Farms.
Yes.
Could you explain for us what Cooper Farms is? Is that Cooper Farms Incorporated?
It is a corporation. Yep, farm corporation.
Okay. Could you just explain the structure of Cooper Farms?
It is a family farm business. It's been in the family for several generations. We have we own land and farm that with corn and bean crops. We also do some trucking. We also have livestock and invest in livestock as well.
So the different things that you just discussed, there's obviously some land, there's some cattle, there's trucks, farm equipment as well.
Yep, farm equipment, land.
And is that all owned then by Cooper Farms?
The land is partially owned directly by my father. The farm corporation owns land. The majority, safe to say, all of the equipment is owned by the corporation. There's also a few acreages that are with homes that are owned by my dad as well.
Approximately how many homes?
There's 4 homes.
Would that include 1846 K Avenue where Ryan and Karina Cooper had been living in 2021?
Yep.
We've heard some testimony that Ryan Cooper and Aaron Cooper were farming some land together. Who owned that land, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes,
The noise.
Ryan and Aaron. Are you having difficulty hearing me?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hum from the construction outside that.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
My question was, Ryan and Aaron, we've heard testimony that they were farming some land together.
Uh-huh.
To your knowledge, who owned that land?
My father owns that land.
Based on your position with Cooper Farms, did you have some sense of Ryan's and Karina's finances?
Not necessarily, from observations, but I never was involved directly in preparing tax returns or financial statements or any of that.
And we've heard some testimony that they owned a couple of trucks and maybe 1 or 2 pieces of farm equipment. To your knowledge, did they own anything else, such as farmland, other properties, anything like that?
I had no knowledge of farmland that they would have owned. My brother and I have since become administrators of Ryan's estate, and through that, based on paperwork there was no land, very little, just a couple small pieces of farm equipment, his vehicle, and some personal assets.
Do you remember the approximate value of, you said, a couple pieces of farm equipment and a couple of personal vehicles, the rough value of those items?
Like the entire estate as a whole, what they valued the assets at, or just?
Those items that I just mentioned.
Yeah. Net with expenses and outstanding loans and whatnot, $200,000.
We've also heard some testimony that Ryan was involved in farming. Obviously, we just talked about the fact that he and Aaron were farming some land. You mentioned that trucking was a component of what Cooper Farms does. To your knowledge, was Ryan Cooper involved in trucking?
Yes.
Could you explain that? What did he do?
Cooper Farms owns several semis. He and my brother drove semi whenever it was needed. Ryan drove less frequently than Aaron, but occasionally there would be trips to haul cattle where we need more than one truck. So Ryan also had his own truck. The farm had trucks, but each of the boys had their own truck that they drove. So yes.
Okay, so you did air quotes there.
I'm sorry.
So I'm going to follow up on that because that doesn't show up on the record.
Yeah.
So Ryan he's doing some trucking for
Yep.
Cooper Farms.
Yep.
And you said he has his own truck. Is it my understanding that truck is owned by
It's
Cooper?
owned by the corporation. Yes.
Okay, so it's owned by Cooper
It's owned by the
Farms.
corporation, but yes, since he did trucking for the corporation, he had a truck that we called Ryan's truck, even though it was owned by the corporation.
Do you know what kinds of trips he was taking and what those trips looked like when he was trucking for Cooper Farms?
They would be local trips, rarely, if virtually to say never, overnight, would be hauling cattle, maybe 6 hours a day by the time he picked up a load, delivered it, and back. If it was, maybe he's hauling fertilizer, which might be 2 or 3 trips in a day, but all local, all within the state for the most part.
I'm ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you, so I'm a
Sure.
little bit of trouble hearing you.
Okay.
So you said sometimes 6 hours a day he might be out.
Yeah.
Already talked about the fact that Cooper Farms owned 1846 K Avenue and some other homes. Did Cooper Farms cover other expenses for Ryan and Karina?
Yes, Cooper Farms paid for usually a portion of their work/personal vehicle because it was used for work. He would not have had any expenses related to property taxes, property insurance, utilities. Also, the corporation paid for cell phones, the cell phone bill.
When you say the corporation paid for cell phone plans, do you know if the corporation paid for a cell phone for Karina Cooper
Yes,
and a separate cell phone plan for Ryan?
yes.
Did Cooper Farms maintain business records associated with those cell phone plans?
Yep.
Could you explain that, please?
Just like any other business and any other bill, monthly statements from US Cellular for the farm, which included, my dad, my brothers, their spouses' phones.
So you're receiving billing statements from US Cellular. Does that include what I'm going to call detail information? In other words, incoming, outgoing calls,
Yes,
phone numbers that those people are calling?
yes.
Who would have had access to that information if those billing statements are going to Cooper Farms?
The office is in my dad's home, which is across the highway just down the highway from both my brothers. So my dad, my brothers, myself, technically with US Cellular, Ryan and myself were on the account to be able to access with the company to have access to the records.
Were you ever aware of a time that Ryan was looking at Karina's cell phone records?
Yes.
Could you explain?
After Ryan's death, I was in the office cleaning and came across a piece of paper underneath one of the pieces of office equipment. Pulled it out, and it was a page from one of our US Cellular bills. It was a page that included detail from Karina's call logs, and it had a Post-it note on it with the name Houston D written on it and a phone number. And then it also had a few tick marks near some specific phone numbers on the bill.
You familiar with your brother's handwriting?
Mm-hmm.
May I ask you how you're familiar with it?
All the records and bills that he'd bring me and write notes and whatnot in the office.
Judge, may I approach the witness? You may. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 211. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
That's the paper that I found underneath one of the pieces of equipment in the office when I was cleaning.
And there's a Post-it note on there that's handwriting. Is that Ryan Cooper's handwriting?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe our stipulation of the parties to say you to admit State's Exhibit 211.
Any objection to 211?
No, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 211 is admitted.
We've heard some testimony in this case that Houston Banker's phone number is 319-330-1616. What is the number written in Ryan Cooper's handwriting there?
330-1616.
And to your knowledge, is that page from the cell phone billing statement for Karina Cooper's account?
Yes, it is.
And you noted there's some tick marks on there. Do you
Mhm.
know what those are?
I don't recognize the number.
It is not that 330.
It is, no, it is not that number.
Do you know if Karina Cooper was still on a cell phone plan that was paid for by Cooper Farms at the time of Ryan's death?
She was not.
How do you know that?
Ryan came to the office when I was there one day and told me that he wanted to make me.
Sustained. Without telling me anything that anyone else said, was there a time based on the business records of Cooper Farms that you stopped, or Cooper Farms stopped paying for Karina's cell phone plan?
The September 2020 bill had her number removed.
Following that date, then, if I understand correctly, Cooper Farms was no longer receiving billing statements, including call detail information for Karina Cooper.
Yep, September 9th was the last.
Could you describe just briefly your relationship with, I'm taking you back to 2021, with Ryan and Karina?
I had not lived on the farm or in the that part of the state for a number of years. So, I mean, we were siblings. We got along fine, but, you know, we didn't hang out on a daily basis. Talked on the phone occasionally, but got together for holidays, did family lake vacations together. Wasn't until my mom passed away that I started doing the work for the farm. And so once we had moved closer at that point, and once I started working with the farm, you know, I would see him weekly at that point.
So you said essentially sometimes the families would vacation together, did you say?
That's correct.
Otherwise holidays and birthdays. If I understand correctly, previously you were not doing the books for Cooper Farms. You said your mother was doing that?
That's correct.
When did you take over?
When my mom passed away in May of 2020.
So at that point, you're seeing Ryan and Karina on a weekly basis.
Ryan mostly, but yeah, Karina occasionally, yeah.
At any point, did you talk to Karina, or did she ever complain to you about money?
I don't think specifically about money. There were some interests that she would like to have pursued, but I think was limited in, from what she would say, you know, the ability to do that based on whether Ryan was in agreement or not.
So if I understand correctly, there were things that, well, strike that. If you could just explain, you stated that there were some things that she wanted to do that Ryan wasn't in agreement with. Could you explain what that means?
There was say things like remodeling the house or getting a second home. At the time of Ryan's death, he was in the process of having built a larger shop of his own on the property. So through some various conversations, I felt that she maybe wanted a few things done with the house, or, you know, different things done that maybe weren't getting done because of the shop that was being built.
Did she express resentment about that?
I can't say that she specifically expressed resentment with using Ryan's name or anything of that sort.
What did she say to you?
Just alluded to the fact that he was not in agreement with wanting to do the remodeling, or didn't think it was important, or also maybe an additional business that she wanted to start, and he wouldn't support that either.
Was it your understanding that because he didn't support it, it wasn't happening?
Yes.
testified to some knowledge as the executor of the estate to some items owned by Ryan and Karina Cooper that were valued at approximately $200,000. Do you have knowledge of what happened to those items after Ryan's death?
Yes, there was his truck, his farm vehicle, was sold to Cooper Farms. It was valued at $78,000.
And when you say it was sold for $78,000, what did that transaction look like?
Cooper Farms wrote a check to Karina Cooper for $78,000.
With regard to the other items, do you know what happened to those?
There was another pickup truck, we'll call it more of his work truck, that was sold. Her Navigator was also sold, and she invested in a single vehicle after selling those two.
You stated there was some farm equipment. Do you know what happened to that farm equipment?
He owned half of a hay rake and a baler with a friend of his, and that, my understanding, was sold to the other investor.
Are you aware, based on your position as executor of the state, of the approximate value of these items that were sold in total?
100,000.
Did you talk to Karina or have a relationship with Karina following Ryan's death?
Yep.
Did she ever talk to you about what occurred on the night of Ryan's death?
No.
Did you find that odd?
Yes.
Why?
I guess putting myself into that situation, I would want to share anything I knew about the event to be sure that anything I might know to defend myself and any guilt.
Objection, Your Honor, this is improper opinion, relevance.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
You may.
I have just a bit of space that I can fast forward, so let's see what happens. Yeah, no wonder they kicked draw the farm. I know, Katya, case one, it's like.
Putting on the record, are you
For all
asking
that
that
money
your objection precede the answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
The answer is struck.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the answer that was just given by Ms. Wilson, you're to disregard that. It's stricken from the record and not to consider it for any purpose. With that, go ahead, Mr. Ringel.
Thank you, Judge. To your knowledge, following Ryan's death, did Karina Cooper move into another home owned by Cooper Farms?
She did,
Where was that property located?
about a mile from the house that Ryan and Karina lived in prior to his death.
You had stated that there were some businesses or a business that she wanted to open, and Ryan was not supportive of that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did she talk to you about anything else that she wanted to do that she felt Ryan would not allow her to do?
Some minor things like a second pet or, of course, the remodeling, the business, a second lake home.
Following Ryan's death, do you know if she did in fact open that business?
She did.
And do you know where she ran that business out of?
She had 2 different storefronts in Traer, and later took it into her own home and sold online.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. Do you know for certain that this hay rake and baler was sold after Ryan's death?
I do not, but it was used on the farm and after his death was not.
So you don't know if Riley Storion, you don't know if Riley Storion had purchased it. He's the other investor, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether he actually bought out Ryan while Ryan was.
I don't know.
And then you're saying that you valued his truck, his work truck is worth about $80,000, right?
That is correct.
And that you paid that money of $78,000 specifically to Karina.
That's correct.
But in April, I think this is earlier that year, they had done an application to build this shop for Ryan.
Okay.
And so were you aware that there was a $75,000 loan on that car? That truck?
According to the estate documents I have, the loan on that vehicle at the time of his death was $15,000.
So I guess you wouldn't have an answer to why.
I was not part of any of their personal finances.
I guess as part of the estate records, would you be able to have anything that would show how the balance goes from 75,000 down to 15,000 within just a couple months on that truck loan?
I don't. I do know the vehicle was very new when the derecho happened in August of 2020, and it was totaled, and it was.
Hold up.
Gentlemen, I do have to close the facility and get us out of here by 5 o'clock.
Okay, we're leaving. Sorry, I didn't know what was happening. I had to stop it.
For the day. I just want to remind you, obviously, follow and continue.
Okay. They're leaving for the day. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrupt. I didn't mean to cause panic.
Replaced.
Sorry.
A few months later, which was approximately 6 months prior to his death. It's entirely possible his farm grain from the crop was used to make a payment on that truck.
So I understand that the phone record that you have with the sticky note on it, you found that in the office at your dad's house?
Yep, that's where the corporate office is.
But it was just the single piece of paper that you found, not like with the rest of the phone record then?
That is correct.
So I imagine you don't know when that got there.
I don't. Sometime between the date of August 20, which is the date of the invoice, and I would guess it was about August of 2021, 3 months after his death, that I found it.
But we don't know when the sticky note got on top of that piece of paper.
We don't.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Stringle?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused.
All right, moving right along.
And Mr. Ring, am I correct that the state doesn't have any witnesses, further witnesses today? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, kind of in the same boat we were yesterday. We went quicker than I think we anticipated. And so we're going to let you go early again today. Just rest assured, we're still, I believe, ahead of schedule of what I told you when we were picking a jury. And so we're going to let you go. Ask that you be back here ready to go by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, remind you of the admonition. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Keep an open mind. There's still more evidence to receive in this case. And don't do any type of investigation on your own, and avoid any and all types of media accounts and social media commentary related to this case. So with that, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, so with that, just so everybody knows, like I said, one of the things that I'm going to do a little bit different with this channel is the time. the time for tomorrow's start is actually 10 a.m. I have the stream already set up. And my mic's way over here across the room. I'm not even paying attention to where it is. Anyways, yeah. So day 5, Karina Cooper and Raul Valle verdict watch for tomorrow. 10 a.m. Central. I'm not a time zone person, so I think that's 11. Girl, men, don't get me to lying. I just know mine's Central, so it will show up in your stream. So take a moment, like the channel, subscribe, and gosh, I've never said that out loud before. I've never had a reason to. Yeah, give me a thumbs up if you want. Thumbs down. I don't care. It's all for fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy being here. And until tomorrow, y'all all have a wonderful night, and peace. Sheila out. See y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.